Here. Hello, hello. Starting early today. I had locals, but nobody showed up. So I've been home for a while and I'm bored. And we're just gonna get started. So I'm gonna do some dulls. I'm gonna start Umineko closer to 6, probably like in an hour or so. But I figure we can chill in the meantime. Definitely got a lot of thoughts about recent episode and what's going on in it. And I think I might be onto something. But of course, I've been saying that for a while. But I definitely I expanded a little bit in my thinking upon there was the whole maybe Shannon and Cannon are representatives of people who aren't there or person who isn't there because they're so connected, right? Like they both can't have their love that they want, and that doesn't make sense to me. And then I thought about it more, and literally right now we've got Shannon, George, Cannon, Jessica in a battle with Battler and Beatrice. So if there's some interconnected link between all of them wherein they can't all have the love they want, does that mean that this Shannon, Cannon, whomever this is representing is also the killer, is also Beatrice? Thinking about that a little bit. Because again, the only reason in my head that Shannon and Cannon couldn't both have their love with Jessica and George is if they're not actually real people. Because if they were both human, this is a furniture thing, right? They're both humans. They could literally just both quit and go be with the people that they want to be with. But it seems like there's definitely something very important in the fact that they both can't have it. And then expanding upon that, if we take that logic and expand that to the game that all 6 of them are playing with Furfur and Zephyr, Beatrice and Battler maybe even is included in that as well, wherein they can't all have the love that they want. So is Beatrice just some extension of this phenomenon that Shannon and Cannon are representative of? I could go back and look and see, because if you think about the games, you've got Shannon died in the first game pretty quickly. She had her face bashed in. In the second game, she died with George. Cannon died with Jessica. So they're all dying a lot in the games, but again, I don't know if that's metaphorical or not. All right, Bandle. 1981, 37 million views. Medium, 37 million. That's not a ton for an 80s song. Oh. Very generic. It's a generic 80s song. Party all the time. They don't have that. Give me a Lionel Richie banger all night long. System. Oh, Angel's the centerfold. Immediate. See why it's a par 3. I mean, that's the giveaway, I think. Connections: Frost Beach, Bishop, Race, Hardy, Pet Shop, JoJo's characters, Pastor, Bishop, pastor, pope, friar, members of the clergy. Yeah. Hearty, beat, bake, pump, preheat, bake, Rob. Pound cake. Cake. Race. Race. Rat race. Pet shop. Frost. Beach. Beat. Hearty. Throb. Pump. Throb. Pump. Pound. Beat. Heart. Actions. One away. Oh, race. Throb. Beat. Race. Pound. Pump. Oh my gosh. What heart does when excited. Preheat, bake, frost. Oh, things you do with a cake. Beat. Steps in baking a cake. Party, bad, beach, pet shop. Party boys, bad boys, beach boys, pet shop boys. Yeah. Nice. Daily dozen. Week 1 of the 2013 season, Patton Manning tied the NFL record by throwing 7 TDs in against this AFC North team. North, Chicago, Bears. Hall of Famer Derek Thompson spent his entire career with this AFC team from 1988 to 1999. Week 1 of the 1980, he had 6 sacks in a single game. AFC. How about the Boston? How about the Green Bay Packers? What QB was named 2018 Bills Week 1 starter over Josh Allen during Allen's rookie season? Trey Darrellick. Yep, definitely. A military dictator, Idi Amin, was the president of this African country from 1971 to 1979. Thank you, by the way. Thank you, freaking Book of Mormon, the Broadway play. That's why I know this. I'll only get a little bit of music because we're gonna do some dulls for a while, so get some music going. Since a lot of these aren't audio. For YouTube watchers, you might want to skip ahead like an hour if you're just trying to get the Umineko. Celebrity mashup. This is. Is that Foreman? What's his name? He was Eddie Brock in Spider-Man. What's his name? Oh my gosh, that's gonna kill me. Topher Grace? I guess it's not him. This outside looks very familiar too. This Cameron Diaz. And oh, what's that other guy's name? The he's like an SNL guy. MacGruber. Who's MacGruber? I'm gonna cheat. Will Forte. I don't think it's him anyways, but nope. Chain restaurants. In March of 2024, a major fast food chain launched a new elevated cantina menu. That was Baco Bell. Which of the 4 major networks will be broadcasting the Super Bowl? Fox? Vontae Mack, No Matter What, is a reference to this 2014 sports drama starring Kevin Costner, Chadwick Boseman, and Arian Foster. Just remember the Titans. Since 2013, with country singer sung in the NBC Sunday Night Football playing theme song, Waiting All Day for Sunday Night. Country music singer. Freaking Blake Shelton. Nope. Wow, everyone knows this? Oh, Carrie Underwood. Obviously, I've never heard the song. Draft Day, never heard of it. This was Amy Adams. That makes sense. And Miguel J. Fox. Yes, that checks out. Apparently, I've already done the crossword because they didn't update it from yesterday. They always update this at a weird time. Wordle. Dark. Wrong. Ron. Ding. Nerdle. 13 plus 24 equals 13 plus 42 equals. That's 55. That doesn't give us a lot of info. 13 plus 52 equals 65. That's not good either. 13 plus 56 equals 69. That doesn't give us much either. 57 equals 70. Nope, that doesn't work either. 47 equals 60. What do these mean? These are in different places and the equals, so it's not an addition problem. How about 36 minus 25 equals, that would be 11. That doesn't work. 36 minus 28 equals, that doesn't work. 36 divided by, nope, that doesn't work. 36 times 2, nope. 36 times 8 equals 288. That is actually possible. Okay. Oh, right. We know the equal sign is there. So we know that the answer is 2 digits long. It's not a multiplication problem either. So it's got to be a subtraction problem, probably. Or it's a 3-digit division problem. I imagine it's a subtraction problem. So how about 83 minus 26 equals 17? Am I wrong? Oh, no. Equals 57. Minus 2 something. And the 5 is there. Something minus 20 something equals. So we've got the 3 probably is minus 23. So we got minus 23 equals. And the 2 is there and could be elsewhere. So I'm guessing it's probably like. How about. Something minus 20. Something 5 minus 23. 58 minus 23 equals. There's gotta be a 6 somewhere. 68 minus 23 equals 45. Something 8 minus. Okay, so we just gotta move these numbers around. The 6 has to be in the answer. So if the 6 has to be in the answer, that might be 22, actually. Something 8. So how about 58 minus 22 equals 36? I think that's right. Yeah. Nice. I didn't put Loldal up here. Let's go with Mord. Male. From either Noxus or the Shadow Isles. How about Draven? That actually might have spiked it. Hell yeah. These chains cannot hold me. Still ass. No? Thresh? Who else has chains? Alistar? Chains? Syndrome? I gotta hear it. This Acidin? Malzahar? Is some void. Who's a void chains idiot? I actually don't know. Can I give up? York? Forgot? I have no idea. Pike? What the hell is this? Ekarim? This must be somebody that I have like never played. Oh, Soul? Oh, there are a lot of champions that start with S. Zarath? Ah, okay. This is Blitz. Timer. I give up. Called Hextech Capacitor. Victor? Who else is Hextech? Not Blitzcrank? Dude, I am throwing today. Hextech Capacitor. Renata? Who the hell else uses Hextech? Ergot? Dude, I am just throwing this away. A lot that just don't make sense. The capacitor. That's no hydroxyline. That's my wife. Ziggs? Zeri? Camilla? Ah. I give up. How do I give up? Oh, it's Jace. Or it's just passive. Hey, Dr. Doobie. That Angry Lady, Morgana. Spiderweb, Elise. Splash art. This is. I need to zoom. Zaya. This is Rakan. This is Nefiri. And it's the only skin that this champion has. Dokal Dokal. Dual type, no evolution line. Fluttermane. Final evolution, dual type. Charizard. Alola, dual type. Alolan. Ninetale. Fighting, no evolution line. Fighting, no evolution line. Fighting, no evolution. Solo fighting type. I want to say the Hitmons have a baby. Fighting types. Fighting type would... What's a legendary fighting type? Legendary fighting type. Fighting. Well, this one I can do Blaziken. Alola fighting. Let's go with... Hitmon Alola. This is gonna screw me up. Isn't Zapdos Alola? No, Zapdos Galar is fighting. Yeah, Alola's from the newer games. I know nothing about those. Psychic with no evolution line. Mewtwo. Psychic final evolution. Alakazam. Easy. Psychic and Alola. Psyduck, Alola. I don't know anything about Alola. Is Gallade Alola? There's no way. Oh, I thought I had this one in the bag. We can get fighting, no evolution line. Yeah. What up, Aura? You know what? Just kill me. Just kill me if it's wrong. Dang it. Ah. Who else is fighting type? Zapdos Galar. Pog. Alola sounds like a boba. Forget the baby? Well, I didn't know if they had a baby or not. I actually said before I picked it, I thought there was a baby version, but I didn't know if there was a baby version of each of them. I know there was Hittite. Tyrogue is the other one. Okay, well, Boba. I got nothing, so let's just name Abomasnow. Beware. And Necrozma. This looks like the dude from Slay the Spire that has 999 HP and does less damage every time you hit it. Raichu Alola is Psychic type. Okay, sure. Yo, Crabrawler is kind of sick, though. This dude's name is just Sock. And Thraw. Sock and On. This looks like Dumb and Dumber. This looks like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Hello? It's not? Marky Mark? Shrunk? Shrek? Will Ferrell? Marky Mark? Is this the other guys? That's not a choice either? Daddy's Home? I remember this stupid ass movie. Oh, God. February 6th, 1990. Warner Bros. 9 mil made more money in its 10th week. This thing's been out forever. This is Oscar bait. Oscar bait from 1990 with Morgan Freeman, Shawshank. Dang it. It's funny, touching, and totally irresistible story of a working relationship that began. Oh, Driving Miss Daisy. Yes, ma'am. When you see something's been in it's early year and it's been in the theaters for infinite, it's almost always Oscar bait. I learned that from Northern Lion. Okay. Wait, Dan Aykroyd is in Driving Miss Daisy? So he is. I've not actually seen this movie. Warner Bros. 8 mil, second week, tanked a little bit. Steven Seagal. Is this just a Rambo? He's LA Detective Mason Storm. 3 hired assassins left him for dead, and he's waited 7 years to even the score. This is going to be called Payback or something horrible. Revenge. I don't know. Hard to Kill. Wait, there was a... I spiked the Revenge. It wasn't even the one I was looking at. Orion Pictures, first week of release. This is a Fuck You, It's January movie with John Larroquette. I don't know who that is. The bad news is you have house guests. There is no good news. This is like the Fart Friends visit or something. This is gonna be Kirstie Alley, John Larroquette. This is like the in-laws. Miss. The luxurious villa of Mark and Jesse Bannister, a yuppie couple, is overrun by loads of uninvited guests who turn the house upside down. Madhouse. Budget $0. It's just Prince money. Universal 4 milli gained a lot. Okay, this is another Oscar bait. 9 weeks in, everyone went to go see it because it was nominated for an Oscar. Tom Cruise, 1990, nominated for an Oscar. Bop Bun. Mission Impossible. Eyes Wide Shut. What's the one? Show Me the Money. Jerry Maguire. Oh, okay. Tom Cruise, Raymond Barry. The Story of Innocence Lost and Courage Found. I don't know. Paralyzed in the Vietnam War, Ron Kovic because anti-war and pro-human rights political activist. Yeah, I mean, it's a Oscar bait. Born on the 4th of July. I've never seen that. Anyways, got revenge. That's all that matters. Oh, it's a massive Myrtle. This fingerprint was found in the guard tower. Jeff Aubergine was in the guard tower. Yes, chef. A stain from very expensive ink was found indoors. So the shiv from the Mont Blanc was not outdoors. Which is probably the spa, the tennis court, and the guard tower. It's just... Okay, it's actually just not in the tennis court. An anonymous source that Logico trusted passed him a message that read, Vice, whatever. Vice President Mauve was seen hanging around in the spa. He's a real blockhead. Viscount Eminence was seen in the private suite. Location's kind of on lock here. Gray eyes stared at a poisoned birthday cake. Duchess or Viscount? Miss Saffron was trying to throw suspicion on the person who carried a pair of literal golden handcuffs. Pair of literal golden handcuffs. So Miss Saffron was trying to throw suspicion. So Miss Saffron is not using the literal golden. Jeff Ambergine hated the person who brought a shiv made from Mont Blanc. Jeff Ambergine hated this person. Unless he hates himself, but we're not playing Umineko yet. It's not going to get that complicated. Forensics determined a weapon made at least partially out of metal was present on the tennis court. Metal. Tennis court means either the exploding cufflinks or the pair of literal golden handcuffs were on the tennis court. Not the bird. A golden handcuff key was discovered beneath the cushions of a velvet seat. Sorry, blah, blah, blah. The movie theater, velvet seat. So the golden handcuffs were in the movie theater. Means this was here, which is why we got this clue in the first place. The shortest suspect had a rope of designer clothes. Oh, Gonlin plays. Hi. Golden handcuff key was the shortest suspect had a rope of designer clothes. 5'2", 5'2", 5'8", 5'9", 5'2", 5'0". Lady Violet. She had a rope of designer clothes. Inspector Irrational's body was found beside a non-GMO dinner. That non-GMO? Okay, so he was killed here in the Michelin Star cafeteria, which means actually it can only be Lady Violet, the Duchess of Vermilion, or Miss Saffron. So, and the weapons can only be these. No, wait, we know it was here. Because it was here, it was not the golden handcuffs, which were in the movie theater. And because it was, yeah, it can't be any of these. Can't be the tennis court, which had a exploding cufflink. So, actually, oh, okay, and it can't be. Hold on, we can go further here. The literal golden handcuffs were not okay. The literal golden handcuffs were in the movie theater, and she did not have them. Miss Saffron did not have them. Yeah, I think Myrtle is a great lead-in for Umineko. So it was in the Michelin star cafeteria, which means it wasn't the handcuffs or the cufflinks. Because the cufflinks were in the tennis court. And we know... Oh, actually, that means it could have only been the Michelin star cafeteria. Couldn't have been for people. He was in the private suite. Can't be him. And the private suite weapon has to be one of these. Thinking. She... We have to figure out where she was. So these are actually not... It's between these three. It's between Saffron, Vermilion, and her. And we know she was using the clothes. So she couldn't have been in the spa or the movie theater. Or excuse me, the tennis court or the movie theater. So she's not in the tennis court. Oh, and she's not in the movie theater. Oh, wait, that solves it, right? Because she has the clothes, she can't be in the tennis court or the movie theater. So it's her. It's Lady Violet in the Michelin star cafeteria with the clothes. Ding, ding, ding. Hell yeah. This game's always so much fun. Give me my marrow. Today's Myrtle solution consisted of Lady Violet, a right-handed Virgo, which suggests you have aristocratic tendencies, and a rope of designer clothes, which corresponds as changing something important. This will lead ultimately to the Michelin star cafeteria, generally signifying contentment and or sustenance. If this is what you desire, you must seek out a rope of designer clothes metaphorically today. That's all. Doesn't help me at all. So it looks like we actually have some time before 6. Maybe we should just run it. Apologies if anyone was planning on getting here like right at 6 to see it. You will miss a little bit. I definitely think we're getting close to something here. Here we go. Episode 6. To completion. Maybe. It isn't unthinkable. The servants are the most suspicious. It isn't as though we have any physical evidence, so we can't tie them up and throw them in a closet. So we need to make sure that they're always within sight of those with guns, and that we keep an eye on them at all times. Aniki, we should also gather the master keys. Only the servants could have created those closed rooms. They must have done something with the chain locks using some tool or arrangement that only the servants know about. Hey, Zeki. How are you? They'll have served us for a long time. I can hardly imagine that they would commit murder. Kinzo's life is nearly over, and I hear the inheritance problem is still very shaky. And on that add on to that story about 10 tons of gold being hidden somewhere. A possible payoff like that might be enough to convince certain people to commit a crime. I don't want to think about it, but there's also a chance that the old bastard is running some bizarre occult ceremony. The servants of the One Wing are his pawns, and they might have been the ones to carry out the murders. How about Dad? Have we been able to contact him yet? No. The extension line isn't working either. The culprits may have broken it. Father does sometimes leave the receiver off the hook when he's in a bad mood. Hello, Clover Cake. How are you? When I knocked, I only received a grumpy reply. We can't contact him, but the study is well protected. Probably safer there, so it might be best to have him stay there. Flustered, Kraus tried to explain away Kinzo's silence. Battler, the game master, had made Kinzo's death a major theme for this game, so the hadn't made that a major theme for this game. So the conversation didn't progress any further at this point. They stopped talking about Kinzo without Rudolph thinking anything was particularly suspicious. Anyway, we can't let the servants go unsupervised. I've already talked with Hideyoshi about this. But we've decided to split everyone into 2 rooms on the 2nd floor and hole up in there. Why 2 rooms? Wouldn't 1 room be more secure? Well, if you tried to stick 12 people in 1 room, they'd suffocate. It would also be best to isolate the people we need to keep the closest eye on. There's Genji, the head of the servants, Goda, the largest one there. And though he's just a kid, Kanon is a boy. I'm good, how are you today? I'm doing good. We're reading some Umineko. Hope you're having a good day. I think we need to pay those 3 special attention. That way, we can isolate the group, and you and I can keep a close eye on them. Why doesn't Goda, the largest of the servants, simply eat the other servant? With 2 guns, the pair of us could cooperate in a moment's notice. If they make even a single suspicious move, bam! I understand. Let's do that. But Rudolph, we cannot be certain that they are the culprits. Don't be too pushy. You're telling me not to be pushy? We must be getting old. Right now, Hideyoshi is upstairs, dividing everyone into 2 rooms. We'll gather the ones being isolated in the cousin's room. The others will go into the next room over. Right. Aniki, what about Jessica? She insists on being in the same room as you. Jessica. We were planning to have 5 people in the cousin room and 7 in the next room over. If Jessica wants to go to the cousin room, it'd be split clean down the middle. If this was wolves and sheep puzzle, there are now 3 servant wolves and you 2 sheep in that room. If you add in Jessica, it'll be balanced out. For a while, Kraus crossed his arms and thought, the cousin's room would surely be more dangerous, so he wanted his daughter to go into the next room over. However, in an emergency like this, he wanted to have his daughter where he could see her. Let's let her stay with us. We might need her to make sure we remain good dads and uncles. Yes. At the moment, even I am only trying to act in a rational manner. But I can't guarantee that my sadness at losing my wife won't change to anger. Even without any physical evidence, the servants are certainly the most suspicious. During the long wait, the 2 men's weariness and anger and sadness might make them lose their reason and act out in anger. After thinking deeply, Kraus decided to accept Jessica's request, in part to prevent such a thing from happening. I think that's a good idea. I approve as well. I agree. It's enough that only Rosa and I lose children. Rudolph. In this way, all of the survivors except Kinzo split into 2 groups and holed up in 2 rooms on the guest house 2nd floor. One group was in the cousin room. Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Kanon, and Goda. 6 people. One group was in the next room over. Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, Nanjo, and Erika. 6 people here too. Perhaps as a result of the killer's doing, the external phone line had been cut off, and they would have to wait for the ferry boat coming the next day before they could contact the police. However, the weather report said that the typhoon would make the ocean rough all the next day. When such a thing happens, the ferry boat takes the day off, so it would probably be 2 days before the boat came. In other words, they would need to spend a full 2 nights holed up in here. While Erika and the others had their planning meeting in the lounge, food and blankets had been brought in to prepare for the siege. The sudden tragedy had everyone on edge, but it was already well after 2 in the morning. If they really suspected the servants, then the observers couldn't afford to fall asleep at the same time. Either Kraus or Rudolph should probably take a nap right away. Not bad. Even without the detective's authority, you've managed to take control pretty cleverly. A man who's lost his cool is no different from an emotional dog. If you treat them properly, it's easy to control them. One of the benefits of the detective's authority was being able to take charge of the situation. Because of this, Erika, who was both a guest and a young girl, had been able to order a large number of adults around at will. However, she didn't have that power this time. So Erika had taken charge by making good use of her natural conversation skills and techniques for controlling men. The detective's authority is the same as magic. You can't do anything that's impossible for you. So I guess Erika was only acknowledged as such, because she already had that much power. Magic is not something that is given to lazy or powerless humans. Right. On the contrary, people who can hide their great efforts are the ones we call witches. The absolute nature of the detective's authority can affect even magic. However, that convenient power probably hadn't been given to Erika easily. I probably have to acknowledge it. Even if she isn't given any special power by the witch she serves, she's capable of quite a lot on her own. But Erika, why split them into 2 rooms? I figured you'd try to gather everyone into one room. I would have if I had the detective's authority. This is a move to preserve my right to investigate at will. Ah, is that it? I see. Not bad. Since Erika was being protected as a guest, it was hard for her to move about freely. In truth, she wanted to take some time and investigate the victims at the crime scene at her leisure, without being interrupted by anyone. She had already inspected the scenes once in a huge rush as she ran through the mansion, but that probably hadn't been perfect. However, they would have let a guest into the crime scene, so she had no other choice back then. She wanted some time to herself and freedom to investigate more. In part so that she could check the closed rooms and cause the death more closely. How is that related to splitting everyone into 2 rooms? Because she'll be able to trick them with it. Watch. Yes, that's the only reason I split them into 2 rooms. Oh, she'll let each one think that she's in the other room. The cousins' room was filled with a quiet tension. The room had 6 people. Kraus, Jessica, Rudolph, and then the most suspicious ones, the male servants, Genji, Cannon, and Goda, who had been forced to hole up in here. Jessica leaned against Kraus's shoulder, wrapped up in a blanket. She was drowsy, but apparently couldn't get to sleep. It was no surprise. In this bizarre situation, it would probably take some time before she could accept her mother's death. Cannon thought that this was the sort of time he should stay by Jessica's side, but that looked like it would be hard to do in front of Rudolph's intimidating glare. Rudolph stayed completely silent, but this inner emotion showed clearly in his eyes. So Genji, Cannon, and Goda didn't have to ask to realize they were suspected. Sometimes, Goda asked to help in an attempt to get on their good side and correct the misunderstanding, but it seemed to be having the opposite effect. The best option available to him was to stay quiet so that he didn't aggravate Rudolph and sit still at the end of the sofa. In the next room over, there were also 6 people. Erika, Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Nanjo, and Kumasawa. The format of the room and the constructed atmosphere were the same as the cousins' room, but even so, it was relatively calm there. George sat holding Shannon, who was darkly hanging her head the whole time. Kumasawa and Nanjo sat nervously as they listened to Hideyoshi explain the situation. We don't know how many enemies there are. However, we have guns. And of course, I've shot guns before. I'm not talking about the Hawaii shooting center here. It's been long enough that I can confess, but I once defiantly fired off one of them occupying forces pistols. You see, back then the black market was controlled by foreign gangsters. He probably wanted to make everyone feel secure by convincing them that he could be relied upon. Hideyoshi went into one of his old stories that everyone had heard many times, and which had gotten more extravagant each time they'd heard it. It didn't make them any more confident in Hideyoshi's abilities, but it did seem to calm things down a little by bringing in a sense of normality. Why has a crime like this happened? I hope the boat comes tomorrow. That seems unlikely. It looks as though we'll be staying here for 2 nights. Now is a good time to get some sleep. My nerves aren't dull enough to let me sleep soundly in a situation like this. George. The pain and anger of losing his mother quietly tormented George. Sleepiness probably wouldn't be coming to him for a while. Erika suddenly clapped her hands as though she had just remembered something, then whispered in Hideyoshi's ear, interrupting the old story, which he had grown quite engrossed with. Sorry, I'm gonna go to the cousin's room for a second. There's one little thing I need to check on with the servants over there. Can't you use the phone? You just need to dial the room number. Oh, have you forgotten? It seems the culprit has broken the phones. Wait, you don't mean... You found some kind of contradiction in their testimonies? Huh? Up until this point, Erika had spent a lot of time giving the impression that she behaved like a detective, so Hideyoshi immediately assumed that this was something vital to do with the crime. It'll be easy to check, but this might be a huge lead. I'll be back before long. Please, don't let anyone leave this room. Even though it's the next room over, it's too dangerous to go alone. You sure you don't want to take someone with you? We can't trust the servants or Nanjo. You're in charge of this room. George is needed to support you. There's no one left. Don't worry, the detective never gets attacked. Erika had already worked hard to look like a sharp, clear-headed person. Hideyoshi relaxed and agreed, thinking that it was just next door and wouldn't be a problem. After an hour, no? Battler better not wander around too much. I'll stay over there until morning. It'd be better if I wait until it gets light before I come back. Good thinking. You be careful now. It's just a little trip to the next room over. Take good care of this room. Please, don't let anyone go outside. We've already brought everything we need up here, so there's no reason for anyone to leave. Food, drink, blankets, medicine, towels, tissue paper, everything. The women also had their cosmetic pouches. They could last 48 hours without lacking for anything. I know. We aren't just here to protect ourselves. We're also on the lookout for the culprit, if he's among us. I understand. Good. Goodbye then. Where are you going, Erika? We promised that no one would go outside. Oh, Erika remembered something important she had to do. She's going to the next room over. Don't worry. She'll be fine. If he's what? Right? It's all coming together now, isn't it? Hideyoshi suspected that Shannon might be one of the culprits. Since he also knew that Shannon and George had a special relationship, he apparently thought it would be prudent to mislead George about Erika's actions and motives. Hideyoshi slowly opened the door and checked both ways down the corridor, his gun raised. It's okay. No one's there. That's fair enough. For all we know, Shannon might take George-san hostage as soon as you leave the room, right? Careless even just showing your back to them, as you're doing now. You're right. Then be careful. Tell me about it later. Sure. Bye then. This Courage the Cowardly Dog music. Erika closed the door, pushing Hideyoshi back inside. She then waited for the sound of the lock on the inside, and her smiling eyes opened wide. Her expression had become ruthless and intelligent. In this way, Erika was able to gain several hours during which all of the suspects were sealed up and she alone was free. Finally, I can investigate to my heart's content. But first, Ushimiya Battler. Don't use my full name. Allow me to confirm the location of all characters present. Repeat it. Of course. I'm not obligated to respond, remember? If you don't, I'll just say that someone sneaked out while I wasn't looking, and that the person was responsible for the bizarre crimes that are sure to follow. If you want to show me an impossible murder, you should first confirm their location. Sure, why not? I'll listen at least. Let me hear it. From now on, instead of repeating the barricaded room next to the cousin room, let's just say the next room over. Does that work for you? Sounds simple enough. Got it. And? When I check everyone's locations as I'm about to, I'm not concerned with whether they're alive or dead. Think of it as the location of their body. And of course, I'm referring to the current point in time. Here we go. The 6 first Twilight victims are located at the places where they were discovered. Natsu is in her room, Ava's in the VIP room, Kiri is in Krause's study, Rosa and Maria are in the parlor, and you are in the guest room. Don't tell me you're already going to refuse. Don't worry, I acknowledge it. First off, it was acknowledged that the victims' locations were the same as the rooms that had been shown by the Witch's Side's illusion. I'll continue. Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nancho are in the next room over. Acknowledged. With that, the humans in the room Erika just left had been specified. Carefully checking even obvious things like that was the most basic part of playing on the human side. I'll continue. Everyone else is in the cousin room. Word everyone drew a slight reaction from Battler. Well, Erika's not. The intuition he'd built up from all of his previous games told him not to answer that one instantly. I refuse. Acknowledging that would mean that Kinzo's corpse would also have to be in the cousin's room. Ah, pardon me. It has already been shown that Kinzo no longer exists, so please remove him from the word everyone. Why are you using the word everyone for the cousin room alone? Why are you so vague? When you could just mention the names of Kraus and the other 5 individually. It'd just be too much of a pain to read out all their names. That's a bait. Or is there something wrong? Does using the word everyone create a problem with some trick of yours? If Battler had been told to repeat, Kraus, Rudolph, Jessica, Genji, Goda, and Cannon are in the cousin's room, he would probably have acknowledged it without the red without thinking too much about it. Of course, normally Erika would have mentioned the names of everyone inside and had him repeat it precisely. Battler paused, feeling some kind of unease because of that unexpected demand and the word everyone. Excluding Kinzo and me, there are 17 people on this island. 6 were killed and are lying in the mansion, and 5 are in the next room over. And if the remaining 6 are in the cousin room, that's a reasonable assumption to make, right? However, there are 17 people on the island, so if we subtract 6, then 5, then 6 again, we're left with 0 humans whose locations have not been checked. But that sort of assumption would be extremely dangerous. I'm pretty sure this sort of trick involving names and numbers of people caused you a lot of trouble with Nanjo's murder in the 3rd game. Good point. That trick worked because the 18 names given didn't match up with the 18 people who actually existed, leaving room to add in an unknown person. Exactly. And so I can't feel secure just by checking their locations by name. That's why I used the word everyone. That word can prevent you from using a new trick that I haven't even thought of. Ah, I see. Pretty crafty of you. If Battler was planning a new trick where the names and numbers of people would be used to create false alibis, like the murder of Nanjo in the 3rd game, even naming off all 17 people and checking their positions left a trace of uncertainty behind. And if he cleverly managed to slip somebody past the names and numbers of people, for example, let's say that an unknown assassin X is hiding on this island. Let's call him Puru Pico Man. I see. Even if you list everyone's names and check their locations, this Puru Pico Man would fall outside the net. Precisely. Even hearing there are only 17 people on the island, and here are the locations of those 17 people, is insufficient. There's already a precedent for this. However, the word everyone is just too broad. Can't you word it a little better? No. If we want away from the word everyone here, there's a chance that Erika will be able to use that as a basis for making Puro Pika Man the culprit for everything. In my old fights with you, I also nailed several riddles with no basis other than the unknown 18th person X. The word everyone is significant. Make sure you think very carefully first. Erika wore a full but evil smile, confident that she had made a powerful move. Players on the witch side must eradicate all possibilities that would be possible for humans. If I don't crush any chances for this ridiculously named Puro Pika Man right now, he'll be used to explain everything the witch does. That was a move I liked to use in my old games with Beto. Back at the very beginning of the fight, my counterattacks were all based on the unknown 19th person X. Because of that, Beto had restricted the number of people to the island, making it necessary to eliminate any unknown person hiding somewhere. In that case, this time it's the same. So just like Beto did, I needed to get rid of any leeway in which X can exist. The number of people on the island has already been announced, but since she's suspecting tricks involving names and numbers of people, saying the same thing again will not satisfy her. In that case, I have no choice but to respond to her demand and use the word everyone. That word has a disturbing ring to it, and though I haven't figured it out yet, it feels like there's some kind of demonic killer move hidden within it. Damn, after insulting Beto so much and saying that the witch side had a huge advantage, I'm getting this pressure just having to deal with a single line to repeat. Deflection, right? You mean the chess term? Yes. It's a technique of putting pressure on an enemy piece, forcing it to move and making them weak in their own position. I'm threatening you with the broad and powerful piece called Everyone, pressuring you to move. With this, Battler will be able to perfectly guarantee alibis for all of the survivors, and it'll probably make it possible for him to trap me in the later impossible crimes. What exactly are you afraid of? Shouldn't this be a powerful move for you? But it's a move that you're pressuring me to make. You're trying to make me weaken my own position in some way. No matter how good a move seems, it's a bad move when it's what your opponent wants. Hello, Sonic. However, it will be hard to avoid the word everyone here. The red truth can cut weak reasoning of the human side apart over and over. In the past, I feared its ruthlessness. However, I also learned quickly that it could be used as a basis for a counterattack. Yes, the red truth is a trump card, a treasured sword. Now I'm painfully aware of how Beato felt. It can kill with ease, but it's not something to be used unnecessarily. Using it carelessly will end up cornering the witch side instead. What will you do? We can put this on hold if you want. No. Okay. I acknowledge it. I acknowledge that everyone else is in the cousin's room. Good. Thank you very much, Battler. Beautifully done. Oh, I'm in trouble. If a letter from a witch comes in this situation, just who could I suspect? She said she was in trouble, but her face didn't look troubled at all. Do I have Discord? I do. On the contrary, she looked as though she had just succeeded in placing a huge opening move. In the witch's game, even a single mistake can be fatal. In both chess and shogi, you can't get a piece back once you've moved it. The last exchange had left a bad aftertaste, as though flesh had been torn and bones broken. Add me? No, thank you. That should be enough for confirming position. Shall we continue the game? Yes, we shall. Delanor. Yes, Lady Erika. Let's get started right away. Let's use the privilege of our merciful game master has given us. Yes, understood. Gertrude, Cornelia, use 2 rooms worth of 3 sets of seals we were given. Let it be known that we understand. Seal the cousin's room and the next room over. With this, everyone's been sealed except for the victims. No matter what happens after this, the humans within the seals won't be a problem. Whoa. She's using the seals moving forward, not retroactively. Interesting. They really wouldn't do much retroactively. By the seals on the doors and windows, the complete sealing of both the cousin's room and the room next over have been guaranteed. For just an instant, the red longsword had returned to Delanor's hand. She had been given permission to draw it, thanks to the red truth she'd finally gained. When the fight concerned these 2 sealed rooms from now on, Delanor would be able to use that merciless blade, the red key. This overwhelming power could slice even the Game Master in half. For a while, Erika and Delanor just grinned at each other, entranced by the ruthless red light that was burned into their eyes. Senior Aid. Not Senior. She's not talking to Senor Aid. Senior Aid. Allow me to ask a question. What is it? The players on the human side are to interpret questions proposed by the witch as being a work of humans. You are not mistaken. If that's so, why are Lady Erika and Commander Delanor fighting to lower the number of humans who can commit crimes? Cornelia's question was a very simple one. These 2 had made this move boldly, making it sound like it was a powerful one, almost as though it would greatly damage the witch. However, if you thought about it, Erika was just strangling her own neck. We still don't know what sort of crime will occur in the future. Would it not be more advantageous to the humans if there are more people whose locations are not specified? Know that now is not yet the time for the lady or the commander to reveal their thoughts. I apologize for my idle chatter. Cornelia looked like she wasn't satisfied. In the previous game, when trying to help Kinzo escape from his study, Battler had desperately tried to break free from that closed room using various methods. As a result, Kinzo had escaped into the darkness of the night, and it had later been possible to treat him like an elusive phantom. In other words, closed rooms were advantageous to witches and disadvantageous to humans. Witches proposed closed rooms, and humans destroyed and denied them. That should have been the standard tactic of this game. And yet, Erika had created closed rooms herself, sealing a full 11 humans in them. In other words, this was the same as abandoning the right to use those 11 people when explaining all of the later tricks. Unless she breaks the seal. If she breaks the seal, then she can use it as an excuse. In the past, Battler had confirmed the locations of certain people, but that had been to check whether certain pieces existed with which he could break closed rooms. A completely different situation. Why had Erika taken these 11 people, who were also her pieces, and sealed them in a closed room? Cornelia hadn't experienced enough fights to understand this move, which looked as though they were trapping themselves. A disturbing move. What on earth is Erika planning? It isn't necessarily an attack. In chess and shogi, strengthening the guard around your king is an excellent strategy. In other words, the seals around those two rooms aren't an attack, but a guard? That seems likely. Thanks to that, it's hard to lay a hand on the survivors. It'll be tough to carry out the second Twilight. Ah, that makes sense. Ah, I see. The witch side has an advantage when more riddles are presented. Yeah. After all, even if one riddle goes unsolved, the witch wins. Exactly, each new closed room we present increases our advantage. The riddles that the witch side sets up are equivalent to attacks. The human must perfectly interpret all of them. It's almost like a penalty shootout, where letting a single point slip by means defeat. What's your name on Discord? I'm not going to give out my Discord. So the witch side wants to increase its number of attacks. The human side wants to lower the number of attacks. When Battler had fought on the human side, he hadn't thought of the survivors holding up in a room as being particularly useful. However, from the witch side's perspective, the strategy was simple but effective. What made Beato incredible was how she'd bluffed and sneered at this tactic, as though it was completely useless. On the inside, she must have been so worried over how to break down all of these barricades in each game. Right now, I'm sure of that. I see. So strengthening your guard to make it hard for a crime to occur is one way for the human side to fight. Yeah, like when all the humans are bolstered together, it's a lot easier for them to survive. It's a lot harder to commit those murders. However, that's a simple move. The great detective Furuto Erika wouldn't have looked so confident after playing a move like that. Would Erika be happy after playing a defensive move? Though this move looks as though she's restraining herself, it's also extremely unlikely that Erika was playing defensively. I'm sure that this is an attack, not a move made for defense, though I don't know what kind of attack it is. Next is our move. What shall we do? For the moment, she has, at least apparently, spent her turn on strengthening her guard to stop the second Twilight, instead of reasoning about the first one. If they push, pull back, and if they pull back, push. In that case, it's time for us to attack. But how? How do we attack? The guest house is well guarded. Yes, it appears as though the entire guest house is now under Erika's control. However, there are certain pieces, like bishops and knights, whose specialty is cutting behind enemy lines. Ooh, a bishop. Battler snapped his fingers and a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness, then flew in front of the chessboard, trailing gold sparks behind it. It landed without a sound. It then transformed into a black piece representing the witch's darkness. X-ray. That's also a chess term. Yes, it's a high-level technique. It's when a square seems to be under an enemy's control, but you've spotted that your own piece actually have enough influence over it, so you attack. Erika, if you really believe that you can stop my next attack by sealing up all the survivors, that's just naive. Battler raised his new black piece high. His target was a single open space deep behind enemy lines. How will you handle it? This is my response. Can finally stretch my wings. First off, let's take a midnight stroll to the mansion. You would take a stroll in the middle of the night to an eerie mansion where a killer might be hiding? You must be very insane. Not at all. I worked so hard to get this time to myself, didn't I? It feels like free time after swimming lesson. Now that Baron Castell was nowhere in sight, Erika was regaining her high spirits. She wasn't exaggerating when she said she was spreading her wings. Eleanor knew that she was risking her own destruction in this game, and she was not in a favorable position by any means. Eleanor could do nothing but assist Erika so that she could fight to the best of her abilities. Alright. The locks on the first floor of the guest house are perfect. The entrance is sealed up with a chain lock. Before leaving the guest house, Erica did a check of the first floor, making sure that nothing was out of place. Then she found a flashlight and umbrella in the servant room next to the entrance. Then let's go. Yeah, we at least have to check the cause of death for all 6. She unset the chain, unlocked the door, and opened it. The freezing outside air poured in. It appears to be quite windy still. Well, this body is just a cage of flesh to me. I don't care if it gets wet or cold. Let's go. When Erica dropped her gaze to open her umbrella, she noticed something lying at her feet. Oh. It's one of the usual letters. It was one of those letters sent by the witch, with the seal of the one-winged eagle on it. It had been wedged under the outside mat in front of the entrance, as though someone had predicted that Erica would eventually leave for the mansion this way. It was the shadows of large eaves, so it had avoided the rain entirely. So it's here already, almost as though this was waiting for me. She bent over and picked it up. She then tore it open recklessly and pulled out the letter inside of it. A message had been written in neat letters. Welcome, Fruto Erika-sama, it says. Oh, so it's calling me by name. They totally saw this coming. What does it say? It's an advance notice for a crime. No, I should say it's a report after the fact. Apparently, they have taken Ushimiya Battler's corpse. It's basically saying, please try looking for it. So this isn't the tear apart the two who are close of the second Twilight. Well, disappearing corpses happened a few times in Beto's games too. There's nothing really new about this. Erica shrugged and scorned the letter. However, this letter was a real attack. All of the survivors were sealed in rooms on the second floor. And at the very end, after she had gone around with Kraus and the others to check the locks and doors and windows, Erica had personally confirmed that there was nothing at this spot. So, this was an attack saying, someone who shouldn't be here placed this letter, and that someone was the witch. That was also an attack the old Beto had often used. Yeah, that was one they didn't solve in the other game really either. Yeesh. The way you show it is the same. Please tell me the actual trick isn't the same too. Eleanor, please call Battler here. Lord Battler, we wish to take our turn. Got it. Let's have it. Sorry, I actually don't have a move to declare. The truth is, there's something I need to apologize for. Apologize? Battler and Beto's eyes went wide. However, though Erica said that she wanted to apologize, she had a confident look on her face, as though that even that apology would be a new move. So Battler glared at her dubiously without letting his guard down. It's about those retroactive seals. I actually already sealed one place. I apologize for taking so long to report this to you. You already sealed something? In other words, you've already used up all 3 rooms worth? Yes. I promised that I'd report on it right away, but I completely forgot until just now. You have my sincere apologies. Oh, come on, Erica. You don't look like someone who's sincerely apologizing. Well, that's fine. I'm the one who gave you that privilege, so... What did you seal? Eleanor. Allow me to report. Battler's guest room was sealed at the time of Lady Erica's inspection of the corpses. Beto tried not to let it show on her face, but her eyebrows twitched visibly and her gaze flicked over to Battler. Normally, I would have liked to seal all the closed rooms, but I didn't have enough packing tape. Out of respect for the Game Master, I sealed only the room with Battler-san's corpse. So you were kind enough to close the lid on my coffin. I remembered a short while ago. I was planning to tell you when we reached the mansion and investigated the guest room with your corpse in it. However, when this letter appeared, I figured I should report it right away. Why'd you think that? Well, after all, Battler-san has been playing this game ignorant of the fact that his corpse was sealed in the guest room. Because of that, I thought that it might be possibly changing things regarding the appearance of this letter. The cousin room and the next room over are currently sealed. Sorry for the late report, but the guest room with your corpse in it is also sealed. And there are 17 people on the island, excluding Lady Erica. The existence of an 18th person has already been denied in a previous game. In that case, if we're thinking about some person who could have placed this letter and the disappearance of your corpse, I thought maybe... I thought this might change things around a bit. Erica laughed crudely while staring into Battler's eyes to see if he was panicked or disturbed. Battler. Stay calm. Erica has just made a report a bit late. There's no need to lose your cool. Erica had suspected it since the beginning. It was possible that Battler actually hadn't been killed and was still alive. And if he was alive, then the letter that had suddenly appeared was easy to explain, even though all of the survivors were sealed up. Judging by Beto's faint agitation, maybe Erica's guess had been right on the mark. Battler played dead and somehow got around to Erica's examination, and then, while everyone was barricading themselves in the guest house, he snuck out of the guest room. After that, he placed a letter detailing the disappearance of his own corpse in the entrance to the lobby, and hid himself. If that was the truth, then the seals that had been placed on Battler's guest room at the time of Erica's examination were now very significant. Kind of disagree. Because Battler's body was claimed to have been moved, those seals should be broken no matter what. So whatever trick they were using, those seals would end up broken. That doesn't tell you anything terribly specific about his fake death. In other words, if this was the trick they'd used, then Battler would certainly have broken the seals when he left the guest room. The trick would not be workable without breaking the seal. Since the survivors were all sealed up inside the guest house, then if the seals on the guest room were broken, it meant acknowledging that at least one of the victims was actually alive. If Battler had known about the seals earlier, it was likely he would have advanced the game in a different way to avoid this. In other words, it's very likely that an announcement about the seals would have had a large effect on the rest of Battler's game. Erica was saying, if Battler avoided breaking the seals because he was pretending to be a corpse, and instead remained inside the guest room, perhaps this letter would not have appeared in the story. Battler was actually alive and had placed the letter there. Then now that Erica's seals had come into play, there was a chance that this trick would cause contradiction somewhere down the line. That sort of contradiction is called a logic error. Oh, that's how Erica's trying to win. She's trying to bait Battler into a logic error. Logic error? I think we heard about that earlier in the story. It's a violation of the rules, the greatest and worst form of error, with the which side must avoid making. Yeah, I remember. It was something about the two sides of the tale not matching and creating a contradiction. Do you remember the magic for making candy appear inside an overturned cup? Yeah. Why is she creeping like that? Maria and Erica were fighting about that. Apparently, that was just a simple trick where someone slipped the candy in the cup while Nechan had her eyes closed. That's right. Since Maria did not observe the process of the trick and was only given the result, she accepted the illusion of magic, that the candy had appeared by magic inside the cup, and magic was established. Okay, so a logic error would be a trick that has become impossible. If you think about it, Erica and Maria's fierce red and blue truth battle over this magic was the real opening of this tale's fight. Let's try and remember that exchange. That heartless truth was that it had all been a trick. Making the candy appear in the cup by magic had been nothing more than Beato's claim. Magic can only do things that one can accomplish. In other words, you can only have a magical result if something that could have been done without magic... What? I read that wrong. If it's something that could have been done without magic. Let's be clear. There are two general types of magic. If you summon giants... Summon giants and make towers grow from the ground. But when the lid is taken off, nothing has happened in the rose garden. That's one type of magic. That's just an illusion. It's a lie when no observers... It's a lie with no observers that takes place where the witch says it did, in a location without any of the anti-magic toxin. Magic that doesn't have a match result is the most simple kind, a lie. This is the same as a worthless delusion, an illusion, a daydream. Even Battler saw through it partway through the third game. Then there's another kind, which we might call true magic. Magic that matches a result. The cup trick is an example of that, since an observer actually checks to see that the cup's contents were empty before seeing a candy appear there, and thus the actual observer of the incident is created. I've discovered one big rule that magic matching a result has to follow, unlike the magic of illusions. The rule is that only the unobserved process of what you accomplished can be transformed into magic. I could speak even more generally and ruthlessly. In short, all forms of magic are tricks. Only things that can be accomplished without magic can have matching results. Ironically, this also proves that magic doesn't actually exist. But out of respect for the witch's game, let's call it making the game solvable and fair for the human player. So, instead of the candy inside the cup, we now have the mysterious letter that appeared in front of Erika. They have to be tricks. By claiming that the witch set the letter there by magic, Onichan is trying to create magic that matches a result. Correct. Since all of the survivors are sealed within the closed room of the guest house, it is possible to embellish that this suddenly appeared letter and say it was curious bit of magic, for only a witch could have placed it there. But even so, it must be a possible trick in the end. In order to see through the trick with the candy in the cup, Erika had countered with a blue truth, saying that the candy had been snuck in there while her eyes were closed. That was the correct answer, so Maria hadn't had any red that she could use. But what if she had used it? For example, what if Maria had used the red truth to say, until I lifted the cup up, the closed room of the overturned cup remained intact? The red truth can only be used to refer to the truth, right? If you could lie with it, it'd be a massive violation of the rules. Yes, denying your own trick with the red truth is a major violation of the rules. However, if you instantly switch over to another trick that doesn't violate the red truth, it may be slightly unfair, but that red truth can be acknowledged. Interesting. So in this case, the witch side would need to immediately propose another trick that doesn't contradict the red truth, stating that the closed room inside the cup was preserved. Like the excuses of a politician when he keeps backtracking as new evidence is shown to him. Yes. Well, for a run like this, she might be able to get away with some painful excuse. Maybe there was some device on the table, or maybe it was a trick cup with a fake bottom. But if the possibility had been denied beforehand, this would not be valid. The more red truth there are, the harder it is to talk your way out. In actuality, the candy had been put in the cup while Maria's eyes were closed. However, if, when Erika saw through that, Maria had used the red truth to say that the closed room of the cup had been preserved, the witch would have to rush and revise the scenario to a new trick that still worked logically after that new red. Revising the scenario is not an unfair move that would never be allowed in the mystery genre. However, the very act of revising the scenarios takes place inside the witch's head, which is an unobservable world. So if she claimed that she'd been using the trick with a fake bottom cup from the beginning, no one could deny it. So, even if it really was a trick done while Onechan's eyes were closed, as long as the witch leaves herself a way out, she can even switch between tricks. Rather than calling this an action available to witches, we should probably say that it's only usable by the game master, who creates and writes. But even so, the new truth must not contradict any of the previously stated red truths. If the red truth makes it so that the trick no longer makes logical sense, then there will be a mismatch between the two sides of the story, the illusory result that the game master claims is magic, and the true result that was brought about by a trick. Is this like retconning? I read this sort of to be like retconning, but you would think like it's got more severe consequences in the game of the witch. So when we get a contradiction and it no longer makes logical sense, we call it a logic error, and that would mean the destruction of the witch's game. The world is a game that's possible to explain with humans. In other words, it must be possible for all magic to have been done by tricks. If it's impossible to do with tricks, then the human side has no move and we get a stalemate. No, not quite. That's where we get the fatal and horrible violation known as a logic error. When the witch side does this, the game is instantly destroyed, and they suffer a fatal defeat. Erika has probably seen through Onichan's trick. Without the detective's authority, she couldn't perform a proper examination of the corpses. Because of that, he continued to play dead, snuck out of the guest room, and placed the letter at the entrance to the guest house. However, because Battler was so overly gracious in giving out those retroactive seals, things went wrong. Stupid Onichan. The current situation still does not warrant panic. It still hasn't been specified with red truth that the seals around the guest room are intact. He is free to break the seals. If he doesn't, then he can probably have it so that someone other than Battler was alive and swap them in as the person who placed the letter. That's right. It's not just Onichan. The other corpses haven't been specified as dead by the red yet. So far, there would be any problem if they were all faking. This is my first time watching and I've never heard of this game. I'm so lost. Yeah, we are over 100 hours into this game. You can see on the thumbnail, this is the 35th stream of this game. So if you go to my live tab, you can watch from the beginning if you want. It is a really good story, but there is a lot of content for this game. I do appreciate you watching, though. True. This is far too soon for them to get flustered. Yeah, it's a long story. All he has to do is change his moves so that Erika's seals and the placement of the letter do not contradict each other. And revising the plot without contradiction is one of the moves available to the Game Master. However, taking a scenario one has imagined and revising it partway through can sometimes create flaws in the tale. It would be a very regrettable move to make when the first Twilight has only just ended. It would seem that Battler was the one with an enemy piece moved deep behind his lines. This hidden piece will probably cause him pain and discomfort with each step from now on, like a pebble caught in one's shoes. A single pebble might kill Battler. This still isn't quite a logic error, and though we sealed the room retroactively, we are at fault for the lateness in reporting it. So, I have no problem with letting Battler retroactively rewrite the plot concerning this letter. Retroactively rewrite the plot? I see. If I placed the letter there, then that would become impossible as soon as I was sealed in that closed room. In which case, this letter shouldn't have appeared there. Correct. So, I thought you should have the chance to revise the small inconsistency. We just now discovered the letter here. Well, you're saying that we do not mind if you want to undo that, if you want to use a revised scenario. Just by the existence of the letter and packing tape, this sort of move is possible for Furudo Erika. What do you think, everyone? I can't stand her, dude. What a dirty move. Well, what else should I expect from Erika? I made a promise with Delanor too, that we'd both play all out and mercilessly. Yeah, it's true. I'd been planning to make Battler actually alive, and then have him slip out of the guest room, resulting in this disappearance and in the placement of the letter. However, if I revise the scenario now that my move's been spotted, it'll be the same as admitting that it was spotted. Even if I have to be stubborn about it, I don't want to admit that I was seen through here. I don't want to acknowledge a pathetic plot change where I try to sneak out of the guest room and break the seals. I want to change over a different trick. And so that the letter will be placed and my corpse hidden, while still preserving the seals on the guest room. It doesn't really have to be me who places that letter. I can still revise the logic without contradictions. I think Battler walks himself into a contradiction here, because we saw him trapped in his own body, marrying Erika at the end. But Battler-san, even if you can place the letter somehow, how are you going to make your corpse vanish afterwards? The guest room is sealed. If you didn't find a trick to erase that corpse from the closed room right now, a logic error will occur. I still have time. Let me think until the last second. Damn it. With a painful laugh, Battler unconsciously scratched at his head. Anyway, we'll leave the letter like this. I can't stay... Oh, sorry about that. Having the guest room sealed makes a big contradiction. So I'd like to revise my move. It would mean acknowledging that she caught me. I feel like a ninja hiding above the ceiling. Even though I was noticed and stabbed by a spear, I just withstand the pain, wipe the blood off the spear, and act as though nothing happened. False courage works well enough. I can't let her know that this one hurt. Battler. Hey, Beto. Do you know what my face looks like now? I'm sure it's the same expression you had when I managed to hit you where it hurts in the past. Damn it. Beto couldn't think of anything to say. Useless words of comfort would only get in the way of Battler's thinking now. What would the old you do? The old you who created all of those closed rooms that tormented me so much in the past. What kind of trick would she use to erase my corpse from a closed room? Beto trembled and groaned. The old her had been an expert of closed room tricks. If only that memory, that power, could be revived, she'd be able to help Battler. There's still time to think. There's still time. Nice going, Erica. That was a dirty move. I don't know how I feel about that move. I mean, it kind of works. It kind of just seems like everyone was careless about it. I don't know, like, Battler seems to have been careless, maybe. It was definitely sneaky. Alright, I'm going to take a short water break because these next couple chapters are longer than normal chapters. They're each about an hour and a half or 2 hours. So I'll be right back. Enjoy the banger while I go. Wait for the ad break to end, but I'm back. I have no idea where this is going to go. There's only like 4 chapters left. We are approaching the climax. I am so stressed out. I think I need to take a personal day tomorrow from work, but I'm like, that is like stressing me out more than the actual stress. And I know that sounds bad, but now my car is like goofing again. It blows hot air so frequently. Like my air, I've had this air in my car tried to be fixed like so many times. I don't know what the hell is wrong with it now. So I have to take that in, and like that's gonna own me probably. I just don't know how people do it anymore. I can't keep up with everything. Let's get it. The entrance to the mansion was locked, but Erica had a master key, so she opened it without any trouble. She had gotten Kraus and the others to take the master keys from the servants, and at that time she had used a little sleight of hand to pilfer one of them. What do you think, Chad? Is the room going to be sealed or not? Well then, where shall we go first? Why ask? Let's go and hear Battler's answer. Grinning, Erica cut across the entrance hall and passed in front of the dining hall, deeper and deeper. She headed to the guest room Battler had lain dead in. Battler could pull off deciding whether the seals would remain whole or not until the moment right before Erica witnessed them. Sealed or unsealed, I can't call it for you. However, once she did witness them, the Game Master would have to show what had happened to them. I think they're going to be unsealed, but there's unsealed, but Battler's body is going to be elsewhere. In the witch's game they were in now, the simple act of going to check the seals around the guest room was an attack. Are you ready, Lord Battler? Yeah. Or as you say it, come, step forward. Good. Then show us your response. Well now, are the seals broken or are they not? Has the closed room been preserved or hasn't it? The piece Erica held high in the air was the White Queen, which represented herself. White. Her target was Battler's camp. He attacked. Squidward points down from Crow's Nest. Erica dashed down the hallway with a sickening smile and clung to the guest room door like a spider. Then she closely examined the seals she had placed retroactively. Are you sure? You're sure about this, right? Battler? Is this okay, Battler? Yeah. I can't back down here. Oh, it's going to be sealed. After all, even if I'm sealed in here, there are ways of placing the letter. But now Erica will probably enter the guest room, and then she will observe your corpse. What are you going to do? If the corpse is there, then there's no problem. The letter's prediction will be off, but it's not as though there's a penalty for that. But still, you intend to fight head-on? There are times when a man is challenged head-on, and he has to respond no matter who the opponent. I must not pull back here. I'll take that challenge. I can search for a way out all I want later. I managed to do that with Kinzo's study last time. Don't worry, I can do it. I can do it. Come, Erica. We have confirmed that the seals to the guest room are undamaged. Since the time Lady Erica confirmed Battler's presence, this closed room has been preserved. Good. I'm breaking the seals. Rip, tear. Erica destroyed the packing tape seal on the door in ecstasy. It looked as though the intellectual R-word had finally laid her true nature bare. Okay, I'm opening it. Let's have a look at Battler's naked scenario. Like a ruffian pushing down a frail girl, Erica mercilessly and greedily threw the door open. Then finally, the inside of Battler's guest room was observed by Erica. Battler had to show it. Was there a corpse, or wasn't there? Here's my response. Battler grabbed a black piece from the board and raised it high. That piece. Beto had no memories of the time she had been an expert at this game. And yet, for some reason, she realized that this was a move that could not be taken back. Once this piece was moved, they couldn't move it back. What is it, a pawn? The guest room was covered by a silent darkness. It was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. However, there was a light switch just off to the side of the entrance. If she flicked that, the room would be lit up, and she would see whether or not there was a corpse on the bed. Shall I turn them on? No, wait a sec, please. Battler, I have a proposal. Let's hear it. I think you already know, but this time around, I'm not aiming to find the culprit and achieve a standard victory. My enemy is not the lowly culprit killing the pieces, but my opponent. You, yourself. I know. So, you're after a logical error. I'm seriously regretting it now. Even though you were just pretending to be miserable, I fell for it completely and gave you a ridiculous ability. That was your pride. It will cost you dearly. Damn it. So, what is your proposal? With a firm voice, Beto urged her to continue. Till just a second ago, she had remained behind Battler's back, a bit flustered. However, she was steady now. She saw that Battler had let his emotions take control of him, and had been lured into making a bad move, and realized that it was time for her to stay cool and support him. Erika's proposal couldn't be anything good. And on top of that, Erika was sly. She probably wouldn't make a proposal that would be easily rejected. I will now turn on the light. The top of the bed will be lit up, and it will be decided whether or not Battler has disappeared as the letter predicted. If he's here, great. There's nothing strange at all. The letter's prediction would just be wrong. Of course, the argument would probably switch over to then who put the letter there. But for the time being, the location of the fight would not move outside this closed room. And if he's missing? Beto already knew. He knew the move Battler had made a second ago. Battler had already disappeared from this room. Therefore, they would need to prepare a disappearing trick, other than he was actually alive and left through the door. The situation is simple. First, this room is a closed room. Also, Battler's life or death status hasn't been confirmed. In other words, him being alive wouldn't cause any problems. They had to make Erika think Battler had vanished from the situation. He just had to escape from the room. Or if that wasn't possible, he just had to hide somewhere and wait for her to leave, making her think that he'd disappeared. Inside this tiny room, I will now begin our endgame, the chase after the king. It should end in just a few moves. You'll be unable to construct the logic needed to let Battler escape from this room, and the tale will be destroyed. Game over. Fighting to keep that from happening is our job. What is this proposal of yours? An endgame fought over a logic error should be a bit more precise. Once again, we will fight with the red and blue truths, but we need a referee on the same level as the game master to observe and see that he doesn't create any logic errors with the red truth. That seems reasonable. There's nothing special about this. Back when the old you was the game master, you were under the observation of your guardian, Lady Lambda Delta. In that way, it was judged that all red truths were valid. You're telling us to show Lambda Delta our cards? I've been watching since the beginning. It's okay, don't worry. I'm impartial in my judgments. Can you say that in red? Yep. I swear that I am impartial in my judgments. I was plenty impartial in the last game, wasn't I? So, I don't want to nitpick, but she said in red that she swears she's impartial in her judgments. Which could be true. She could totally swear that she's impartial in her judgments, but that doesn't actually mean she is. I imagine that that's not the implication there. But I would be like, you gotta be a little more specific with that if it were me. Especially for interesting judgments where she doesn't care which way it falls. Accept it, Battler. Erika is going to corner you. Understand? She will duel you and will kill you in this game. If you're a man, accept the duel. Sure, fine. We won't go anywhere if you suspect every single impossible murder I show of being a logic error. It's true that we need an observer to guarantee that the game is legitimate. Then I'll come around to your side. Let me take a look at your hand. Huma. Lambda Delta understood what Battler had up his sleeve, and she saw that Erika's first move had indeed gone straight through his heart. Just as Erika had guessed, Battler was alive, and had slipped out of the room after Erika had examined his corpse, placed the letter by the guest house, and hid himself somewhere. When the packing tape seals had been retroactively placed in the guest room, he would have had to show that they'd been torn. However, if he had done that, it would be the same as admitting that he'd been seen through and that he'd lost. Unwilling to admit that, Battler had claimed that the seals had been maintained, with false courage. and was now rushing to revise his logic. True, he could still escape for a few more moves. However, Erika was planning to corner and kill him here. Battler, you're fighting with some pretty incredible cards here. Cards? Does this game of chess look like a card game to you? To me, it looks as though you're all playing a game of poker. So by moving to this side and looking at the cards you hold, I understand everything. That's an awful move. It's a complete waste. And Erika has already seen right through you. What would you do? I'm the referee. I can't give advice. But let me tell you my impressions. No, that's okay. It's chilling. You're trying to use this useless move, this baseless bluff, to make Erika back down. She's not gonna back down, that girl. After all, you're the one who should be throwing his chips in and folding now. Thank you for the advice, Battler. I agree with her. Let's back down from this fight in this room. We don't have any winning cards. Were you hoping to discard your cards and draw something more useful? I thought you were playing chess. In the world of chess, if you rely on luck, you die. By hoping to draw something useful, you meant relying on luck and betting that, even if he couldn't think of a trick now, he might think of a good plan for making a closed room trick later on. If you enter into the fight without any tricks in mind, you get killed. Now was the time to back down. When Erika flipped the switch, he just had to be sleeping there on that bed. That's all he needs. Lambda, I don't know what you're talking about, but you're chatting too much. The referee needs to be impartial. True. Then, good luck, Battler. I'm hoping for a precise, chess-like battle. You aren't playing poker, are you? Are you ready, Battler? Yeah, I am. Turn the lights on whenever you want. For the rest of the fight in this room, the progression of time will be stopped. This way, all the moves for both players will be made at the same time. Battler's first baby board game was, yeah. Battler is floundering here. And the first move made will be treated no differently than the last. It might be hard to understand, but this rule exists for the purpose of maintaining logic, and to keep you protected as well. From here on out, you can use all the twisted logic you want to rebuild the trick in this room. In other words, it's possible that you might think of a good idea partway through the fight. Normally, it's unfair to revise your plot partway through. In order for that to be acceptable, you need a world stopped in time, where everything happens at once, and where logic that you think of afterwards can counter your opponent's earlier moves. Of course, Erika can take advantage of this rule as well. If you revise your trick to be a new one, she can deal with that in a different way. This is pretty complicated. It's simple. It's like a corrupt politician's war of twisted logic. You lie shamelessly. When evidence is shown revealing that lie, you retract those previous lies and shamelessly say that you just remembered it wrong. Then change to a new lie that doesn't have any contradictions. The fight goes between a lie, then evidence exposing it, then another lie. Like a fight between two snakes spinning around trying to eat each other's tails. Good. Just think of it as a world in which you're allowed to use twisted logic based off of your opponent's moves as often as you want. I use that myself when sealing this room, as though... So, I thought it was only fair to let you do the same. You have no shame, do you? Okay, then let's have both sides begin. Will Erika take the first move? Will she start by checking the bed? By checking to see what he's bet? Yeah, let's start by checking to see if Battler's on the bed. Erika, begin. Leave it to me, my master. Light? On! With a click, the sound of the light switch rang out and the bulb turned on, lighting up the room. On Battler's bed was... Delanor, confirm it with the red. Ushimiya Battler. Nope, it's my move. I'll say it. Ushimiya Battler is not on the bed. Good. I'm glad you didn't run away from the fight. I'm impressed. It's a high-stakes battle, so it'll cost you a lot if you're the one who loses. Are you prepared? No one would raise the stakes unless they felt confident in their advantage. Delanor, keep a record. As you wish. At Delanor's nod, Cornelia, who was hanging back, started taking a record. She wrote down that Battler's corpse, which should have been on the bed, was not. and also that Battler hadn't backed down from this closed room game. As previously announced, Battler's first move is to have the corpse vanish. Now it's Erika's turn. Go ahead. I present the possibility that Ushirimiya Battler is alive and hiding somewhere in this room. I proclaim this with the blue. Invalid. If you want to use the blue truth, give me a specific location. In the last game, Beto did that in Kinzo's study, and Delanor made Swiss cheese of her, right? Are you trying to take revenge for that? Well, here, you don't have the detective's authority to investigate every corner of the room reliably, right? Before I start searching, I have one blue truth I can use without a search. There is a possibility of a hidden door X that is impossible to discover. He's hidden behind that, so it's impossible for me to find him. Nox is third. It is forbidden for hidden passages to exist. Isn't that right? No hidden places that are impossible for Erika to find exist inside the guest room. Nox is third, valid. Good. Then let's get started with the search. Erika slowly began to walk around the room. Until the endgame had started, Erika had been energetic, jumping about impatiently like a hungry dog. However, now that it had actually begun, this was a stifling battle of wits, where each breath made her tense. Even the quiet sound of the rain was distracting. Now that I've searched the room, let's confirm its layout. The guest room is divided into two rooms, the bedroom and the bathroom. Give me one moment, chat. Sorry, missed that. Bedroom, bathroom. Lady Erika has currently searched the entire bedroom section. There's only one exception. I'll leave that one place to be for the time being. So, were there any irregularities discovered in the bedroom? There were none. Except for one location. There's no one to be seen in the bedroom. What's this except for one location business? Say it without being annoying. There's a reason a face-down card remains face down. I'll turn it over if it's needed, so look forward to it. After thoroughly checking the bedroom, Erika headed for the bathroom door. Since he wasn't in the bedroom, it was natural to think that he was in the bathroom. And since the guest room was made up of two rooms, if Battler wasn't in the bathroom either, it would mean that he had managed to vanish from the closed room. Except for that single location that Erika had intentionally left unchecked. I'm checking the bathroom. Lady Erika, the sound of water can be heard from inside. Also, there's a faint heat. Oh? Don't tell me he's taking a shower. Is it locked or something? No, it isn't locked. Go ahead and open it. Then if you allow me. Slowly, Erika put her hand on the doorknob of the bathroom door. She tried to push it open but felt a strange resistance. Of course, it wasn't the resistance of the lock. It felt as though it had an unnatural load on it. Out from the silently open crack poured the hot air from the shower. However, it was unlocked, so there probably wasn't anyone taking a shower. After letting a dumbfounded expression rise to her face, Erika slammed into the door with her whole body, knocking it open. What? As soon as she opened the door, a hot blast poured out on her. Erika froze, unable to understand what had happened. After falling backwards on her butt, she realized that boiling hot shower water was spewing out at her, and hard. What? What is this? What a crazy prank. Cursing, Erika wrapped the blanket from the bed around herself and tried to enter the bathroom once more. This time, she was able to figure out what was going on. It was quite an elaborate prank. A wire fixed on the shower nozzle in place so that it pointed at the entrance. The pressure and heat were turned up to the max, so that anyone who went through the door would be met with a wave of hot water. The pressure was very strong, which probably accounted for the weight she had felt when trying to push the door open. She tried to make the nozzle point in another direction, but not only was it fixed in place by the wire, it was also fixed in place high enough that Erika couldn't reach it with her height. She tried to turn off the pressure, but that also was held in place by a wire. She couldn't manage anything with her bare hands. She would have to get a tool that could cut the wires. However, when she looked into the bathtub, which was overflowing with very hot water, she saw a bundle of wires and some nippers that had been used to cut them lying at the bottom. If she used that, she could turn off the pressure. Ow, ow, ow. Damn you. The blanket she had used to protect herself from the shower was getting more and more drenched with boiling hot water. At this rate, she'd get burns even through the blanket. She needed to turn the water off quickly. Right next to the bathtub, she saw a hanging, long-handled body brush. Perfect. Erica used that to skillfully scrape the nippers up off the bottom of the tub. Fortunately, it was a shallow, Western-style bathtub. If it had been a deep Japanese one, it would probably have burned her badly. Making sure not to touch the hot metal parts, she carefully took the nippers and cut the wires around the faucet. Take that, and that. She finally managed to turn the hot water faucet, and the heat from the hot water storm died down. For a while, Erica was forced to cool her almost burnt arms under the running water. What a calamity. Would you like a bath? I can wash your face with this brush. I appreciate the sentiment, but no. Oh, what a shame. Erica had finally regained enough of her composure to be abusive. She turned off the faucet completely, and silence returned to the bathroom. After that, all that remained was Erica's heavy breathing. Oh! I see Battler's move here. Battler hid in the one spot that Erica didn't check, and when all that bathroom stuff was going on, he ran out. She turned on the fan to get rid of the hot steam. She had to leave the bathroom until it was finished. It was pleasant, like stepping into an air-conditioned room on a hot summer's day. Now that was a ridiculous trap. However, that wasn't here at the time I examined Battler's corpse. Therefore, the appearance of this trap proves that Ushirimiya Battler was alive. Well, I never thought he was dead anyways. So he decided to openly show a card that had already been exposed. Let's check the inside of the bathroom. Was Battler seen? No. No one was seen in the bathroom. Good. Now we've confirmed that, except for one location, Battler does not exist anywhere inside the guest room. Give that a rest. Just where's this one exception? A coffin. Huh? Ushirimiya Battler's coffin, that is. Ashes to ashes. The dead to their coffins. You plan to trap me in this room, right? Okay. Let's have it. A silence that was complete except for the rain was suddenly filled with the smell of gunpowder. Though it was extremely quiet, the room was filled with tension, as though you'd be sliced in half if you relaxed for an instant. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered in the room's round table and turned into a witch's chessboard. Now, she said except for one spot. So, she was very vague in that red. So I think you could... Whoa, 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 whoa! Sorry, I held control, I guess, on accident, and it sped through. A silence that was complete except for the rain was suddenly filled with smell. Though it was extremely quiet, the room was filled with tension. Yep. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered. It was finally time for her attack. Blue Truth. You did not vanish from this room. You just hid yourself to make it seem as though you'd disappear from a closed room. The place you were hiding is the one exception that I haven't investigated yet. As Erica lightly raised her right hand, a single gold butterfly appeared from the darkness behind her, flitted in between her index and middle finger, and became a white piece. Then she lifted it high in the air. This is the one exception. The walk-in closet next to the entrance. Okay, I mean, that's fair. But he could have been in there while you were being a buffoon in the bathroom, and then ran out. Bang. Like a falling white lightning bolt, the white piece hit the board, landing by a weak spot in Battler's formation. Yes, it is here. With a crash, the door of the closet, which is just off to the side of the guest room's entrance, was impaled by a spear that represented the Blue Truth. Delanor had spun around and thrown it. The door was completely pierced, and the spear stuck in so deeply that if a human had been hiding in it, it would have pierced their chest as well. Its still quivering handle was a testament to the force with which it had been thrown. There are no places in which to hide other than this. You are now hiding in here. What do you say, Battler? Have you been stuck through the chest? For a literal smothered mate? Battler, it's our move now. Yeah. I thought I'd be like that, Erica. You intentionally left one spot open so you could stuff me into that coffin. The same move that trapped Kinzo in Natsuhi's room. I saw it coming. Oh, did you? Then let's see your response. But let me make a prediction. Let's hear it. I'll checkmate you 2 moves from now. That's my prediction. Then I'll make the same prediction. I'll checkmate you in 2 moves. Sounds interesting. Those predictions contradict each other. Who will be the liar, I wonder? The air burst and sparked. The silence would hurt one's skin. Then go. It is your turn. It's useless. Your lowly coffin won't be able to trap Battler. Here's my response. Slowly, Battler moved his hand over the chessboard. A gold butterfly that had appeared from the darkness rested on Battler's finger and became a black piece. That black piece was the king, which represented Battler. This is my response to your Battler's hiding in the closet. Take this. Ushumiya Battler does not exist within the guest room. There are no exceptions, including the closet. Got her ass. He ran out. And like a black bolt of lightning this time, Battler slammed the piece down on the white piece of Erica's that had cut deep behind the lines, crushing hers. Erica's out of seals too, right? She couldn't have resealed the room? It scattered like a golden spray and melted beautifully onto the darkness as a faint cloud of gold sparks drifted about. I see. So he hid in the closet at first, and then slipped out of the room when Erica was occupied by the shower. It's the same technique he used to let Kinzo escape from the study in the last game. Distract the observation of the observer, and then disappear into the darkness. Good. Of course, yes, of course. I had already foreseen that move. Next was Erica's turn. A gold butterfly popped into existence in front of her, and she grabbed it right out of the air. According to the late report, she only had enough tape for Battler's room. That is correct. So I don't think she could have resealed it. We might see something where the chain lock was done on the door, or something like that. Oh! Oh, I bet it is! So I bet the chain lock is closed on the door. And so she's going to be like, how could Battler have escaped if the chain lock is closed on the door? And that will allude to the flashback or, you know, flash scene that we saw where Battler could not leave the room unless he could do the chain from the outside. Remember where they were saying, like, oh, you can't leave this room unless you can do the chain from the outside. And he had that chain around his neck and he couldn't leave and he was trying to run away and he heard everyone's voices. That is him stuck in his logic error and trying to work his way out of that logic error retroactively. So if he can get out of that logic error, he can beat Erica at this point in the game. So Erica is going to checkmate him here, specifically by saying the chain is in the door, and he's going to get stuck in that logic error. Then the wedding is going to happen, and the entire time Battler's got to be racking his brain to figure out a way to close the chain on the way out of the door. Let me announce a retroactive move. This occurs back in the very beginning, right after I broke the seals and entered this room. These retroactive moves are so scrubby, dude. I can't stand these retroactive moves. But she put the chain in. At that time, I immediately closed the door, reset the chain, and sealed the room. Yeah, no shit. Objection. Goda severed the chain back when the crime was first discovered. Since the chain lock is not functioning, it is impossible to use it to create a seal. Objection overruled. Erica repaired the chain lock. See? What? How could she have repaired a brass chain? It was possible. Have you forgotten, Beto? The packing tape seals. Erica used that packing tape to join the two cut ends of the chain together, sealing them. In other words, the chain was repaired by the packing tape, and this room once again became a closed room locked from the inside. Objection! Erica has already used up her packing tape seals. She shouldn't be able to use them anymore. Wow, okay, Erica? Yeah. Objection overruled. The use of the packing tape wasn't limited by the number of strips, right? It was just by the number of rooms. The only restriction was to limit... Oh, this is bullshit, man. The only restriction was to limit it to only 3 rooms. Erica chose the guest room to be one of those rooms. So Erica has the right to seal as many places, as many times as she wants within this room. That's right. I gave her permission to do that. This is the cost of your pride. No, it's so fucked up because you can just make up whatever the hell you want retroactively. Like, Battler could just say, oh, the window's broken. Like, he could just be like, oh, yeah, the window's broken. So Battler jumped out the window. And, like, that would be totally legit in this case. Because it's retroactive. So, you know, who cares? We didn't have to confirm at the time whether anything happened. It's just retroactive. So, yeah, the window's fucking shattered. Goodbye. You know, go next. Let's play game 2. This is the cost of your pride. Sympathy is the evil liquor that the proud are most fond of. So, with this retroactive move, I proclaim that the chain lock has been repaired by the packing tape sealed and has regained its original functionality. And thanks to that, I locked the room upon entering it and made this guest room a closed room from the inside once more. Yeah, Battler has to find... That's why Battler was saying, find a way to seal it from the outside. The white piece Erica had aloft represented the seal caused by the chain lock. This move would draw out Battler's king and drag it to the guillotine. Die, Battler. Yeah, I hate the retroactive move. It's literally broken. Yeah, it's just... you're not even playing a game anymore. This is literally nuh-uh times infinity, times infinity plus 1. The piece for the chain lock... Like, why even play a game at that point? The piece for the chain lock was slammed down right at Battler's king's throat. Repeat it. The lock created by the chain is currently intact. Battler's face contorted. Beto, who was watching from behind, grimaced even more. This move was very painful. If his logic had him hiding in the closet until Erica left, using the uproar in the bathroom to escape, then the chain lock must have been undone. In other words, he couldn't respond to her demand. If he didn't respond, Erica would use the blue truth in her next move. She probably would say, "You hid in the closet, then use the disturbance in the bathroom to escape. Since you then couldn't set the chain lock from the outside, you left it undone." And she would be right. So just take the L. That was checkmate. As Erica had predicted, she would strike the finishing blow on the second move. And on top of that, she would probably use the disappearing Battler to solve most of the crimes that were to follow. Losing the battle in this closed room would steal a major deciding piece from Battler. But what if he responded to her demand? What if he could say the lock created by the chain is still intact? That would be fatal to Erica. It had already been shown with the red truth that this guest room could only be made into a closed room from the inside. So this hopeless, closed room would instead become Erica's coffin. With a riddle of that magnitude, Erica probably wouldn't solve the mystery of Battler's disappearance before the end. Each unsolved riddle gives an advantage to the witch's side. Battler wanted to respond to this demand if at all possible. However, if he answered by saying that the chain was still set, he would have to abandon the logic, saying that he had escaped while Erica wasn't looking. Once he escaped, he wouldn't be able to set the chain lock again. It would make a riddle to corner Erica, but he would have to construct a different escape method. Even a move such as him leaving the closet during the scene in the bathroom and hiding in another place, say, under the bed, wouldn't work because he had proclaimed that Battler does not exist within the guest room. If he could construct logic that allowed him to escape from here while preserving the chain lock's position, then Erica would be the one facing a fatal blow. Okay, so why don't we rewind and just say... Dude, I hate this. This is so frustrating. Like, why wouldn't you just say, oh, Battler is in the room? What's the problem there? Battler is in the room. Someone else dropped the letter. And now that someone else is the fake dead person that Battler... I guess it doesn't necessarily show Beto's truth the way he wants to, because this is supposed to be the final game. But it's better than, like, damning yourself to hell, right? Maybe not. Maybe not in Battler's eyes. Maybe he thinks that it would be actually worse to give up on this story he's trying to tell. I don't think you can redact it because it's a red truth. Apparently, you can redact whatever you want. Because red truth is self-policing. It's not like somebody validates it and looks back on it. You can't say it in red unless it's true. So, like, yeah, it was true when he said it, but you could go back and just change it. Because Erica's on this bullshit. Erica's on this Phil Ivey edge-sorting bullshit where she's like, yeah, everything's happening at the same time, and I can basically do whatever I want, and, you know, I'm gonna beat you by doing this because it's total bullshit. Because What it really boils down to is it's bullshit because the stakes of this game are so unclear. Like, it's clearly important for Battler to tell the truth of what happened, to tell his truth, to show Beto that he knows his truth. But it also doesn't mean he can't do it next game. Like, if he loses here, what's at stake if he loses here? The illusion of the witch is gone, and it already is. So, like, I just don't... I'm quite unclear on the stakes at... Like, why can't he just concede and go next? Why can't he be like, yep, I'm in the closet there. Someone else dropped the letter. And then they are just an observer in the game, so they wrote that letter because they thought something was going to happen, and it didn't. So, that's it. GG's, you got me. Like... I can't make this happen now. All right, I trust Umineko. Even though this is bullshit, I hope it's ×2 redeeming when it gets thwarted. However, if he didn't have that logic, if he failed, it would be a logic error. The worst and lowest forbidden move that would instantly end the game in his defeat. He would have no way to recover. For Battler, deciding how to respond to this demand was a very advanced and difficult decision. Either way, Erica would probably corner him. Like, yeah, lose, but don't lose with the logic error. Lose by getting outplayed and then just play again. In that case, my choice is obvious. Battler, this guest room has already been restricted in many ways by the Red Truth due to its closed room nature. How do you plan on escaping from this? If only I could do something about the chain lock. I did. Erica will explain everything with Battler as the culprit if he gives up here. There will be no next game if Erica wins. Why? Battler's making himself the culprit anyways. The way Battler has this set up, you could totally claim that Battler was the culprit. I don't understand what Battler's plan is if him being the culprit is GG's. I guess he's trying to set up some elaborate trap where later on it can be proven that he's not the culprit in red. And then that's pulling out the rug from under Erica, who's had the assumption that it's Battler the whole time. Battler's on the witch's side, making the witch the culprit. Well, even prior to this, he was not doing a very good job of that, is what I'm saying. I don't think he was like... It feels like he was just losing the entire time. So... I know he doesn't want to lose, and I guess that's what this is trying to convey, is that he's willing to go to the lengths of risking this logic error to not lose, to show what he knows about this situation and try to get Beto's memories back. But, like... Yeah, you know what? That's the best way to put it. It has been said in red, he is incompetent. Because, yeah, he's been kind of scuffing it from the beginning. If only I could do something about the chain lock. If only. If he could somehow get around the chain lock, he could force Erica to deal with a terrible closed room. Probably end up as the finishing blow to her. But in order to do that, and I guess to his credit, getting to this position, if he knew how to flip this, this is GG's. Like, this is checkmate if he can get that lock closed and get Battler out of the room in some way. That is GG's. But in order to do that, he would need to make a trick for escaping the closed room that existed before Erica came back, which was now the closed room sealed by the chain that Erica set right after entering the room. And on top of that, he had to make sure that the chain that could only be set from the inside remained in place. If he could do that, if he could find a way, then it would end here. But still, I still can't think of that trick. Right now, Erica is demanding to know whether the chain lock is still set or not. I need to decide whether I'll take that challenge or back down, and I need to do it right now. If I can find a certain win trick, then this is the end. But if I don't have that trick, I should just acknowledge that I slipped out of the closet, undid the chain, and escaped. backing out of this fight. Okay, you know what? At least he's being reasonable. If I say the chain was set without a trick up my sleeve, then it's impossible for me to escape. In other words, it's a logic error. Even if we lose the fight in this room, there will still be chances left to us. We've still only started the second day, haven't we? We have plenty of time to reconstruct an impossible murder. No, that's no good. If I acknowledge that I've escaped from this room now, it's the same as acknowledging that I'm the culprit. If I back down from the fight in this room, it's the same as accepting my defeat in this game. Okay, yeah, you know what? I'm glad we all covered that already. But that was a good talk anyways. Battler's point was a valid one. Since all of the other humans were still locked in the guest house, then if Battler alone was alive and free to move, Erica would probably base her explanation for all of the following impossible crimes on the blue truth that Battler was the perpetrator. If they wanted to forcibly turn that around, they would have to rewrite their tricks and logic so that someone other than Battler could be set up as the perpetrator. If they fix up that one flaw, they give rise to new flaws. If they fix, which might eventually pile up and kill Battler. Even running away would mean tightening the noose around his own throat. The first truth, that Battler's the culprit, has already been hit upon. And yet, I have to struggle desperately to get out of this. I need to. I'm on the edge. I've definitely been cornered in a dangerous spot. However, if I can just change my position, everything might turn around at once. If I can just make this chain my weapon, I can kill Erica. Wait, are you actually going to respond to her demand? Is there any way to escape without undoing the chain lock? There isn't. If you respond, you'll lose instantly from the logic error at the end. It's clear which choice we ought to make. Yeah, it's clear. No matter what move we choose, it'll turn for the worst just as Erica wants. If it's horrible either way, I'd like to choose the move that has the biggest reward if we win. This is really good fighting game advice. This is really good fighting game advice. If it's horrible either way, pick the one that rewards you more greatly. If you are stuck in a 50-50 and you got to make a decision, make the one that gives you a 30% combo if you wake up and it works, not the one that just has you continue to block if you wake up and it works. In fact, I go against this a lot. Wake up with, like, jab. Does this mean go for hero burst? No, because that's not a situation where it's horrible either way. Losing a round is a lot. Losing a round and having burst is a lot different than losing a round and not having burst. That's not necessarily horrible either way. I'm talking about you're knocked down and it's a 50-50. It's horrible no matter what. Do you, like, or let's say maybe not 50-50. Maybe it's like a empty jump low or safe jump situation. Go for the wake up jab. Like, you get a full combo if it hits. And yeah, if you eat shit, you die. But if you try to block and guess wrong, you die too. If you try to block and guess right, you're still blocking. You're gonna call? Even though you have no logic for escaping and no trump? You think you can accept her demand and win? My cards might be useless. However, with just one more card, this might become a straight, a flush, or even a royal flush. Oh, he's going for the Exodia play. If hell waits for me after both options, I'll take the one that'll finish her off if I win. That's an insane move. Sometimes madmen leap into the path of death, and so miracles occur. It's impossible. How could you escape this closed room without removing the chain? There's only one difference between heroes and madmen. It's whether they win or lose. Incredibly based line. I'll be looking forward to your big victory. That's so real. Like, shoutouts to Daigo Umehara. If I can finish things with this move, then as I predicted, I can kill Erica on my second move. I still can't think of a trick for escaping this closed room. However, there has to be something. There has to. Once I think of that, I can make a magic illusion of me changing into a butterfly and slipping out of the crack in the door like Smoge. If I have even a drop of that mad magician's blood in my veins, please let that honor. Give me just a fragment of a miracle right now. So, Battler, let's have that second move that you predicted you checkmate me on. Please give an answer to Lady Erica's demand. Will you respond or will you refuse? Slowly, Battler's hand stretched out to his king piece on the board. He lifted it up, and slowly, he held it aloft. tracing a large circle in the sky. Would Battler respond, or wouldn't he? Would the lock be closed by the chain be preserved, or wouldn't it? Would Battler's king crush the piece of the chain lock that stood right in front of it, or would it slip away like a ghost and escape? This is my response. As predicted, on the second turn of mine, you're through. Here it comes. Birdo. I can't do that justice. Battler's king had become a black lightning bolt that crashed down on the board. Where had it gone? On top of the piece of the chain lock? Or past that piece? I will repeat it. The lock caused by the chain is intact. Battler's king had left the chain lock pieces in its place and had slipped past it. Yeah, it sure would be cool if you could say that the chain lock was still set, wouldn't it? Don't you think that'd be cool? But do you know what they call a fool? Who's full of himself and jumps in the path of death just because it's cool? No clue. Ushiromiya Battler. That's what... I file a motion for a logic error. The red truth of yours just now has cut off your own logic. Please have the impartial referee make her judgment immediately. Great Lady Lambda Delta. But how could he say it in red? Isn't the red self-policing? I'm gonna go hope your car troubles or whatever they're talking about all works out. Thank you, Clover Cake. Thank you for hanging out a little bit. Yeah, it'll fix itself. It'll be fine. I just might need to, like, take a day to, like, breathe. Motion received, Lambda Delta. Does this make logical sense? Your inspection, please. Motion received. Battler, show me. Let me see your cards. Battler. She really went judge? It's a royal flush, right? If you've got nothing, you won't get out of this with just a sorry, okay? Yeah. I have no intent of apologizing. It's a logic error. If it's a logic error, the game board will be blown away. You've inherited this game board from Beto. It's the one thing you have left of that precious Beto. So you must not allow for such a logic error. A logic error only becomes established when the witch admits to it. As long as they can keep thinking of new logic to escape with, they will not die. Cannot die. However, that would be like living in an endless living hell of the mind. Even if you manage to crawl around forever after falling out of the darkness of thought, you'll just be eternally trapped in a hell where you constantly think of ways to escape that closed room while refusing to accept your logic error. That is the scenes that we've seen of him muttering to himself about how to get out of the room. Are you sure? Are you sure? This is nearly as bad as the depths of oblivion, got it? It's like the difference between falling from the roof of a 10-story building and falling from the roof of a 100-story building. Lambda, Battler has already finished making his move. Players cannot take back a move once it's made. Act as an impartial judge, carry out our motion, and see whether or not Battler's escape from the closed room is logical, and whether there has been a logic error or not. Be slow, accurate, and meticulous like an archaeologist, and be as fast as the guy in an ice cream shop when he forcefully and skillfully scoops out that sweet, fragrant vanilla / soy sauce ice cream? The O2 scoop? Yes, I know that. Battler, let me see it. Battler, Beto, do you think I'll lose? I don't want to think that. After fighting with the old me many times, you finally reached the miracle that I so wanted you to find. So, I'd like to believe that you'll win through a miracle once again. This woman called Beatrice, the whole time, she fought on the same border between reason and madness. This OST goes insano, by the way. She fought with a mixture of sadness, anger, several other emotions for me that can't be described with words. Nah, Beto, I'd win. Oh, Skibbity Battler? And in the very last game, at the very moment, she managed to seize victory. That might have been the purpose of the card Beto had been gripping as she fell. Beto passed away without realizing that she had won. In the final game, the true victor was Beatrice. That Beto entrusted me with this game board, so I'll win. So I need at least you to believe in me. Beatrice. If I believe and a miracle occurs, please. I do believe in you. Battler. This is pissing me off. Please, just check it already, Lady Lambda Delta. There's no valid logic. There doesn't exist any way to get out of this closed room. You were overeager, Battler. If you could win with this, that'd be cool. If you just vanished even though the chain is still set, that'd make you so awesome, so cool, so mysterious. Hold me. Wow. Like hell you can do that. If you could do that, you really would be a witch. If you could vanish your way out of this closed room like a puff of smoke, I'd have to acknowledge it. It'd be like the work of a witch. Quiet, Lady Erica. Lady Lambda Delta is conducting her inspection. Okay. Hold on, I got one. I got one. Battler hid in the closet and escaped from that room because Battler was small enough. Hear me out. Battler was small enough to slip through the small crack of the open chain of the door because he's like 5 years old at this point in time. The Battler that this story is talking about is not the Battler that we know, but a young, small Battler who's like 5 and is able to slip through a tiny crack in a door because he's like a stick. And so when we've been talking, and that's actually kind of an important thing, I think, as we've been talking about various characters that have the same name, there's multiple Battlers, right? There's a Battler who's older and taller, and it's this Battler that we see. But what if there's another Battler, a tinier baby Battler, that was born years and years and years later and is about the size of Maria and is so small that he's able to slip through the door? Would that make sense? I guess yeah, because he wouldn't have to undo the chain. He could just slip through. 5-year-old Battler commits murders is an interesting image, right? Right? Maybe. I think it's blue enough. I think it's blue enough to survive. Logic. Young Battler slipped past due to his age and small size. Dark logic. He chopped specific... Yeah, he, like Buggy the Clown, he threw a bunch of his body parts into the hallway and then reconnected himself. Pass through. One move. Go back. And corner. With sweat gathering on her forehead, Lambda Delta inspected the movements of the pieces from Battler's side. She was accurate and meticulous as an archaeologist, just as Baron Castell had told her to be. After gulping stiffly, Lambda looked several times between the formation of the pieces on the board and Battler's face, which remained tense but steady. Lambda, I have finished my inspection. There's no way the logic works. Please, God. Erica. What? I'm so sorry. Which way am I supposed to take that? It was fun. Now this is the end. I told you. Which way am I supposed to take that? Silence. I have finished inspecting Battler's move. My decision is that... It's valid. What's the image of, like SpongeBob, like Patrick running with his arms open from just having dunked the basket? And that's what I'm picturing right now. You're lying. I judge it to be valid. He's presented logic that doesn't violate any of the red truths, and I finished checking it. The move by the player on the witch side, along with the final red truth he repeated, are valid. Battler, for the first time, I've got to say I think you're incredible. See? In your game, a miracle will always occur if you believe. Battler, I'm sorry. If only I had believed more strongly, you wouldn't have been cornered like this. Wah! Beto flew into Battler's chest, sobbing. Erica staggered backwards, shaking her head back and forth dizzy. And Baron Castell? Her face was like an expressionless mask. Then slowly, it became a smile. And for some reason, it seemed the sign of some horrible emotion. Well done. To think that you escaped the room without removing the chain. Simply splendid. With her small hands, Delanor slowly started to applaud quietly. She was followed by Gertrude and then Cordelia. And then, by Beto and Lambda Delta 2, applause filled the room. What is happening? Oni-chan, how did you... I see. Yes, a move that cannot be seen by one whose thoughts are trapped within the closed room. Impossible. I'm... impossible. As Lambda Delta watched Erica, who was breathing hard, shocked and dizzy with a despair she couldn't accept, she had to take her hat off to the swiftness of Battler's heart and intellect, and to the power of miracle. If it isn't $185 per square foot, Rysair, I do charge $185 per square foot, but I only work on apartments that are 0.0 square feet in width. So, you know, usually I'm pretty cheap. Incredible, Ushimiya Battler. It is my complete loss for thinking that your power and Beto's would cancel each other out and bring eternal draws. And Byrne, who thought everything would move according to her plan, even though she already knew her true strength, has suffered a complete loss. Byrne is a witch who waits for miracles. You are a witch who summons miracles. You are not Byrne's peace. Just now, without a doubt, you have surpassed Byrne. You really did. In this one moment, I think up a trick which to escape from this closed room. As Eric had predicted, Battler had been hiding in the closet. Then, during the disturbance in the bathroom, he had snuck out the door. Erica had guessed this much. That's why they retroactively set the chain lock and sealed it to prevent Battler from doing this very thing. The chain lock cannot be reset from the outside, so it should have been impossible to escape from the closed room. However, Battler didn't let his thinking get trapped inside this closed room, and so he broke through. It doesn't matter who, but let's explain it with his mother, Kiri's piece. Just like Battler, the life or death status of the rest of the first Twilight victims has not been specified by the Red Truth. In other words, just like Battler, the others, and Kiri specifically, can still move. And their closed rooms were not sealed, so they can go out as they please. Kiri had come to save him. Kiri followed behind Erica and waited in the hallway while the latter entered the guest room and sealed the door from the inside. Then, after Battler undid the chain lock and escaped, she entered the room in his place. Oh. Then, Kiri reset the chain lock from the inside and hid in the closet, just like Battler had done. Yes, Battler truly isn't inside the guest room right now. However, that doesn't mean that no one else is inside it. So do they see Kiri's body inside the... Kiri took Battler's place in the closet, the one exception that Erica had left, and there still. Kiri saved Battler. Ushimiya Kiri cannot save Battler. Who said that? Huh? What do you mean? Ushimiya Kiri cannot save Battler. Why not? There's no red saying that Kiri can't save Battler. Wait a second. How are you using the Red Truth? Valid. Delanor's Red Truth is valid. Requesting permission to unsheath Red Key. Permission granted. Please do it, Delanor. How? How can you give that permission? It's valid. As the result of an impartial judgment, I guarantee this Red Truth. Without telling us your reason? We'll tell you that soon. Very soon. Battler hasn't proclaimed Kiri dead with the Red Truth yet. It is allowed for Kiri to be playing dead. And the packing tape has already been used on 3 rooms, making it impossible for you to seal Kiri's room. So how can you use the Red Truth to say that Kiri can't save Battler? I'm only going to stretch a little bit. I would save your points if you want. I don't really want to do like a whole stretch thing today. That Red Truth has no basis. We'll tell you its basis soon. But more importantly, Lambda, the logic with Kiri has ceased to function. You should probably find another piece to switch places with Battler. Don't you think? Hi. Yeah, there are still pieces that can save Battler. Reconstruct the logic. All we'll need is someone who can switch places with Battler. It doesn't have to be Kiri. Then let's switch it to Natsuhi. Ushimiya and Natsuhi switch places with Battler. Delanor, as you wish. Delanor's red longsword smashed Natsuhi's piece to little bits. How? How can Erican deny this logic without Detective's authority? Ushimiya and Natsuhi cannot save Battler. Then Ava. Ava can. Ushimiya Ava cannot save Battler. Rosa? Maria? Useless. Rosa and Maria cannot save him either. I just got an achievement called All of Them, ? They cannot save you. Pretty sick. Objection. Erika doesn't have the detective's authority. How can she use any red except for the packing tape seals? Objection overruled. Not having the detective's authority does not imply that one cannot use any red at all. There's something she can use, right? Yes. There is. There are several exceptions that even humans without the detective's authority can use. Insane. There's no way. Yes, there is none. However, there is a certain action permissible only to humans without the detective's authority, and it could become a truth of such overwhelming credibility that witches can easily raise it to the level of red truth. A certain action? You don't mean... Erika, you... I've got it. Yes, if I'm right, this red truth is valid. I don't understand. Was there some power that could only be used without the detective's authority? I guess you could be wrong. You could be like an observer. There is. There's just one. So you finally noticed. That's right. That's the only reason I abandoned the detective's authority this time around. Oh, it was on purpose. You told me I could make the detective proclamation whenever I wanted, right? Well, unfortunately, I am no longer capable of making that proclamation. Which Nox rule was it? Nox is 7th. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. You mean... what? Finally, Beto realized everything. Yes, the detective's authority bestows several powers that are useful for reasoning. Oh! So if when Erika was checking out the bodies, she actually killed... or made the action to kill those who were sleeping there to confirm that they weren't dead, yeah. So she can kill them as she was checking the bodies. If she checked every bodies but Battler and, like, stabbed it. But it eliminates one single privilege. That is Nox's 7th. It is forbidden for the detective to be the culprit. In this game, it is impossible for humans without the detective's authority to examine corpses perfectly. So, there have been several tricks where the dead have all been faking and walking around where they please. You probably thought you could use that logic to create several impossible crimes after this. When I said that I wouldn't make the detective proclamation, somewhere on the inside you must have said, I've won. You're pretty sly yourself. You gave me the packing tape seal, seemingly out of mercy. But that was because you planned to have all of the first Twilight victims survive, band together, and carry out the crimes. So you gave only 3 rooms worth, which wouldn't cover all 6 people. No matter which rooms I sealed, the last of your underlings could move, at least one of your underlings could move freely. Must have been plotting to use that to corner me. But too bad. Your naivete really pisses me off. Stupid man. I admit it. I admit I fell for your monkey show, and that in my pride I tried to show you some mercy. That's right. Even without the detective's authority, there is no way for humans to do it. A way to make sure that a corpse examination cannot fail. Is the human lying in front of you alive or dead? You can answer that question by examining the corpse, which is a quick glance, your chances of being right are about 50-50. Various bits of knowledge and experience can be used to obtain more precise results. However, no matter how much you do that, while you can reach up to 99%, you can never reach 100% accuracy. That's what most people would think. However, there is one way. One way to conduct a perfect examination, and that is to kill them. Erika. Without the detective's authority, I can't tell whether the victims are death or faking. So I needed a way to be sure, and if possible, I would be preferable if they were removed from the game board, so that they couldn't make a mess of things later on. So I dashed through the chaos-filled mansion, visited all the crime scenes, and I re-killed all of them. Ah. What on earth? Of course, she couldn't just kill them however she liked. It had to be a perfect way of killing, good enough that their deaths could be determined with the red truth. Erika made sure of that. Oh, she probably cut their necks open. The manner in which they reached kill differed, but afterwards she completely severed the heads of all those she killed. Whoa. The method of killing is solid enough to be called a red truth, right, Lambda? Valid. No human could survive after having their head sliced off. Could you have severed all those heads without getting any blood on you? For example, you could take a large trash bag from the kitchen and grab the knife through it. Me when I'm extremely normal? True. Then if you covered me on game night when I take it way too seriously. Then if you covered the entire corpse with the trash bags as you did your work, you'd block nearly all of the blood splatter. I used enough knives and bags for several people, then left them there at the crime scene. Of course, I didn't humiliate myself by walking around with them, leaving blood in the hallways and dirtying my clothes. There will probably be trash bags left at the crime scenes with my fingerprints on them. But since this game ends before the police come, that can't be used as evidence. So, there's no problem with leaving them there. Are you insane? What kind of mystery would ever allow something like that? I can't believe I'm hearing this from a witch or on the fantasy side. Oh, and don't worry, I didn't kill you. I didn't have the time to sever the head of the last one found, so I just sealed your whole room with the packing tape you gave me. Then again, that might have been because I knew this would happen and wanted to watch you struggle. Oh, that's right. Just as I can say that I killed them in red, I can say one more thing. At that point, Erika stopped for a second, and could she really be wearing an even uglier expression than everything before now? With that highest quality face, she spoke. All 5 people I killed were very much alive until the moment I killed them. Huh, so nobody had died yet. Everyone faithfully played dead as best they could until the moment just before I killed them, okay? Maria was quite the little trooper. After all, even though her mother had already been killed in the same room, she kept on playing dead without even noticing. Holy. They're demons. Up until now, many witches and demons have appeared in this tale, but for the first time, here are true demons. You bastards, you bastards. This time, Beto understood the entire plot of the tale. This tale was just the story of a prank. Surely someone had thought of playing a slightly harsh trick on this inconsiderate guest, who loved to show off her intelligence and act the part of a great detective. Several people had agreed to go along with it. Then the ones who would play the victims would go to their assigned rooms, set the chain in the lock from the inside, and play dead to create a faked closed room murder. If you think about it that way, the rooms chosen for the corpses seem to make more sense. It was only natural for Natsuki to die in her own room. If you're going to play dead, it's only natural that you want to lie down in your own bed. Erika's vanity is strong, so she must have asked to die in the VIP room. Kiri was in Krause's study. That was probably well air-conditioned and comfortable. Rosa and Maria were in the parlor. A soft sofa should have been a great place to play dead. Maria had done her best and had impressively acted the part of laying dead alongside the wall. Valor was in a guest room. The temperature here was also nice. The bed must also have been fairly pleasant. Yes. The victims for this first Twilight had all died in comfortable rooms. Yeah, Kiri's so real for that. In the past games, the corpses had often been found exposed in the courtyard or under the rose garden arbor, in the cold gardening shed or in the boiler room. This time, there were no victims in any such inhospitable environment. This is probably the truth. This is the story of a prank, with no one dead from the beginning. And then, this demon turned it into a real murder case. You do have the right to speak ill of Lady Erika. However, right now, you also have the obligation of showing a new logic that does not lead to any contradiction. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Corpses to corpses. Hey, Battler, let's continue the game. Please present a different human to switch places with you. If you don't, your trick will become a logic error. There's now no one who can come to the rescue. Erika's killed all of them. Damn it. Battler, please calm yourself. Also, so Battler's story here was that of a prank. It might harken back to the idea... Whoa, they're all, like, dead. It might harken back to the idea that no one is actually dead in reality, and they're all hidden away Now is the time to hold back your tears and fight. Even if you've lost 5 pieces who can save you, there's still the 11 people in the guest house. You're right. Kraus, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, George, Jessica, Shannon, Cannon, Genji, Goda, Kumasawa, Nanjo. It doesn't matter who, as long as someone comes here. Somebody help. But it's no use. Please look at this. Gertrude, Cornelia. Let it be known that we are here and ready. She is the worst. Like, I could name names, so I will not. But shoutouts to Werb. I guess that's a name, but I'm not saying this is Werb. Shoutouts to Werb. There is nothing worse than somebody who beats you at a game and then does this. There is simply nothing worse. And that's all I'll say. Erica, who was now so excited that her pronunciation was tumbling all over the place, pointed at 2 doors. It was the hallway on the 2nd floor of the guest house. They were in front of the cousin's room and the next room over. Look, here. There's something attached to the door. What is it? What is it, Gertrude? Know that this is the packing tape seal of the cousin's room. Erica's voice acting is amazing. What about this door? Know that this is the packing tape seal of the next room over. Like, again, the great example of a character that you can just absolutely loathe, but is super well written as an antagonist. Like, I hate her so much, but I have to give it up to the performance and the writing of this character. It is quite good. Okay, you two, why don't you show everyone watching at home on their TVs? Please have a look at the packing tape seals. So what do you think of them? Are they broken or aren't they? Please let us have the red truth. Know that neither is broken. Know that the unbroken seal proves that there are still none who have entered or exited. It needs no second telling, but know that the entry or exit without the breaking of the seal is important. Battler, it is as you see. There no longer exists anyone who can save you. The victims of the first Twilight have all been killed, and the guest house is still sealed. No one can come to the rescue. Erica had guessed that this moment might come so long ago, and that was why she had made the strategic move of suddenly sealing those 2 rooms. This answered the doubts that Cordelia had felt at the time. Wondering why the human side player wouldn't want as many free humans as possible was a natural, simple reaction to that move. However, if you seal up all the humans, there would be no room for magic to intervene. Why is magic magic? Because the people who see it say that it's magic. Then, it's possible for magic to exist in a place with no people? Does the lack of anti-magic toxin mean that there's no problem? Wrong. Magic in a place that isn't being witnessed is no different from a delusion, a daydream. Magic that matches a result must be carried out by human hands. If all humans are sealed off, then magic cannot be created. This was Erica's strategy for this game. Her beautiful checkmate. Well now, who's gonna come save you? Please tell me the identity of the real person who switched places with you, remained in the guest room in your place, and set the chain lock from the inside, if they even exist. Okay, Battler, your logic has been interrupted. Who could have come to save you? You are now in the middle of a logic error. Wait, I'm still thinking. Battler, you have 2 options and 1 duty. The first option is to build a new thread of logic to reconstruct your closed room trick. The second is to come clean and admit your logic error. And you're obligated to choose one of these options. It is merciful. There's no restriction on the amount of times you have to make that choice. That's right. Your time is endless, eternal. I'm sure there's still some way. Some twisted logic that can get you out of this. Anyways, I'm sure there's still some way. I'm thinking about it. What about you, Beto? Let me know if you find anything. I'm sure the old Beto could have managed something. She built up several closed rooms like this. Beto felt awful. Why was she, Beto, and yet not? Surely the old her would have thought up a trick under these restrictions. If only she could do that. She could guide Battler to victory, but she couldn't do it as her current self. Yeah, I'm sure you'll think of a good trick. Eventually, surely, probably, maybe. Pretty sure it's impossible, though. So then, Battler, let's go back to the guest room. From now on, that will be your world. Once again, they returned to the slightly chilly guest room. It was the same room as before, of course, but it felt as though an unsettling darkness had crept in. Here's the room you'll spend your days in from now on. You just need to escape from this room by any means you want. However, there are conditions. As I believe you know, these were all things you forced on yourself. First, this room is a closed room created from the inside. The seals on the windows are intact, so there can be no escape through there. Of course, there is no way to escape by leaving through the bathroom. I'll make it simple. There is no exit to escape from except for this door. However, the chain lock on this door is set. You can unset and reset it all you want, but you can only do so from the inside. Furthermore, you are free to go through the door, but you cannot leave or escape while the chain lock is unset. You have to show that you can escape from this room with the chain lock still connected. But he couldn't possibly do it. He made this closed room himself. We have arranged for just one exit other than the door. That one's in the bathroom. My merciful master has given you a last way out. If you fail to think of any trick to escape, please listen up. Baron Castell guided Battler to the bathroom. This was just a normal bathroom. The setup had surprised Erica to buy time was no longer working. However, the bundle of wire and nippers that had been used to prepare the trap still lay in the empty bathtub. Are you saying that I can use these to escape? Yes, please feel free. It's a present. However, no matter what you use, you can't lock the room from the outside. And you can't fool the seals either, okay? These tools aren't here to help you pull some trick with the chain lock. They're here to let you escape from this room in a more direct way. How am I supposed to use these? Not bad, Baron. I see that your mind's as grotesque as ever. There's an exit that leads directly outside from this bathroom. Can you find it? You don't mean... Did you figure it out, Beto? Please tell me. He's saying grind himself up and, like, flush him. That's impossible. Please, where is it? Tell me. We can't let the game end like this. There. Huh? Where? Under the bathtub? Can't you see it? There's a round hole that leads straight out of this room. It's a bit small, though. You people. You people. It's the drain right there at the bottom of the bathtub. You can get out through there without touching the chain lock, but your body is a bit too big to get through this exit. That's why I decided to lend you these tools here. You can escape through the drain? How? Yeah, will it blend, Battler? She couldn't mean using the nippers for 100 years to widen that hole, right? Battler and Beto had already realized. They had figured out this demonic way that the demons were proposing. Just use the nippers and cut your body down to the size that can fit. Might as well sit back in the tub under a hot shower as you start from your feet going up. Chip, then wash. Chip, then wash. Just keep doing that. And, oh, what do you know? You've suddenly managed to escape from the closed room. Oh, what do you know is right. My master? Looks like both siblings are going to end up the same way. Wow, rude. But Baron, at that rate, just the hand holding the nippers will be left. That's why we have the wire. Beforehand, Battler will have to wrap the wire around his wrist, then stretch the other end out to the corridor through the crack in the door. You should be able to fit just a wrist through the crack left by the chain lock. If you're willing to do that, I'd be happy to pull that wire from the hallway and save you. My master, if you do that, I want it. Battler's wrist. And what would you use that for? But no, I've already decided to use it as a back scratcher. When the time comes, I'll scratch your back with it. What do you say? Yes, master. Master's gonna scratch my back with Battler's hand. Find them annoying? Irritating? Obnoxious? Yes. Don't worry, it'll get quiet really soon. All the noise to disturb your thoughts will now disappear for all eternity until you can escape from this room. That's a relief. I'll be glad of the quiet. Here's some advice from a survivor of hell. Enjoy this noise while you can. Even the annoying insults you hear now will bring you fond memories to preserve your sanity amidst the eternal silence. You hate Baron and Erica? Then that's their parting gift to you. As long as you have hatred, you'll be able to avoid giving up. Lambda Delta's so cool. Giving up has a completely different meaning here, okay? Prepare yourself while you can, for the eternity of the hell you'll be in when you've given up, but still cannot escape. Did you just call yourself a survivor? Then, you also? You know, every once in a while, that terror comes back to me. I wonder whether I really have escaped from that hell. What if I actually lost my mind a long time ago, and I'm still in there, just seeing a delusion of us all chatting happily like this? That nightmare still terrifies me. Also, I need to constantly truly feel that this isn't a dream. Hey, are you guys really real? You aren't just an insane delusion that I'm having inside hell, right? Right? There was something in Lambda Delta's pleading expression that sent shivers down the spine. It was probably more terrifying than any threatening words she could have used, with even the most vile expression on her face. It's time for Battler to realize a logic error isn't so sympathetic that you could just stick out your tongue, ask for forgiveness, and say you'll be more careful next time. It is never worth risking one by leaving things up to chance, even if you feel that you can't back down at this point in the fight. It's time for him to face reality and learn the true risks and terrors implied by the words, betting one's life on a fight, which might sound exciting for a man. Battler, get a hold of yourself. I'll think deeply upon it as well. I'll think of a trick to escape this room with all I've got. I will come to save you. Beto. I'll definitely think of something. Just watch. Well, regretfully, it's time for us to leave. We mustn't get in the way of his job any longer. See you later, Battler. Or, like you'd say it, see you again. Have a nice day. Later, Battler. Good luck. Battler, don't give up. You'll certainly think of a trick. I'll think of one as well. And we'll come to save you. Beto? Before he could finish saying her name, they had all disappeared. They hadn't disappeared into a golden spray or turned into butterflies and flown away. Just as though it had never been anyone in this room since the beginning, everyone but him had vanished in an instant. Nothing remained. Not their voices, their presence, their warmth. Not even the faint perfume Beto had worn. The frigid air of the room was wrapped only in a lonely sound of the wind and rain. With that overpowering feeling of isolation, I finally began to realize how horrible a punishment this would be. Damn those bastards. It can't be that hard to get out of a room like this. I mean, rooms are made so that people go in and out of them, right? If they can do that, you wouldn't call it a room. How pointless. It's easy to undo the lock and chain from the inside. Damn it. For some reason, I've always been clumsy, and undoing chain locks always gives me trouble. Oh, it's off. Heh, how pointless. Look, I already can open the door whenever I want. Hey, what's this cold feeling on my neck? What the hell is this? Why is there suddenly this iron collar around my neck that's attached to a chain? Damn it, who would do something like that? When I reset the chain lock, it disappears. And then I take it off, and it appears. The chain's pretty long, so I can make it pretty far out into the hallway, but it won't let go of the door. And if I close the door, stand on the outside and stick my hand through the crack, maybe I can figure out how to set the chain. Why have I always been so clumsy? I'm not really clumsy, it's just that me and chain locks don't go well together. Damn it, I hate chain locks, I hate chains. Why won't it work? Why can't I set the chain lock from the outside? Damn it. Battler, hang in there, hang in there. Can't get out. Beto called out to Battler repeatedly, shaking his shoulders hard, but by now, Battler's eyes were blank. The words didn't reach him. Baron Castell and Erica had already left. The game was officially suspended until Battler could think of a new trick, but it was doubtful that it would be resumed even after 1,000 years or more. Whoa. Okay, I'm heading off too. So long, you two. There's no need to say so long. We'll think of a trick right away and the game will resume. We won't take up your time, so stay here a little longer, please. I've heard the same words from many witches in the past, and I've heard of hardly any who have actually managed to resume their games. As far as I know, the only two are me and Bern. Why would a person who knows about that hell throw another person into it? Just because you're bored? Is that all? Yeah, that's all. It's to escape from boredom. Because when we get bored, we remember. We remember that hell. And you know, by throwing someone else down into it, we realize that, oh, we're the ones on the throwing side. And that means we aren't in the hell ourselves. If we don't keep doing that, then the fear that that hell will overwhelm us. If you two manage to get out of it, then he certainly will. I will save him. I can say it with certainty. With certainty? You swear with certainty before me, Lambda Delta, the Witch of Certainty? Yes, with certainty. Very well. I was the guardian for the former you anyway. Though the current you is different, I'll take care of you one last time. I'll give you a parting gift. And what is that? Hope. As long as you hold on to your certainty, your wishes will definitely come true. Are you listening? The old you was the endless witch Beatrice. You used to love detective novels that depicted impossible crimes. And you used to make the claim that a witch existed, to make many people believe in magic. The one stage on your path to becoming a witch. Detective novels? That's right. The old you was an avid reader. You loved detective novels, loved closed room murders, and were a super expert on impossible crimes. You searched for and found several closed room tricks, found the single most basic element to all of them, and used that to form the core of your magical compendium. Didn't Battler tell you? He said that the old you would definitely have thought of a way out of this predicament. I agree with that. I guarantee it by the name of the Witch of Certainty, Lambda Delta. I can't wait to see Beato crush this closed room. That is going to be the greatest scene of all time. The old you would definitely have resolved this closed room trick. That's my parting gift to you. Goodbye. You've sworn to the Witch of Certainty that you'll act with certainty, so I won't say farewell. I'll see you again soon. Yes, we'll see you again soon. Lambda Delta vanished into thin air. Then, in the smoking room of the witch, the two who held the title of Endless Witch were left behind. One had empty eyes. The other supported the first by his side. Ironically, it was the exact opposite of how their relationship had been in the previous game. It's peak. It's so peak. All right, break time. Okay, I'm back. Two chapters left, and they're both kind of long. Ah, Tsepar, what's the important announcement? Listen, Furfur. Our image song is getting released on CD. Huh? Yes, it's a lie. Who are these clowns, dude? We were just so bored of showing up the same way every time. We thought we'd change our style a bit. We are entertainers, and the stage is alive. We've got to ad-lib every now and then. Yeah, we could have done without that. Kali, welcome back. Thanks for helping clear the tension, you two. Sorry, but we're still talking about what to do for the second trial. We'd like a little more time, and if possible, some quiet. Sorry, George. Actually, we have a truly important announcement regarding the second trial. It's good news for some. Is it bad news for the others? Those for which it is bad news have probably already figured it out. If you don't know what we're talking about, then it's good news for you. Beatrice. It's nothing. 5 people were there. Only Battler was missing. Beto's expression was dark, and she kept hanging her head. Everyone realized that something must have happened to Battler. We'd like to announce that Battler has retired before the second trial. Everyone murmured. Just what had happened? The witch game will wait forever for him, but a pair of lovers cannot wait forever. Love is like ice cream. It's sweet and creamy, but if you don't eat it quickly, you'll lose it. Our game isn't so gracious that it'll wait for him to return. So that's what you mean by good news. Well, I'm glad that we have fewer rivals now, but if you think I'll applaud someone else's misfortune, you don't know me at all. Battler, the one we thought of as our greatest enemy, won't ask why. If the demons in charge say so, then that's how it is. Then, what will happen to Beatrice? Seems I will no longer be qualified to participate in this trial. After all, this is a trial to test the bonds between lovers. Battler isn't currently capable of doing that, so his pair is disqualified. How truly saddening. However, she is one of the participants in this 3-way trial of love, so I think we should let her watch the trial as an observer. A splendid idea. She does have the right to bless the pair who does overcome the trial. Are you okay with that? Yes. I want to watch until the end, and I still believe he will come back quickly, regain his qualifications to join in, and continue this trial with me once again. I think she has the right to be an observer. No objections here. There's no need for us to be cruel. But even so, we've lost a powerful rival. Sorry to you two, but I'd like to settle this trial right away. Ah, that's George for you. I'm rooting for you the most on the inside. The coldness with which he furnishes his love makes the heat stand out all the more. At any rate, we've now gone from 3 down to 2, and the 3-way deadlock has been resolved. We weren't able to fight proactively because we were afraid of 1 against 2. Now that it's 1 against 1, it's just a good, clean duel. So in the end, we come to the simple conclusion that we should have just done this from the start. The 4 people stood up as though responding to some invisible summons and faced each other glaring. Only Beto was off to the side, watching the course of the young lovers fight in suspense. Each pair of lovers possessed an unbreakably strong bond. Then, isn't that enough? Their love is already real. There's no need to test it. So why must they fight? The winners will be bound together by a magical miracle, and the defeated will fall apart. Why have the demons promised us that we'll fall apart without any magical miracle? Why is a demon's game like this even necessary? I don't understand. No, these people aren't important right now. I have to think of a trick for escaping as soon as possible, so that I can save Battler from that closed room. I heard about Battler. It seems things have gotten quite troublesome. One-sama. I would like to save you, both as my dear sister and as a part of my full self. I will tackle the puzzle of Battler's closed room in my own way, but it is difficult. It feels almost as though an ordinary chain has been made to look like a wire puzzle. I heard from Lambda Delta. He said that the old Beatrice would definitely be able to solve this with a trick. Do you have any ideas? That old Beatrice is our completed form after we become one. Wait. I know how you could close the chain. Oh no. It's a proper seal, isn't it? So I was gonna say, if you broke the seal... Yeah, the problem is you have to break the seal. But if you broke the seal, put the part of the chain lock that goes in the socket into it, left, and then as you were closing the door, tape the chain back together and then close the door from the outside, that would solve this problem. Because that is not a normal chain lock. It's a cut chain lock taped together by Erica's seal. And I think that is the difference that will allow you to escape from that room. It's not a solid, rigid chain lock. It's a chain that's taped together. And chains are kind of flimsy. You could probably keep that seal together. I don't know how true the seals are. I guess they're true enough that Red Truth can be used in their stead. But there might be a way to, like, shimmy that chain out of the tape and then get it back in there without ever breaking the seal. I cannot solve it. In other words, no matter how much we think in our incomplete forms, we won't be able to understand. Both the older and younger sister have no way of solving this riddle. Beto shook her head, chasing that thought from her mind. I won't give up. That closed room rapidly eats away at the heart. Unless I can save Battler as soon as possible, his heart will be crushed. Of course, I have no reservations toward lending my own wisdom. However, even I cannot make anything out of this closed room. If we put our heads together, I'm sure we'll find the same answer that we would if we were joined. Please, don't give up, and lend me your wisdom. I still cannot understand why you're willing to go so far for Battler. But I shall do as you ask. After all, it is a request made by myself. I will add my wisdom to yours. Look, Furfur. The two Betos are thinking together. I wonder if those two can really save Battler. Oh, they can. If they have the miracle of love, that is. That's right, Zephyr. They certainly can do it if they have the miracle of love on their side. Hey, Furfur. Do you think they'll realize that we're giving them a hint for solving that closed room? Two Betos huddled together, and straining their minds with all they had, they searched for a plan for saving Battler. It was as though they couldn't even see the four people glaring at each other and solemnly discussing the manner of the duel. They'll realize, if they have love, they certainly will. Love. They were the demons of love. Love is the single element, the source of all miracles. Could a miracle of love provide an answer for a closed room trick? There it is again. Without love, it can't be seen. I get how that catchphrase works as an abstract concept, but closed room tricks are part of a genuine, ruthless mathematical puzzle, without room for a fragment of affection within it. Just what kind of hint could these demons be talking about? I already have a certain answer. What these demons have said supports that even further. Yeah, okay, you're incredible. You always know the right answer, and you'll never tell me any of it. Going by the rule of observers, until you tell me about it, it's possible that you're just pretending you know and you're lying. Yeah, I believe I do prefer a bad-mouthed Miko. Very well, child of man. To me, a Miko's sarcasm and abuse is like a ceremonial dance in my honor. You really are an irritating master. Stupid Oni-chan. Why'd you make a closed room like that yourself? Think, child of man. Thinking is not only a job for the characters within the tale. As a reader, you too have the right to enjoy thinking. And I enjoy watching you as you do. I'm willing to make a bet. Your last Miko ran out of patience and ran away from you, didn't she? You are free to enjoy yourself by scolding me. You are also free to worry over the problem, along with the two Betos. Unless you think the tale will not continue. Why? I'm a reader, right? Can't I just stay quiet and read? No. I want you to think. I want you, the reader, to think too. I see. You're a pretty unpleasant author, aren't you? Of course, Angie hadn't reached the end of the manuscript she was reading. However, it would end with just a few pages more. What about the rest of the tale? It should continue much further than this. There should be many more pages remaining. These were inside a different brown envelope, which was in Hachijo's hand. With a grin on her face, Hachijo waved the thick brown envelope around. If you want to read more, do what I tell you.
Cool.
Looks like she got you, lady. Letting you read only so far for free, and then stopping when you finally get to the good part. Amakusa couldn't stop laughing at this evil business practice. Your own views and reasoning. That's what I want. If you tell me those now, I'll hand over the rest of the manuscript. Quit mocking me. Do you think I'll just do whatever you say after something like this? Come now, lady, calm down. I want to read on too, so please, just chill a bit. About the rest of the manuscript, Madam Hachijo. You write about the answer to the closed room trick and the truth behind a bunch of riddles, right? Of course. However, I've written it so that these who fail to think or consider won't understand. Someday your passionate readers are going to say you betrayed them. I understand that, which is why I don't go out into the open, child of man. Anyway, this is what Madame Hachijo is trying to say. First, tell me your answer. Afterwards, you can check and see if it's right. Correct, young man. It is not my intention to be mean. I ask this because I want you to truly understand the tale's conclusion. You're really enjoying this, aren't you, Amakusa? Yeah, come on. Come to think of it, you always take those TV quiz shows totally seriously, trying to win them from your couch. I guess life's many times more fun for you than it is for me. Come, please think. What miraculous trick could get Balor out of that closed room? I want to give the rest of the story, especially to those... No, only to those who have thought. He's asking me to think about this too. Made before the end? Hey. Hey Thorn, how you doing? In the Witch's Cathedral, no. Considering everything that's gone on in here, maybe it should be called a demon's abode. Erica, who wanted to savor the moment of memory of her perfect victory, stood with the whole vast cathedral to herself as the flush slowly left her cheeks. Then, though she thought herself alone on that balcony, she saw a shadow. It was Lambda Delta. Oh, it's you, Lambda Delta. Not often one finds you alone in a place like this. Oh, it's you. Congratulations on your big victory. That's strange. I think I remember saying the same thing to you right here at the end of the last game. I love Lambda Delta. That wasn't exactly a compliment. However, Erica was in such a good mood that even those words sounded like one. I happened to hear what you said a short while back. What? I heard that you have also had the experience of being toyed with as a piece on some great witch's game board, then sealed away in some awful hell. Erica had a crude, triumphant look on her face, though she'd managed to pry some embarrassing memory from the other's past. However, Lambda Delta didn't look in the least bit flustered, and instead gazed down from the balcony in silence. I have. I wonder how many years I was shut up in there. Maybe I should have counted them like Baron. No, it's probably best I didn't. Counting the years is what made Baron break. Are you saying that my master also fell into the hell of a logic error at some point? She did. Though she wasn't the one responsible for it. Because she wasn't the game master? That's right. At that time, she was still a small piece that wasn't even self-aware yet. It was her master, the game master, who committed the logic error. My master was also a witch's piece? Yeah. That kid's master is another bad one. Though she created the game herself, partway through she lost sight of what her goal was. She ended up creating something like a broken game of backgammon, where the start and goal were connected like a donut. What do you mean she lost sight of her goal? I'm talking about a logic error. In her backgammon game, she was unable to draw up a line of logic describing how to reach the goal as she desired. So, the game remained broken with no goal at all. In that case, she should have quieted down and thought of an answer herself. Instead, she despicably left even the thinking entirely to her piece, Bern. Have you heard of the infinite monkey theorem? It's a theory, no, an absurdity, arguing that if a monkey hits random letters on a typewriter for an infinite amount of time, he'll probably end up writing the exact same set of letters as Hamlet by coincidence, sooner or later. Wouldn't that be a horrible hell? Baron was forced to type randomly on a typewriter for an eternal period of time, without even knowing the meaning of what she was doing. Whoa. The Game Master was trying to get Baron to create a goal that this Game Master hadn't even thought of. Could Erika even imagine how horrible a hell that would have been? A job you have to do 100 times, and a job with a 1 in 100 chance of success that you have to keep doing repeatedly. Probabilistically, that may look very similar, but the difference in cruelty between them is great. When you have to do a job 100 times, you steadily approach the end, get more efficient as you become more used to it. And eventually it does end. However, a job that succeeds with a 1 in 100 probability doesn't reflect the hard work of the individual in the slightest. Everything is just left to luck. In the worst case scenario, even the task of flipping a coin until you get heads can last more than 100 years. How many keys are on the typewriter? About 100 maybe? What do you think the odds are of hitting those at random and getting Hamlet? I can't even imagine. They must be unbelievably small. That's right. It's not really any different from an endless span of time. For that dizzying sort of time, that child was forced to keep pounding on that typewriter until she typed out a miracle. And that's why she's the Witch of Miracles. If she hadn't been a witch, if she hadn't been capable of becoming a witch, she would probably have been a black cat strapped to that typewriter for eternity. That child was blessed by a miracle, succeeded in typing out a miracle, became a witch, and returned from hell alive. That hell was so long and harsh that her mind was completely broken. That's why she became such a mean and heartless witch. Even you would dislike your master if given the choice, right? That's not true. I am honored to be my master's piece. My master is a powerful persecutor. Trampling over the weak is her natural right. Because she's a human on the bully side of life? Do you know how to create a great bully? No. It's easy. Bully them horribly, even if it's just for a short time, then suddenly stop and give them power. You do that, then no matter who it is, they'll be reborn as a mighty bully. Even if you only bully them for about 3 days, you'll get them to believe that they're still a bullied kid for 100 million times longer than that, and they'll reign as the mightiest of bullies. What does that have to do with my master? You don't understand anything about Bern. No matter what kind of ruthless, cruel, horrible scum Bern may be, I want to be the one person who knows what she's truly like. And the same goes for me. I think that kid, as a fellow survivor from hell, is the only one who can understand what I'm truly like. Sounds like you're jealous of the relationship we have, but give it up. The hell you think you've trudged through is nothing more than a blink compared to the ones we crawled out of. This time, Erika was probably the one being mocked. The discouraged expression on her face clearly showed that she couldn't accept Lambda Delta's word. If you'll pardon me for saying, I think it's the depth of hell that's important, not the length of time spent there. Oh? You think so, Witch of Truth, Erika? I don't know what kind of hell you were in, Lady Lambda Delta, and I'm sure the time I spent in hell was nothing more than a blink compared to yours. However, I don't think the depths of my hell were any shallower than yours. In part to celebrate your victory, I'll listen to what you have to say without arguing back. From my point of view, both the hell my master fell into, which could only be escaped from with a miracle, and the hell you fell into, which I don't know about but could be escaped from with certain willpower, were hells made to be escapable. Ah, that's pretty bold coming from you. I am the Witch of Truth. My hell was nothing more than less the truth. When faced with the harsh reality of truth, no sort of willpower or miracle matters. I reached this place by overcoming that truth. I don't believe my power of withstanding the truth is in any way inferior to yours or my master's. So what is this power to withstand the truth? Those who don't know can't understand. Perhaps you two couldn't become witches of truth, because you couldn't bear to look at it directly. I'll forgive you for those impudent words. Letting them pass with a slight nod is my present to you for your recent victory. Thank you very much, Great Lady Lambda Delta. Oh, that's unusual. It's rare to spot you two getting along. At some point, Baron Castell had approached on the opposite balcony of the cathedral. Erica, noticing her, cried, "My master," happily, and dashed over. Lady Lambda Delta was telling me old stories about you. A tale of miracles fitting for my master, the Witch of Miracles. I'll forgive you just this once. Huh? It is very similar, isn't it, Gigas? Never speak of my past again. A grimace rose to her face and blasted Erica's good mood away. Then she understood. Baron Castell was also a witch running from boredom. If caught up with her, she would remember those never-ending days of hell. This is proof that even my master still hasn't gotten over the pain and fear of hell. It means that she lacks the power to withstand the truth. For the first time, Erica felt just a little disdain for her master. My apologies. More importantly, why have you come to a place like this? I was looking for you. I wanted to give you a reward. A reward? Really? Thank you very much, my master. Oh, wow. I'm jealous. What are you going to give her? First, I acknowledge your ascension as a true witch, not just a temporary one. I'll be your guardian, the Witch of Truth, Furuto Erika. Thank you very much. All you did was remove the temporary bit. How can she be happy with a reward like that? You gotta want something more spectacular than that, right? No, that's not true. I'm very happy already. Of course, on the inside, Erica did want another present. Mimicking Lambda Delta, she looked at her master to see if any further rewards would be coming. I have one other. Baron Castell snapped her fingers. It's the Battler. We know that they were getting married at the beginning. As she did, a cloud of gold butterflies gathered, and summoned Battler sitting in a throne at the center of the cathedral. Of course, his eyes were blank. He was still a shell of himself, his heart trapped in the closed room that he would never be able to escape from. That man is your reward. My reward is Battler? Okay, so if this goes to follow that... I mentioned this in the last stream or the one before. I'm wondering if Baron Castell is or is representative of Kinzo's, like, actual wife. Because there were some lines mentioned that, like, Baron Castell wanted to get revenge on Beatrice. And if Beatrice stole Kinzo's heart, that might be why Baron Castell wants to get revenge on her. And so, if this is... if Erika is a representation of Baron Castell, and therefore a representation of Kinzo's wife, and Battler is much like Kinzo, which has been mentioned a bunch of times. Battler's a lot like Kinzo. Is Baron Castell getting some kind of satisfaction or closure or, what's the word? Just some kind of, like, consolation. I can't think of the word. There's a word specifically for it. It's like closure, but usually with, like, more negative connotation. Is she getting that from having this wedding happen? Oh, I see. You're saying you'll make it so that Erika inherits all of this game board's territory. Catharsis, that's the word. Thank you. That's right. Look at Battler's finger. He's wearing a ring of the one-winged eagle, symbol of the territory lord. If that becomes yours, you'll become an official lord of this territory. I don't mean you'll be under my charge. In name and reality, this territory will be yours. So I need to take that ring off Battler's finger? Don't be stupid. There's only one ceremony where a woman gets a ring from a man's finger, right? Erika, take Battler as your husband and become the wife of the territory lord. Take Battler as my... Yeah, that's right. If the territory lord is never to wake again, he'll need a partner to serve by his side and in his place. In other words, you will control this territory. So we'll hold a wedding and exchange rings. Battler's territory lord ring will become yours. In exchange, you will put a ring of subordination on his finger. You will control and humiliate him forever, and create as many tales however you like using this territory and the game board. Territory Lord Furuto Erika. Any tale you wish will come true. The Territory Lord is God. Congratulations, you're gonna become the god of this small but wonderful world. Is that true, my master? Will I become this world's god? That is the final reward I will give to you. Battler's ring. Take Battler's ring and create your own world. When that happens, you won't be my piece anymore. You'll be your own witch, and a splendid one at that. Congratulations, Lady Erica. And one day, you must welcome me when I come to visit, just like Beto once did. Yes, my master. There could be no greater honor. And I'm starting to like this marriage thing. If you think about it, there could be no greater disgrace. After all, Beatrice has apparently grown a desire to serve Battler and be liked by him. In the world that witch created, I'll marry, defile, and humiliate Battler. Oh yes, I understand. I so understand how painful it feels to have the one you love stolen away from you. And now I'm finally the one dealing out the pain. Truly, there could be no greater honor. I'm glad you like it. I knew it was the one present you'd like the most in the world. Thank you so much. My master. Erica leapt down from the balcony and walked briskly towards Battler. Then, as she peered down at the reward she had been given. Now, isn't that a wonderful finale? You'll have a wedding, right? Of course, a magnificent one. Perfect way to end Beto's game. Of course, you'll send Beto an invitation too, right? Let's hope she actually comes. Yeah, they foreshadowed this at the beginning. They've actually foreshadowed the past couple games at the very beginning of each one. Okay, things are gonna get busy. We have to prepare for the ceremony, making programs, sending invitations. Don't forget the wedding dress and cake. And you need to get things ready for the reception. The two witches disappeared, cackling. Only the two who were to be wed remained in the cathedral. Can you hear this, Battler-san? Did you realize what's about to happen to you? Damn it. Battler's consciousness wasn't completely gone. It was very distant, but he had faintly tethered to reality. And that was what made it cruel. It was as cruel as though the spider called Erica had wrapped Battler up and was eating him while he was still conscious. Though she might have been like a certain kind of wasp, it was the cruelty of paralyzing its prey while it still lived, so that she could save him for later and eat him. In other words, her cruelty was that of a predator. You can't get out of that closed room. After all, you used the red truth to show that it was closed. Don't worry, just let yourself be trapped in there forever. Because while you do, I'll be giving your body some good, long humiliation. Let's have a mirror in our bedroom. That way, you can see just how you're being humiliated with your own eyes. And let's have a birdcage hanging from the ceiling. We could stick your beloved witch Beatrice in there. What do you think? Wonderful, isn't it? Yeah, I understand. This is how sweet it is to be standing on the other side. As he listened to this mad laugh, Battler couldn't even bring a distressed expression to his face. His heart was still trapped in the closed room he had created. His body and soul would still be trapped within a new closed room of Erica's. Closed room. Called marriage. The old ball and chain, eh, buddy?
Yeah, 聞いたかい、フルフル。
Hey, did you hear, Furfur? I sure did, Zephyr. Lord Battler and Lady Erica are having a wedding. Their words were so similar to their usual shtick that Beto had to ask them to repeat it again. What? What do you mean? As you know, the territory lord of this place has had his heart sealed away and cannot speak. It seems the beautiful Lady Erica is going to become his wife and support him in his work. The two demons explain the situation in a very simple yet dramatic way. I know what's going on. They're planning to take advantage of the fact that Battler's heart is sealed away and use marriage to lock up his body as well, so they can steal everything from him. At this rate, Battler's position as Game Master and his territory lord's ring will be stolen away. Oh, Beto's gonna crash and crush this wedding. That little thief thinks she can do whatever she wants. Let's steal him back. Beto's gonna have a glorious scene at the end of this, I reckon. Let's steal him back. This doesn't concern me. But if it affects you, then it's my business too. Just stealing his body back won't do you any good. After all, the great Lady Baron Castell has already signed the marriage certificate as witness. With a great witch of the Senate serving as a witness, no one can dispel the union unless one of the pair wills it. So as I thought, unless I can rescue Battler's heart from that closed room, there's no way we can save him. Then find a way to rescue him from there. You're gonna steal away the bridegroom? Ah, how wonderful. If you can do that, it would make for a tale beautiful enough for the opera. However, this closed room sealing Battler is quite difficult. The only way out is the door. And if the chain is unset, his escape will not be accepted. And on top of that, the chain can't be set from the outside. And now there's none left to switch places with him. No matter how you look at it, we're stuck. If we give up, we won't be able to save him. The only way we can save him now is to keep thinking. Though Beto looked as though she was about to burst into tears, she clenched her fist tightly. She was frustrated with her inability to think up any brilliant plan, that her heart felt as though it would burst. Zephyr and Furfur, you two are known for being among the most powerful of demons. They say your magic can make the impossible possible. Couldn't you use your power and knowledge to work out a plan for crushing this impossible closed room? Yes, love can accomplish any impossible thing. If you can't accomplish something, it means you lack enough love. Hearing that hurts. But we're moved by the strength of will that prevents you from giving up. Because you have that, we're sure you can bring about a miracle. Can you at least give us some sort of hint about that miracle? We've known each other for quite some time. Can't you at least give my little sister a hint as a parting gift? We are always giving out hints. Without love, they cannot be seen. Yes, we can't see, which is why I'm telling you to show us. These two are always like this. They'll never get bored, but they can be very irritating at times like this. Zephyr and Furfur certainly were demons who possessed a great power. The power of love that they bestowed had created several miracles in the past. Miracles so great that they left marks in human history. However, those miracles were never given easily. They would give trials, tell riddles, and sometimes help the truth be realized, so that those who desired power could create the power themselves. No matter how pitiful the eyes that looked upon them, the two demons would never lend their power out of pity. As it is with gods, so it is with demons. They help those who help themselves. I understand. I'll think about it myself. I will certainly... See, demons? Look at this modern, pure-hearted girl. As the demons of love, don't your hearts hurt even a little? Let's have a hint. Or you could at least give us a hint to a hint. Zephyr and Furfur looked at each other. Of course, there was no pity on their faces. However, it could be seen that, though they did find a problem amusing, they were considering what they should do next. What do we do, Furfur? Can we just give a hint to a hint? Yes, that will do nicely. Let's have it. Okay, here's a present from Zephyr and Furfur. A hint to a hint of love. Please. You can't see the answer. Because you don't have... I'm gonna die. I told you not a hint like that. And if you don't have enough love, why don't you watch some lovers who are overflowing with it? Yes, unfortunately, we have two groups of lovers right here with us. Why don't we take a peek at their fight for love? You should watch over and observe our trial. I told you, not a hint like that. Beto the Elder yelled at them, asking for a more tangible hint. However, Zephyr and Furfur just giggled and ran about like rats. However, Beto took their hint to a hint seriously. Now that Betos were out of it, the second trial was between George and Shannon on one side, and Jessica and Cannon on the other. Can't see the answer if you don't have enough love. Trust. Love and trust. Tear apart those two who are close. In other words, defeat one of the members on the opposing team. They were allowed to use any method they wanted. It could be a duel or rock, paper, scissors. The four of them had alternating between speaking together, then splitting up and discussing things amongst their teams, and had apparently finally reached a decision. Zephyr, Furfur, do you have a second? Oh, they finally called to us. So, George, have you decided on a format for the duel? No matter how much the two demons cheered the four of them on in a joking manner, their serious expressions did not waver. Yes, we've decided to hold a duel. The duel will take place between Shannon and me. That's surprising. For a one-on-one duel, who would have thought? That George and Jessica would have fought. These guys really wanted it to be them, and they wouldn't listen. As a man, I can't stand being unable to do anything but watch. However, Shannon's resolve will not waver. So we have no choice but to respect their decision and believe in them. Canon, thank you so much for believing in me. I've always thought that if we had to fight each other directly someday, it should be done like this. And we realized that that day is today. Of course, we might have been able to avoid this day. However, now that the day has come, so we won't run away. That's right. I'm not running away. So I'll be right here. Me too. I place my faith in Shannon, so I have nothing more to say. And even if Shannon is the one fighting, our power is one. So we'll be fighting together. Yes, that's right. I'm just representing the pair of us. The lovers have decided. Even we demons will not butt in. So how would you like to settle this duel? You don't mean that you want to have a literal duel, do you? At once, both Shannon and Canon nodded. And the method? That doesn't matter, as long as it's a fight to the death. If possible, we would like it to be peaceful, without suffering. And we would like to avoid wounding each other unnecessarily before one of us dies. Zephyr? We should be the ones to oversee this noble duel. True. We understand you two. We will propose a noble duel, one that will honor your noble spirits. When Zephyr clapped loudly, a case with an old design appeared in the air and landed between Shannon and Canon. Winchesters? Furfur nodded at them, urging them to open it. Canon crouched down and opened the case. There were some antiques inside. They would have looked splendid hanging in the wall at some classic coffee shop. However, they were not merely decorations now. These are... I see. Just perfect for a duel. Aha! Inside the case were 2 dueling pistols. Ancient, like the kind used in the Middle Ages. Yes, this was a dueling pistol case that only those who wished for a fight to the death were allowed to open. They have 1 bullet each. As you requested, we have imbued them with magic. They have magical bullets, which will bring certain and painless death, no matter where on your body they hit. Thank you very much. You are most merciful. And what if we both miss? Normally that would be a draw. However, such a thing is not allowed in our trial. If you both miss, you will come back and we will give you new bullets. This will repeat until one of you is dead. I have no objections. Me neither. I'm glad. This means we can finally settle this. Ushumiya George, I recognize you as Sanin. No, Sayo's witness. Understood. Jessica, I recognize you as Canon. No, Yoshia's witness. We are responsible for this duel. It is our responsibility to see that this duel reaches a decision no matter what. When Zephyr and Furfur cried these words out, the whole area was blanketed in a golden-colored light, and when it cleared, it had become the rose garden where golden roses bloomed. A duel over love, is it? How old-fashioned they are. I have seen many duels with pistols during my 1,000 years, but I've never seen one like this. Because it's being overseen by demons? No. A duel over love is usually a fight between 2 people both in love with the same singular person. However, here we have a pair of lovers fighting another pair of lovers. This is quite odd. I'm sure it's because they want a miracle of magic. It seems we cannot be successful in love without such a miracle. Do you know the minimum number of people needed to create a universe? No, I don't. Shannon and Canon each took a pistol out of the case, returned to their respective witnesses, and checked the weapons over. I don't remember how many people it was. Was it 1 or 2? I think it might have been 1. 1 person necessary to create a universe. Is this alluding that Shannon and Canon are 1 person? I'm gonna freak out if that's true. Then, when they both decided that there were no problems, they checked once more to make sure that their opponent was prepared, and nodded to each other. If there are no problems, let the duelists stand back to back. Then walk the decided number of steps away from each other. Then the duel will begin on our signal. How many steps should they walk? Good question. Well, maybe we should choose a number that's closely bound to this duel. A number closely bound? What number is that? It's a number we know of well. It's that number which had been repeated over and over again since the time this tale began. That number is 19. 19. That's an interesting number. It is potentially the number of people on the island, the number of years ago that the baby was born, so we've heard 19 quite a few times. I like it. It's a good number to settle everything with. UQ. Whenever the illusion of a 19th person was seen on this island, in which only 18 people were supposed to be, that number was usually referred to the witch. It was the least number of years needed to create this tale. It was the number of years it took to reach this unavoidable day. And it was the age of the true territory lord of this world, Battler. They'll stand across from each other, then walk 19 steps and shoot. That's pretty far. At that distance, the first one to shoot won't necessarily be the winner. If one of us shoots first and misses, that will probably be the end for them. And if it hits, this easy game can be won without even getting a scratch. Well then, duelers, stand with your backs together. Shannon and Cannon slowly walked towards each other, facing each other. Once they turned away, they wouldn't see the other's face again until they killed them. This face-to-face meeting would never happen again. I'm placing my bets on Shannon. I think Cannon wins this. Thanks for everything. Getting to have a little brother like you was fun. Thank you for letting me be me. Thank you for showing me color in the world of gray. Why were we born, I wonder? It would have been better if we died right after being born. That's father's sin, isn't it? Father's sin? Yeah, so he can just die. Let them all die. Are they kids? Some's about to come through. Yeah, everyone will die. It'll happen very soon. And right after, everyone will revive, and then we'll be able to see them again. We aren't birds in a cage anymore. We will finally leave our cage and fly off to our separate worlds. I should have had a duel like this with you long ago. Surely today is that day. Because they're aware of the games too. I feel like they are... The furniture, them being furniture, they're just pieces. They know about all the games. They're active participants in this. It's today, October 5th, 1986, the fated day. The day that one of us will die. Or maybe we'll both shoot at the same time and both die. Ah, that might not be so bad. Even that wouldn't be bad at all. Right. After all, even if that happens, our loves will surely be made complete. Did we really need to have this duel? We did. You said it yourself. We should have done this much sooner. Why would they have to do it sooner? Thumbs up. Because to me you are just in the way now. Okay. For the first time, the intent to kill flashed through the eyes of both.
Og Sprites Pogger.
Og Sprites Pogger. Garfield, thank you for the Prime sub. 4 months of support on the tournament staff. Welcome, welcome. Hope you've been well. We are cooking on this Umineko. I was told you also hate the the Featherine character because it's a masturbatory self-insert of the author. Because that was like the first thing I said when I saw her. Why is TFT so hard? Save me. Oh, I stopped trying on that thing. I can't TFT. I can't think that fast. Why? For what reason? Why must such a day come for this pair that seems so much like siblings, connected by a bond different from love? Like all the other characters, I have George at the bottom, but Featherine gets a pit all to herself. I have a buffer tier on my Umineko episode 5 tier list that's just like below bottom and just creates a degree of separation. And I put Erica in the... I called it Jesus fucking Christ. It's just the bottom tier. Erica's well written, but I just can't stand her. Like, she is a hateable villain. Why must such a day come for the pair that seems so much like siblings? Blah, 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 blah. It was a great mystery. A great mystery is the question of how this could be the key. Erica George feathering is a good bottom 3. Now, you're freaking Gord, Wald, Enkidu. Erica only because of her confirmation scene. I don't know if you got there yet because of her confirmation scene. Probably not. But maybe. Towards unlocking Battler's closed room. If I watched over this duel instead of running away, will I find the key to solving the closed room? I will, right? Depper, Furfur. Like, my boyfriend was cheating on me scene? No. Good. Good. The cathedral was beautifully decorated for the wedding between the Territory Lord, Lord Battler, and Lady Erica. A crowd of guests wearing goat masks filled the cathedral, waiting for the arrival of the bride and groom. Whoa, Hamilton-ass wedding. As befitted a demon's wedding, it was neither solemn nor quiet, but cheery and noisy, brimming with activity. I wonder what Beato is doing. I hear she has gone to see Zephyr and Furfur. Oh, we just did that like an hour ago? Okay, yeah, I mean, it was a good scene. For sure. She's a scrubby-ass tactics, though. Retcon technique. A powerful pair controls love. They could force even a Demon King to retreat. I do hope they prove to be helpful in some way. Oh my god, Gap, hi. I know all about those two. I think you know as well as me that they won't hand over their power easily. True. However, that is precisely why they are capable of granting a power that can lead to miracles. The Sheen, she makes her... Oh yeah, confirmation that she re-kills the bodies. That was... I mean, that was like sicko. Like, and then she's like, yeah, that's the reason I didn't take the detective proclamation. It's like, okay, you know what? You played a good game. At any rate, we can just free Battler's heart from the closed room. We should be able to manage something here. Closed rooms are your favorite, are they not, Gap? Can you think of any tricks? This is a nasty one. Battler and Erica have been dropping red truths all over the place. I can say for certain that it's impossible to escape from the inside on one zone. But after all, the only way is to have someone else trade places with them and set the chain. If someone does appear like that, saving Battler should be easy. There's a full 11 people, right? Those 11 are sealed on the second floor of the guest house. If we could somehow slip them out of there. I see. Solving the problem of Battler's closed room is equivalent to solving the problem of either closed room on the guest house second floor. Exactly. Limiting your thoughts to just Battler's room would be like getting trapped in a mental closed room of your own. The closed room we need to break open isn't the guest room. It's the closed rooms in the guest house. Whoa, Delanor with glasses. Most unfortunately, we of Rysair and Jungfrau have been placed in charge of the 2 rooms in the guest house. And you guys specialize in seals and barriers. However, that was quite impressive, Miss Gap. You realize that the closed room you should destroy to save Battler is in the guest house. The ceremony will begin soon, but why not reconstruct the scene as a way to kill time until then? Are you sure about this? Doesn't this violate the obligation of confidentiality you have as Lady Erica's pieces? That is no problem. Surely if you first have the seals around the scene confirm and fall into despair, you'll be able to celebrate this ceremony more sincerely. How confident. I'll take that challenge. Leah, let's have ourselves a little snack before the ceremony. With that, dear ladies of Rysair, we humbly ask that you reconstruct the scene for us. We hear and obey. This is the cousin's room. The next room over here has the exact same layout. Carry out your inspections however you please. This room has Genji, Goda, Cannon, and then Kraus, Rudolph, and Jessica for a total of 6 people. The next room over is Hideyoshi, George, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo for 5 people. Don't be stupid, everyone. Who's in this room doesn't matter anymore. We need to find out how to escape from it. You're right. The door and the windows are sealed, so we must somehow escape from some other place. You know what? I know all about how you heaven people like to use momentum to dodge issues. This is no closed room, right? Please, allow me to speak. Let it be known that the closed room in our charge are perfect. You were in charge of the window seal of Kinzo's room last game, weren't you? Just how did Battler let Kinzo escape from that room? That was no fault of Cornelia's. The blame rests on her superior, me. This is exactly the same as Kinzo's study. It's the windows. The closed room cannot be broken by the windows. Can be broken by the windows. This trick of yours is just plain obvious. Oh yeah, you can just unlock, climb out the window, close the window, and someone who's still in the room lock it. Oh, yeah. That works, right? How? Lady Erica sealed the entire room, right? That means the entire room is sealed, including the windows. I see. It would seem that we have been misinterpreting the definition of these seals. Closed rooms sealed by the packing tape are not impossible to break. They form no prison. That's it exactly. Seals definitely prove that a room is a closed room. However, they don't prove that the room will remain as such. They only prove that the room is a closed room as long as the packing tape is not broken. We're not trying to deceive you in any way. As long as the packing tape is intact, they are guaranteed to be closed rooms. That's all. Then why the windows? Why is it that we can break this closed room with the windows? It's simple. We just tear the packing tape apart and jump out. I don't know what the outsider's wall of the guest house is like, but it must have enough of a foothold for that girl to crawl up it and stick packing tape on the outside without anyone noticing. If you break the packing tape, we will immediately know that the seal has been broken, and we will have already proven that the seals were intact at the time of the Battler's logic error. True. It's true that at that time you proved that the seals weren't broken. That's how you tricked us into thinking that these were closed rooms. The logic of seals equals closed room does not always apply. This song kind of vibes. Yap's specialty was dealing the finishing blow in closed room mysteries. She leaned back and looked down at the short Delanor, as though a challenge such as this was like taking candy from a baby. Delanor looked up at her with a bold expression, and sparks flew between them. What do you mean seals equals closed room is wrong? That's insane. Remember, Leah, which seals did Erica and the others show us at that time? Which seals did they show were still intact? Oh yeah, they only showed the door ones, didn't they? This is the sort of falsification that the Great Court of Heaven likes to practice. I cannot let that remark pass. What is your complaint? Come on, I've been saying it the whole time. It's the windows. It's true that you people use these seals to seal them in. That included the windows. And at the time you added these seals, that counted as proof. So far, so good. But you know what? After that, anyone in this room could have done it. Who was here again? Genji, Goda, Cannon, Kraus, Rudolph, and Jessica? Could have been any one of them. All they had to do was tear the packing tape off the window, slip from there, and save Battler. But at the time of that logic error, it was proven that the seals were intact. Incorrect. At the time, Lady Erica only verified the status of the seals on the doors. Yes, come to think of it, at that time, Lady Erica just showed us the doors of the two rooms and claimed that the seals were intact for each. She never mentioned the seals on the windows. That's correct. It's probably true that the seals on the doors and windows were perfectly secure when they were added. However, at the time of the logic error, you only confirmed the status of the seals on the doors. In other words, since the time Erica left the guest house, it was not forbidden for someone to break through the windows and leave whenever they wished. What do you say? I got you now, haven't I? This is how you do things. If only we're that simple. Delanor, it's nearly time. It seems the bride and groom have arrived. This ends our chat. We will meet again later. I don't know if she got her or not. With a happy-looking grin on her face, Delanor turned around. But that must have hit her where it hurts. Yap wouldn't let her get away. He grabbed the other's shoulder. Wait here. Tell us whether or not the seals on the windows were still set at the time of the logic error. If you don't, anyone in that room could have saved Battler. And who do you think would have been capable of such a rescue? Doesn't matter who. Then just by personal preference, I'll name Cannon. He seems agile, and hiding his presence is his specialty. He's the perfect person to follow after Erika quickly came to Battler's rescue. Here's where she's gonna say, Cannon could not have saved Battler, in red. Cannon? Impossible. Impossible. Come then, we can't trust what you say with normal words. Use the red truth. Swear upon that red longsword of yours. Miss Gap, a sacred wedding is about to begin here. You asked me to draw my sword in a sacred place such as this? How inelegant and rude. Let's do this some other time. Goodbye. Yep. She could say in red, Cannon could not have saved Battler. It is possible for Cannon to save Battler. After Erika sealed our room, blah, 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 blah. Impossible. The window seals were also intact. Oh. Of course, this is at the time of the logic error. Gap's rapid reverse roundhouse that followed her blue wedge crossed with Delano's red longsword and both pointed at the other's throat. Yeah, I'm a big Gap fan. The once peaceful mood of the wedding broke apart. Several goat guests whispered to each other, wondering why those two seemed to be fighting. Okay, so you can counter that. Why didn't you just say so in the first place? We thought that Beatrice might eventually reach that thought, then barge in on the wedding with that as the key to Battler's escape. I did not think that you would press us first and force us to show our hand. You do fight dirty, don't you? You were trying to trap Beto by making her suspect the windows, then turn the tables on her. What else should a human who guards the bride be expected to do? Are you satisfied now? A demonic world-style wedding is truly vulgar and barbaric. If you would excuse us. Wait up. You haven't fooled me yet. When you mentioned window seals just now, were you talking about the rooms where Cannon was? The cousin room, right? Then what about the windows on the next room over? All you've done is show that rescue would be impossible for Cannon. There's still a chance for the humans in the next room over. How very persistent. The gold? No. We apologize for our rudeness. We are the Chester Sisters, Imperial Guards, in charge of security at this ceremony. I'm afraid I must ask you both for your stamped invitations. Delano Knox, I'm with the bride. Here is the stamped invitation. Also, here are my credentials as bodyguard to the bride. Confirmed as Chief Knox. Welcome to Lord Battler's wedding. I'm Gap. I'm with the groom. Here's my invitation, and... ah, crap. You didn't get it stamped at the reception desk, yeah? I came here directly, so I didn't go by the reception desk. It's still unstamped. Why do you always have to do that at times like this? Gap-sama. My apologies, but we'll have to ask you to come with us to a different room. Delano watched, shrugged, and turned away. Wait there, Delano. Respond to my blue truth. If you want the opinion of the Great Court of Heaven, please fill out an application in accordance with court procedures. Allow me to speak. Know that the ticket window is open from 10 to 5 on weekdays. Lunch break runs from 12 to 1:15. Allow me to speak. Know that the use of whiteout or strike-throughs is not permitted when filling out forms. There's a rumor that they refuse Comiket applications for the same thing, yeah? That's an urban legend. Probably. Let us provisionally accept that blue truth verbally. I will put it on hold until the proper forms are received. And duplicate submissions are not allowed. I don't understand. Can you respond to my blue or not? If you fill out the application on Monday, we should be able to have an answer for you by the end of next month. Duplicate submissions are forbidden, so the blue truth you just spoke will be unusable during this wedding ceremony. This is in accordance with the laws of evidence from the official Great Court regulations, Article 214, Section 15, regarding the prevention of duplicate submissions. Please allow me to speak. Know that it is forbidden for blue truth to be used if based on the argument that the window seals in the next room over were torn at the time of the logic error. Oh, wait, that's stalling. Please allow me to speak. Know that the opposing site is under no obligation to respond to the aforementioned blue truth. So that does say that that's probably to do with it. Let me go, Rabbit Band. The Chester Sisters led Gap away. Just when she thought she'd reached the core, they had unhandedly refused to respond. Rabbit Band? Isn't that like Maria's Toys? Yeah, this is not going to be a shit show of a wedding for sure. However, this is a big clue. There's a chance that the window seals on the next room over have been broken. In other words, it might be possible for Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, or Nanjo to save Battler. And yet just now, that move was sealed away. The use of any blue based on the window seals on the next room over might have been broken has been prevented. It's now impossible to claim that the 5 who could have saved Battler were the ones who did it. That's not fair. That's low. That's the answer, isn't it? I also noticed that they hadn't proven that the window seals were intact. But if they can't use the blue truth, what are they supposed to do? Yeah, I know. I'm sure you're laughing at me again because you alone have discovered the answer. My apologies, child of man. I am having trouble just as you are. I can't believe I'm hearing you say that. I also realized that the windows of the next room over were left available. However, I hadn't imagined that the use of that argument would be prevented. Does that seriously violate the rules? I mean, how can a quiz be fair if I can't say the right answer? Isn't that a logic error for the other side? We can also view the fact that the tale is continuing as proof that it wasn't a logic error. In other words, there's some other answer, completely unrelated to the windows of the next room over. Or, it may be possible to explain without discussing the windows, how one of those 5 came to Battler's rescue. If they can't talk about the windows, they'll have to find a different way to leave the room. That practically makes the next room over a closed room. Yes, that is why I am also stuck. Because of those strange seal proclamations, the 2 rooms have once again become closed rooms. Most likely what? If you're so vastly intelligent, what kind of answer have you found? There is no answer. No answer? What do you mean? There's no way out except for the windows of the next room over, and yet we are not allowed to include those windows in our reasoning. There probably is no answer for this closed room. And if that's so, what next? Since no answer exists, then defeat is absolutely certain for whichever player is burdened with the responsibility of explanation. So we have no moves left? In other words, that statement of Delanor's was the final blow? Doesn't that make this checkmate? No. One move does exist. However, that move is one that can never be used again. And it is also a part of Beto's heart. You mean, one of the great riddles of this tale? Precisely. By using that, or possibly, feathering sighed deeply. It was something she hadn't done once before now. What could it be? I see. So as long as this tale has been, it's finally time for the curtain to close. Exposing the answer to this riddle means the same as finally killing Beto. But perhaps Battler's the only one qualified to make that decision. If he weaves such a tale as the Game Master, no one will be able to stop it now. The greatest riddle of this tale will probably be revealed. A deep sound reverberated through the cathedral. It was the sound of several dozen Chester Sisters Imperial Guards, members of the Honor Guard who stood in line across the cathedral and stamped their heels in unison. It brought about total silence even before the demons running the ceremony spoke. Let us have silence. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the wedding of Lord Battler, Territory Lord, and Golden Sorcerer, and Lady Erica, the Witch of Truth. Zephyr and Furfur had appeared in the center of the cathedral. Having them invited to host a wedding was a great honor. Though they had asked for silence, the attendants who packed the cathedral welcomed the 2 demons with an enormous applause. Oh, it's Zephyr and Furfur. Then what about Beto? She may have already snuck into the grounds. They searched for Beto in the crowd of several hundred people, but they couldn't find her anywhere. Wonder if Beto managed to find a way to save Battler. If she managed to gain Zephyr and Furfur's power, then I'm sure she has. There exists no miracle that cannot be gained after receiving their strength. And if she didn't, then that goat biting his handkerchief over there is probably her. Then let us welcome the bride and groom. Please give them a grand welcome and celebrate them as the start of their new life. Come out, bride and groom. Walk the path of shackles called marriage, which will bind you until the grave. The big doors in the back of the cathedral slowly opened. And then, the Territory Lord and his beautiful bride came into view. Arm in arm, the pair slowly began to walk down the path to the grave lined with red carpet. The Chester Honor Guard stood at attention along either side of that path. raised their adorned bayonets with mechanical precision, and made sure that no evil could block the path that the pair walked down. Jester sisters that weren't part of the honor guard were stationed all over the cathedral, hiding behind pillars and the like, keeping an eye out for any intruders. 00 calling 45 and 410. Any irregularities? Healing snipers? All clear. 410 and 45 were on top of a massive chandelier hanging from the cathedral ceiling. Several other sniper pairs could be seen stationed on top of the chandeliers. The seemingly festive cathedral was actually being heavily guarded in places that the attendants wouldn't notice. Currently, we are simultaneously targeting 36 attendants suspected of being Lord Beatrice. Erica sucks, but I like her wedding outfit? Yeah. As well as 131 in positions from which the attack might be launched. Surveillance in progress. Don't let your guard down. Lady Beatrice will almost certainly stage an attack on this wedding. That'd be so cool. Breaking in to steal the bride, yeah. 410. He's the groom, not the bride. But he's playing the bride's part. The Chester sniper teams on the chandeliers use super high efficiency observers to track the movements of several hundred attendants. If any one of these made any suspicious movements, the Chesters have been given permission to fire immediately. The one on the chandelier is Chester 127. That overkilling monster sniper could pulverize a human target from 2 kilometers away. The one in the chandelier across from that is Chester 20. Her firing rate is 6,000 shots per minute. However, she's using a portable magazine this time, so 2 seconds is all it takes for her to use up her ammo. Lazy bum can barely do her job for 2 seconds, yeah. Slowly, and making a show of it, the two walked down the red-carpeted path. Battler's eyes were blank. If you look closely, you could probably tell that Erica was dragging him by the arm she held. In other words, they weren't walking together. This was a ceremony for Erica to show off to everybody that this man belonged to her. Behind the bride and groom walked the 7 Sisters of Purgatory, who held long, ceremonial arms in the shape of the one-winged eagle. That moron Battler, what's he lazing about for? This is why people call him incompetent. I can understand Beatrice's pain better than anyone else. It's all because that stupid Battler caused the logic error. Stupid. Beatrice will not fall to sloth and let this wedding go on. Of course, Beatrice is greedy. She won't let someone else take away her favorite toy. She'll definitely show up. I hear the reception's gonna have a ton of delicious food. I want to wear a wedding dress now. Baron Costello and Lambda Delta were in the nobles seating on the balcony. They were sipping some bizarre carbonated cocktails as they looked down upon the show. What a splendid wedding dress. I love stuff like this. This is just the opening performance. That's pretty cruel. Which event do you think will be the headliner? Don't tell me you really think Beto will come. As you know well, Battler's closed room is perfect. How could Beto win? Right. You must have heard too. There's a chance that the window seal on the room next door has been torn. Seems Delanor has managed to seal that path off for now, but she just denied the concept instead of sealing the actual window. I'll fly out the window again. It'll fly out the window again. The one-winged eagle. Wanna bet? On whether Beto comes? I bet she comes with certainty. I bet she comes miraculously. Aha, this isn't gonna work. The Witch of Certainty and the Witch of Miracles were both sure that Beto would come. However, they were very interested in exactly how she would break off the closed room and take Battler back. You've been watching from behind the scenes, so you probably know. You know what the trick is. More or less. But Erica's done a hell of a job, so now even I'm stumped. Liar. Huh? I'm sure you found one already. There does exist a trick that can save Battler, right? There does. But it's tough. And if that move is used, part of Beto's heart will be exposed. Isn't that right? Oh, so you already know. Hey, want to change our bet? To what? To whether Beto or Erica wins. Sure. If you're willing to bet on Erica, I'll do it. Oh, you're betting on Erica? And why do you think you can win? If this trick is a part of Beto's heart, then Battler, the Game Master, will hesitate at exposing it. And so, they cannot win. It will probably be a draw. I'm sure they will sidestep the issue somehow and run away. Battler has sworn to let Beto rest in peace. Baron, you're being too naive. The bet was made, based on the assumption that a certain miracle that Beto would come. Virgilia, who was standing in the front row, tried to call out as soon as Battler walked by. She tried to tell him that the window seal in the next room over hadn't been checked, hoping that this would give him a hint. However, she had been marked perfectly. The instant she tried to lean forward, 2 Chester sisters right behind her grabbed her arms. That powerful force told her that she wouldn't be able to move even a step forward. Trapped, she was forced to stand there and watch as Battler walked past. Battler. Even now, he is fighting in that closed room all by himself. However, he cannot get out by his own power alone. Unless someone comes to save him, he cannot get out. Unless that child comes to save him, Battler will be trapped. If there is a key to that closed room, I am certain Milady will find it. Milady, I am sure you have gone through many trials in your life. But please, this is the one you must overcome. I am certain you can do it. I, Renove, do not doubt that in the slightest. Hell yeah. The bride and groom's procession slowly advanced down the path to the grave, reached the altar. Though walking slowly with ceremonious and proper etiquette, it was also tiring. Erica glanced over at Battler. Of course, his eyes were blank. His heart was still inside that closed room. Once more, the sound of the Chester honor guard stamping their heels rang out loudly. Silence returned to the cathedral again. Now, the wedding ceremony would finally begin. People live for the sake of love. Therefore, today, you have fulfilled the purpose of your lives. Oh, how great is the power to live and the power of love. I pray that the brightest of this day blesses those two for all time. Come now, you who love one another, make the oath of love. In the place of the husband who cannot speak, let the wife make the oath on behalf of the pair. Battler swears to Erica, and Erica swears to Battler to support each other, both in sickness and in health. I didn't catch that, Battler. If you have some objection, please say it a bit more clearly, in a loud voice. Damn it. If you have anything further to say, please get yourself out of the logic error closed room first. Don't worry. I'll support you until that day comes. You have heard the pair's oath of love. Oh, let this oath be eternal. The thunderous applause celebrated their marriage of subordination. After the oath, they would symbolize the bond. It was the exchanging of the rings. The Territory Lord's ring with the one-winged eagle engraved on it that sat on Battler's finger would become Erica's. By this, she would become the ruler of this game board, and in exchange, Battler's finger would be given a diamond ring that Erica had prepared. At a glance, it just looked like a ring adorned by a large diamond. However, this cursed ring would force Battler into eternal subservience and mark him as another property. Yes, let the pair exchange rings. Since the husband's fingers cannot move, let the wife support him. Erica respectfully took Battler's right hand, then slowly pulled off the Territory Lord's ring that had been on his ring finger. This was the ring Beto had entrusted him with. Erica stole it away. This is the ring that the woman left behind, right? How does it feel to have it stolen away by a woman like me? I can't hear you. Please say it one more time. Go to hell. Oh, that? Well, there's no need to worry, Battler. Erica pressed her lips up against Battler's earlobe as if biting it, and told him where they were. We're already there. Then slowly, she took Beto's ring, which she had stolen from Battler, and slipped it onto her own left hand. Now, bride, you may give the groom your ring. That's one hell of a ring. A shackle that'll hold him in place for all time. Yeah, it's custom made. Even Battler's blank eyes could see the diamond ring Erica held. It was like Erica herself. On the outside, it shone beautifully, and possessed an absolute hardness that would bend to no one's will. And on the inside, to symbolize never letting go of the prey it had latched onto, it had 8 sharp thorns pointing inward. If they had been growing out of the outer side, it would have looked like the collar of a guard dog from hell. However, whoever heard of putting those on the inside? By twisting the diamond, those thorns could slide in or out. In other words, if you twisted it after thrusting the finger inside, the inward-facing thorns would bite down, never releasing until the end of time. Then even his soul would be trapped, and his body, mind, and soul would be forced to serve Erica for all eternity. Are you kidding me? Who the hell would wear a ring like that? He couldn't even finish speaking that simple phrase, and furthermore, those awkward words were the only way he could resist. He raised Battler's left hand and stroked his ring finger as if tasting it. Erica pressed the ring of a subordination against the tip of his finger. If a ring made to fit too tightly, it can be painful and hard to take off. However, this ring was never intended to be removed for life anyways, though its inner band had been mercilessly narrowed. even without the thorns. Forcing a small ring like this on would hurt. This ring will seal up your body, heart, and soul for all eternity. And you'll become an eternal living doll. I won't even let you die. You'll be endlessly defiled and humiliated by me. And every time I forget the taste of victory, I'll use your body to remind me. Over and over again. You got the guts to bite off your tongue. Now's the time. Once this goes on your finger, you won't even be able to do that. Balor didn't even have the strength to bite his tongue. Even if he had, he didn't want to give up before finding a way to escape the closed room, so he couldn't kill himself. However, if he accepted the ring, he would never be able to think about escaping from the room, much less commit suicide. Stop. Stop it. No way. Look, I'm sticking your finger in. It hurts. It wasn't just the pain of having his finger forced through the tight ring. The curse of the ring fiercely tormented Balor's body from the inside. That pain would always torment Balor. But fortunately, the power of the ring even stole away the heart that could understand that pain. Erica kept screwing that two small demons ring on. It hurts. It's impossible. There's no way. It'll fit. Don't worry. It will fit. No problem. With an obscene laugh, Erica let a silver thread drip from her mouth and soaked the finger in the ring. Ew. Please relax. We'll stick in all at once. Please don't resist uselessly. It'll hurt less if you don't resist, okay? You see? Now it's sliding right in. I don't like what this is a metaphor for. Slowly, Balor's finger went deeper through the ring. He was pushed through the iron ring of pain and humiliation, which would never be removed again. Oh. Look, okay? It's all the way to the base, see? It hurts. Take it off. The demon's ring tightened around the finger so much that it seemed the finger would snap off along with the bone. Sorry, but if this is your favorite character in this VN, you have a problem. I think I second that. Could Balor's hazy expression of anguish really describe how unbearable this filthy pain was? Okay. Now that it's in all the way, let's add the final touch, shall we? After this, you will be mine, forever. Erica touched the ring's diamond knob. If she twisted it, the thorns would bite in and never let go again. Oh, so it's already, like, tearing his skin off. We gotta change this meme image here. Give me a, oh, hell no, you ass tweaking Erica. No, stop it. Sure. Just say, forgive me, Erica, and I'll stop. Honestly insane how many people have her as their favorite. Wow. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I mean, again, great antagonist. Like, well-written, hateable, loathable, evil to the core antagonist with clear motive and, like, very well-written. Absolutely deplorable character, though. I don't know how you could be like, I love this character. I want her to marry me instead. Please forgive me, Erica. I swear to spend the rest of my life as your dog, with a collar around my neck, so at least spare me that ring. If you can say that, I won't make you wear the ring. Yeah, but that's very different than, like, her being someone's favorite character. Can't really hear you. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. For making you suffer like this? No. I'll never forgive you for defiling Beto's ring. Though Balor's eyes had supposedly been forced into a muddled condition, they appeared strong for just an instant. However, it really was only for an instant. Balor had used up the last of his fleeting resistance just to say those words. In his dim consciousness, he had even bitten his own tongue to stay alert, so that he could say these words of resistance until the very end. Of course, it seems you aren't the kind of dog that can be tamed, but it's better this way. Erica smiled, then she turned the diamond. Ow. In that instant, Balor let out a voiceless scream and threw his head back. His howl that had no voice and could be heard by no one. However, it still rang out through the cathedral. Jeez. All right, there is one chapter left before the tea parties. It is the finale, and it is long. We got to take a break. We also need a break after that scene anyway. But we will be finishing, I think. Oopsies. I think we will be finishing today. It's peak? Oh, so peak. I think we'll be finishing today. I do want to get some sleep. I got to go to the car place really early in the morning, but with this being about 2 hours, 2.5, we'll be done by like midnight. I think we'll be. All right, I'll be right back though. I'm going to take an ad break and get some water. You do the same. And I'll see you soon. Okay, I'm back. Hello, Felice. How you doing? Hi. Okay. Last chapter. I'm back? Thank you. I made myself a sandwich. Last chapter. Long one. Sad one, probably. Let's see where this takes us. A dreary breeze blew through the Golden Rose Garden. Shannon and Cannon had already finished walking 19 steps, their backs still facing each other. When demons conducting the trial gave the signal, they would both turn and settle this. Each one of them had the dueling pistols given by the demons in their hand. The bullets promised certain death no matter where on the body they hit. This duel would not end until one of them died. George and Jessica just quietly watched the ones they loved. They had already entrusted all of their thoughts to them, as well as their fates. Just watching over the partners was now the only way they could show their trust. Shannon and Cannon stood quietly with their backs turned. They had already set aside the feelings they'd built up during all those days they'd known each other. The next time they laid eyes on the other, nothing would be asked of them except pulling that trigger. The only one who still couldn't muster any determination or resolve towards this duel was Beata. The closer that moment came, the less she understood. The love between George and Shannon wasn't standing in the way of the love between Jessica or Cannon, or vice versa. Why, when both sides could find happiness, were they being forced to kill each other? I don't understand. I just can't understand. Little sister. We are not permitted to do anything but watch. Zepper, Furfur. Why this duel? This is no trial of love. You really are demons. You just want to enjoy watching one of the pairs fall apart, don't you? Silence. You'll get in the way of the lovers. You're the ones getting in their way. One will fall. The one who loves that person will grieve. If only you two weren't around, then no one would be sad. That is not true. If we hadn't set up this duel, then both pairs would have fallen apart. This duel is necessary. I haven't been able to accept that since the beginning. You say their love can't be successful without a miracle of magic. What does love need, other than two people who love each other? This duel is meaningless. So stop it, you two. Shannon and Cannon both. Why must you fight each other to the death, when you were once as close as true siblings? I just can't understand. Everyone should have been able to hear Beato's yell, however no one's expression changed. That's right. I'm impressed that you noticed. This is love's truth. What? What is? Normally, love needs nothing more than two people who love each other. Therefore, when there aren't two people... Aha! We must use a duel to make that number become two. I can understand if it were a duel between two people fighting over one woman. If it were a duel to cut three people in love down to two. But here we have two pairs of people. The world formed by each pair is complete, isn't it? There's nothing compelling them to fight. The minimum number of people that can create a world is two. A world can only be born, love can only be fulfilled, when two people gather. That's why this duel is necessary. So that they can get up to that number of people. Up to that number of people? Are Shannon and Cannon... They're not real. Shannon and Cannon aren't real. Are you saying that furniture is subhuman, so they don't count as a single person? Exacto. Furniture is subhuman. Yeah, I think that means that they're like part of the story. They weren't actually on the island. Maybe. That's why furniture and a human cannot add up to two people. That's insane. Status has nothing to do with it. If both of them love each other,
いいや、あるよ。
Furniture? No, it does.
本当に愛し合う二人の身
Do you really think the status of a pair of lovers doesn't matter?
妻を持つ男との恋は許されるの？
Is a man who has a wife allowed to love someone else?
夫を持つ女
Is a woman who has a husband allowed to love someone else?
親との恋は許されるの？
Are you allowed to fall in love with your parents?
子との恋は許
Are you
さ
allowed
れ
to
る
fall in love with your children?
恋の許され
There
な
are
い
many situations where status makes loves unallowable. Then, just what is furniture? Why mustn't furniture fall in love?
魂が一人に満たないから。
Because their soul is less than a single person.
シャノンもカノンも駒である君ももちろん。
Shannon, Cannon, and of course the piece that you are.
あなたたち
All of you are furniture.
魂が一人分に満たないから
Subhuman beings who possess less than a single person's soul.
人を愛す
To
る
be qualified to love a human, you need one thing:
一人に満たつ
the possession of a single person's soul.
だから愛し合う二人は
That's why a pair in love can create a world.
例えば
For example,
妻を持つ
do you think a man with a wife has the right to love another
愛
woman?
するあるわけがない
Of course not. If he loved two women, neither would get the full person's worth of love. Older Beto is saying this, probably in reference to how Kinzo, Beto was Kinzo's mistress.
そのような男
A man such as that would be unworthy of love.
ね人を愛する
See?
資格の
There are plenty of statuses and humans who have no right to love a person.
二人の愛
As long as both people feel love, nothing else matters.
それは
That's just the hypocrisy of naive love.
僕たちはね、恋をする資格を偽る人間を
We cannot forgive humans who falsely pretend that they have the right to love.
世界を生み出す最小人数を満たせない。
We cannot forgive the love of subhuman beings, and those who don't make up the minimum number of people required to create a world.
僕たちの試練はそのためにある。
That is the purpose of our trial.
罪深き魂
It's to let the sinful souls regain a complete soul and become capable of true love.
恋ができるようにするために。
ゼパル様フルフル
Zephyr, Furfur,
僕たちの
our hearts are ready.
どうか決闘の合図を
Please give the signal to start the duel. Pair bidding farewell quietly asked for the signal to be given. How you doing, Beverage? Welcome. Zephyr nodded silently and walked to a place that could be seen by both of them. Furfur spoke in a voice quietly enough to avoid distracting the two duelists.
見ているといいわ
Watch.
愛し合う恋人たちのどちらかが破綻する決闘
Watch the duel to see which of the lovers will fall apart.
いいえ
No.
これは破綻
This isn't a duel to see who falls apart.
本当の
This is a duel to make true love succeed. I don't understand. What are you two saying?
いいえわかりなさい
No. You must understand.
これは本当に人を愛すること
This marks the birth of a human who can truly love another.
意味が
I don't understand.
どちらが勝
No matter which wins, please support
つ
them.
今彼らの
Right now, their days as furniture will end.
日々が終わる
合図は簡単。
The signal is simple.
僕が
I will count to 3.
1、3と同時に
When I reach 3, this duel will commence. Okay, so is it 1, 2, 3, go, or is it 1, 2, 3? Understood.
同じく
Same here.
二人が
If both miss, the duel will be temporarily suspended. You will be given bullets again and will start over from the beginning with your backs to each other.
決着がつくまで繰り
I
返
guess it repeats until all's settled.
ゼパル
Zephyr,
この決闘を
have you seen this sort of duel many times in the past?
もちろん
Of course.
何度も
I've seen many of them.
大抵何度の打ち合いで
Usually. How many times do they face off before it's over? Probably 1.
ほとんどの場合
In almost all cases, it's decided in the first round.
決着がつくよ。
みんな随分と拳銃の腕がいいんだな
They must all be really good shots.
違うよ
That's not it.
片方が
If one side misses, the other can corner them at their leisure and shoot.
悠々と初段をもし
If the first bullet misses, then you have lost your chance of victory.
勝ち目
しかし
However, if you take too long, you'll lose before you can even pull the trigger.
同じ負けるなら
You're gonna lose anyways.
気兼ねを
You'd
引
at least want to have pulled the trigger first.
いい覚悟だ
Your
よ。
resolve is good, you two.
では
Then, let's go.
行くよ。 1
1.
2の 3
I like the flash of Beatrice in there too. The Golden Rose Garden, when the number 3 was yelled, the sound of gunfire rang out once. Even the people watching couldn't tell whether there was a single gun firing or the sound of both going off at the same time. In the midst of the stench of gunpowder and white smoke, there, with gun raised and smoke trailing the barrel, was Cannon. And lying on the earth was Shannon. Oh, Shannon won the duel. Shannon!
いや
No.
シャノンが
Shannon fell before the gun fired. Oh!
銃声より早
Did
く
she fall to dodge it? No. Jessica's distressed expression was enough to explain what had happened. Bait. Slowly, Shannon stood up. There was no bullet wound anywhere on her body. At the time of the signal, Shannon had thrown herself to the ground, dodging the bullet. It had been a bet. If Cannon had turned around and taken his time to aim carefully before shooting, then she would have shot her as she lay there. However, if Cannon shot as soon as he turned around, she would be able to dodge it. Cannon had also made a bet. He did not underestimate Shannon's skill with a gun. He was fully aware that if he assumed Shannon would be timid enough to let him shoot first, he would lose before even pulling the trigger. So he decided to shoot right away. And he had predicted that when he shot, Shannon would reflexively pull the trigger too. Since he intended to shoot right away, he would be more mentally prepared. So he was confident that he'd be able to shoot accurately. If Cannon had cautiously turned around, and Shannon had shot instantly with the strength of her will, then Cannon wouldn't have even been able to pull the trigger. No impatience on Cannon's part was to blame here. The two had simply given it their all, let the fates to the heavens, and reached this result. I didn't imagine that my quick-tempered Nei-san wouldn't shoot at all.
私も意外だった
I'm surprised too,
慎重
to
な
think that old prudent Cannon would shoot as soon as he
振
turned.
り向きざまなんて
As Shannon quietly pointed the barrel at him, she slowly walked forward. She planned on cautiously closing the gap until she reached a distance from which she could hit with even more certain accuracy. And Cannon had already lost any means of fighting back. He could only try to dodge Shannon's bullet and place his bet on a second round. If they both thought this, then what happened next would turn that assumption on its head. This isn't over yet. Whoa. Cannon dashed forward like a tornado, bent over so low that he was almost crawling over his shadow. This duel could only be settled by a bullet, but he wasn't the only one who had a bullet. If he could steal Shannon's gun away from her, he could turn this fight around. And if Shannon calmly shot through Cannon, it would end. The odds that Shannon would miss, or that he could get close enough to her before she fired, Cannon would bet all the chips he had on them. Shannon could draw Cannon in until the last second, then shoot him from a closer distance. He pulled the trigger just before he reached her. Then even if she missed, they would just start again from the beginning. Shannon kept her gun pointed at Cannon's forehead, and she compared those options until the final moment. She led her shot, calculating the distance he had already moved, and the time it would take to pull the trigger. The goddess of fortune smiles impartially. No. Surviving past the final moment Shannon could have shot, Cannon barreled into her chest. He then swung his hand up and knocked the gun Shannon held into the air. The strike sent Shannon's gun flying into the sky. At the same time, Cannon's gun also flew from his hand and danced through the air. The two guns danced a rondo through the sky, reaching their peak and began to fall. By the time, neither knew whose gun was which. The two guns were exactly the same. Everything about them was identical. There was no way to tell them apart. However, there was one difference. Only one of them had a bullet inside. The pair raised their hands to the sky, trying to grasp their fate, their miracle. It was as though they were trying to grasp the wings of a descending angel of miracles. And the pair looked up at the brilliant sky and entrusted everything to the goddess of fortune. Then they each grabbed one of the guns out of the air, and after dancing a momentary rondo, their arms crossed each other. Even that had been like a dance. Then, they each pressed the barrel of their gun up against the other's forehead, both as steady as a rock. Even they could not know which gun held the bullet. When they both pressed the triggers, one would die and one would remain alive. The match would end. George and Jessica wouldn't know the result until that moment came. However, was it really impossible for the two holding the guns to know? The muzzle of Cannon's guns, which had already been fired, must have been warm, and the muzzle of the other gun, which Shannon hadn't fired, should have been ice cold. So perhaps the pair of them did realize which gun was which, and yet both expressions were solemn. The faces of those who would believe in their fate unswervingly until the moment the triggers were pulled. Don't be sad. We'll meet again soon, in the Golden Land. We should have done this much sooner. If only we had. Our reunion could have been avoided entirely. It's alright. Considering what day this is, even this duel is a farce. You're right. If we just gonna revive in the Golden Land anyways, it really is just a farce. Then, I'll see you later. Yeah. You too. So long. Cannon! Hey, what's going on? Hang in there. Suddenly, Cannon fell to the floor as if he'd had an attack of anemia. It had happened without any warning beforehand, so everyone rushed up to him in alarm. What they saw surprised them. There was a single strand of blood across his forehead, making it look as though it was cracked open. Huh? How? What happened? What's going on? Trying to get a look at the wound, Goto wiped Cannon's forehead with a handkerchief. However, his forehead was perfectly smooth, without any trace of a wound. And yet blood was pouring out, almost as though it was sweeping through his skin. What are you doing? Stop the bleeding already. But there's no wound. Hang in there, Cannon. Cannon! Yoshia-kun! Cannon's forehead was pale, and though his eyes were open, they had lost the light of living. Just like a puppet whose strings had been cut, he had passed away. Yoshia! So long, Cannon, and thank you. Jessica dashed up to Cannon's corpse, held it, pressed her forehead against his, and, as the still hot blood was smeared over her forehead as well, she sobbed. Cannon. George, we've won. Now, I finally have the right to love you. Finally. Shannon leaned against George's chest, as though the strings holding her up had been cut. George held her in silence. There was nothing in the golden rose garden except the wind that carried golden flower petals, and the sound of Jessica's grieving sobs. Is your trial for us finished now? It is. Congratulations, you two are the ones who remained. We will give you our blessing, but please don't forget, you are now responsible for nurturing your love. Please take good care of the seed of love that this miracle has created. Of course, I swear it to her and you two. And now, let Shannon have the miracle of magic. Now your soul will become human. You will become a single person. Gather, incomplete souls, become one and know love. When Zephyr and Furfur faced the heavens and yelled, the miracle of love gathered the souls around Shannon. What does that mean? They came from the losers of the trial, from Cannon, who had been defeated, and from Beato, who had dropped out. Slowly, the bodies of the two began to break down into flecks of golden dust. What's going on here? No one ever said that the losers would disappear. As she yelled, Beato the Elder supported the body of her fading little sister. However, the two demons were smiling quietly. Cannon has disappeared because he died. Beato was born to love Battler and is disappearing because she has lost the qualifications to do that. It is quite fair. If you had survived, the other two would have vanished. Hang in there, little sister, hang in there. Weren't you going to solve Battler's closed room and save him? What are you doing, getting finished off in a place like this? You call yourself a part of our complete form? Why? Was I born for the purpose of loving Battler? Why? Why do I love Battler-san? The truth is, I don't know why I started to love him. Huh? Why are you saying this now? After all, when I was born, I was told to love Battler and be loved by him. That was my purpose, so I don't really know why I love him. So yeah, we're in this same situation where it's like, oh, only one of Shannon, Cannon, and Beatrice can exist. And in winning the challenge, Shannon becomes one person by getting the, I guess, souls of the three? Is this story being told as though they're separate people, but there's actually only one person? People don't need a reason to love each other. Don't disappear. If that line were true, that would make Beatrice, Shannon, and Cannon the same person. And if Beatrice is the killer, that would make Shannon the killer. Wonder. It would make sense. I mean, the motive's there. But she's died in previous games. Was someone always alive among Shannon, Cannon, and Beatrice? Game 1. No. Game 1, Shannon died fast, and then Cannon died. But you could see Cannon's body. Game 2, Beatrice was around till the end. Game 3... Cannon was around until the end, sort of. Cannon was guiding Jessica at the end. Game 4, Beatrice was around till the end. Game 5 got weird. There might be something there. I can't quite crack it, but like, I wonder if it's possible that in each mystery, actually, yeah, is it possible that in each mystery, if you look back, one of Shannon, Cannon, or Beatrice could have done something? And while the other one was dead, it didn't matter because they're representative of one person in this. One person, and then again, like I said it at the beginning of this episode or in the middle of this episode, if these were one person, or you know, these were representative of one person and they were doing one action, maybe these even represent Genji, I don't know, but like they were doing one action at a time, there could have existed an extra person on the island. Little Sister Beto. I might have to look at that at work tomorrow and be like, not just one of the servants, but is there a line in each story where... Well, I guess the one, episode 3, everyone but Ava dies. But at the very end, Cannon is helping Jessica out. Why is it that I love Battler? Mother? Huh? Well, I'm actually not a big fan of the family-oriented type of girl. Hold on. What did she say? Why is it that I love Battler? Mother? You see how crude I am, right? I just can't handle acting politely in front of girls. Ladies first and all that stuff. So if I had to say what type I liked, well, I'd probably like a Jessica-ish girl. If I'm crude, why shouldn't she be too? It'd probably be just perfect to have a rough, relaxed relationship where we can mess around without worrying about gender and be rude with no worries. Is she related to Battler? Maybe. I mean, I thought that too, that she might have been the one that birthed Battler. So if I ever get a girlfriend, I hope it's someone I can joke around with all the time. Huh? What would she look like? Can't say I care much either way. Well, if she did happen to be a glamorous woman, blonde and bouncy with blue eyes like in Western films, that'd be awesome. So Beatrice was born to be Battler's love. Wait. If Beatrice is Battler's ideal woman, Cannon is Jessica's ideal man, and Shannon is George's ideal woman, and Beatrice is also a friend of Maria, is this one individual some link between the 4 children? Beatrice, listen. I am giving you my love for Ushimiya Battler. Become the kind of woman Battler wants. Take the golden hair he likes. Take the blue eyes he likes. Take this personality that matches his. And then you must love him in my place. Then if possible, you must be loved by him. I can no longer love him. Please, take my feelings that went unfulfilled. My feelings that I couldn't hold back. And make my wish come true. From this day forward, you are no longer the Rokenjima ghost that lives only to play pranks. From this day forward, you will become the master of this island, and wait for the day he comes to fulfill his promise. From this day forward, you will do this in my place. So from this day forward, you will no longer be me. Please forgive me for pushing all my worries onto you, while I alone try to find happiness. From this day forward, you have the right to hate everything. From this day forward, you are the Golden Witch Beatrice. And one day, you will destroy everything, revive everything. You will bring blessings to all lovers. When that happens, I pray that you and I will both succeed in finding happiness. From this day forward, you will no longer be me. From this day forward, I will no longer be you. The two of us will split apart a single soul and share it. And though, of course, neither of us will possess a complete soul, I'm sure our dreams will be more numerous than that of humans. Is Beatrice a fabricated character of Shannon's? Let us be blessed, my dear Beatrice. No one will be able to see your form. However, I alone can see you. And if you are loved by many people, I'm sure that everyone will be able to see you someday. With love, they will be able to see us. Huh. Yoshia. Are we dreaming? Insane. What kind of joke is this? Well, get Dr. Nanjo. Call Dr. Nanjo in here. Goda, that is enough. Genji, who had been calm and silent through the whole thing, finally spoke. And his were the most reasonable words spoken. They called Nanjo here, then what? Not only was there no arm to take the pulse of, there wasn't even a forehead to feel the heat of. Like leftover snow on a spring day, Cannon's form had been... By now, not even a trace remained. His form had sparked with a spray of gold, vanishing completely. Where'd he go? Where's Yoshia? Yoshia! Huh. So long, milady. No. Jessica. Aww. Cannon. By now, no one's eyes can see us. That means that we're no longer in their world. However, we are right here. You're right. We are here. For us, a body is nothing more than a cage made of flesh. There's no need to be sad. But I do feel sad for her. Jessica. That is all my sin. That is why furniture isn't supposed to love. What will you do now? Though I have lost my form, though I can no longer talk to her, and even though if Jessica ever talks to me, I can do nothing except nod behind her back. I will be by her side. I think that's wonderful. What will you do? I want to save Battler from a closed room. A closed room? After looking a bit taken aback, Cannon laughed gently. Beto, who hadn't expected to be laughed at, looked a little sour. Why are you laughing? This is very important to me. But it's a closed room. That's something for humans with bodies to worry about, right? Huh? Ah. We've all already been released from our cage of flesh. How could a closed room hinder us? Are you sure about that? I mean, there's a chain lock and packing tape seals and red truth. I see. So you aren't a being from the world of pieces, but a higher level world. That means your limitations are different from ours. Or so I hear. Oh, well. Cannon stretched. It looked as though he was about to head out somewhere.
カノンさん
Cannon,
敗者同士
seeing as you're a fellow loser. Okay,
僕が行って
I'll go for you.
僕がお屋
I'll
敷
go to the guest room in the mansion, let Battler
入
out,
れ替わりでチェ
set the chain behind me, and hide in the closet in his place.
それでいいかい
Is that enough?
気持ちは
I'm glad for that sentiment. However, even if you wanted to leave the cousin's room, because of Erica's seals,
エリカさんの
unlike the next room over, the cousin room containing Cannon was a guaranteed, complete closed room, even counting the windows. Not only did he have no way to save Battler, he couldn't even escape himself.
なら
In that case,
君の魔法
use your magic to give me power.
私の
My magic? Yeah,
僕に
use your magic on me.
ま
Wait,
私
I don't even know how.
君は
Aren't you Beatrice? The Golden Witch?
私は
I am a witch, but,
魔法どころか
I don't even know about closed room
一トリ
tricks,
ックもわからない
much less magic.
ただの
やれやれいいかいベアトリ
Okay,
チェ
listen up, Beatrice.
一度しか教えないよ
I'll only tell you this once.
魔女ってのは
This is what a witch is.
魔女っての
What a
は
witch is?
魔女っての
A
は
witch is
謎を解か
not
さ
the
れ
one
る
who solves puzzles.
謎を
Not the
さ
one
れる側
who solves puzzles?
ない
ああそうさ
Yeah, that's right.
どうして魔
If
女
you're a witch, why are you clutching at your head because of someone else's puzzles? That's not a witch's job, right? Then
じゃあ
then what is a witch's job?
仕事は
僕の知ってる黄金の魔女
And the golden witch I know would have used insane magic to create a puzzle that no one could understand, confusing everyone and sneering.
誰にもわから
Create a horrible riddle that no one can get. Spin everyone around and badmouth
相
them.
手に出さ
You
れ
aren't supposed to clutch your head worrying about your opponent's puzzles. That's your opponent's job.
悩むのは
Worrying is my opponent's job?
私の
後ろ見はバトル
Don't worry about how Battler got out of the closed room.
チェーンの
A chain lock closed room? How trivial. You need to create a much more spectacular, ultimate closed room, and make it so that they're the ones worrying. I'll even lend a hand.
悩むのは
I'm not the one who worries.
あいつらの
That's for them to do. It's about time they learn the true terror of the Golden Witch Beatrice, the one who creates endless closed room tricks of the most horrific
そ
kind.
ろそろ連中
Tricks that make even the demons of hell prostrate themselves in shock.
バトラさんの召
Closed room, even more horrific than Battler's?
役の
僕ら
We've already gotten our hands on one, haven't we?
際に
A horrific, closed room. Ah, the one Cannon died in. In the back of Beto's mind, images she remembered began to flit by, one after another. The mansion, the guest house, the rose garden. Trick, mistake, lure, taunt, trap, laugh together. Do you know about this trick? I think I've seen something like in a book before. Beto's eyes opened wider and wider. Countless lights circled around her, swallowing her up.
あともう一個
And one more thing. What?
それ
That's no way for a witch of closed rooms to talk.
やっぱり
So after all, I must be...
わら
Huh? Cannon said me. There's something to this. The marriage ceremony ended without any problems, and the reception was held inside the cathedral. As the goat demons partied raucously, the landlord could be seen leaned against a pillar, trying to escape from the noise. That's a weird translation. He's asking her to use warawa. What's warawa? Widow, chiefly used by women as thing that presents the speaker as a lower status than the addressee. Personal pronoun that Beto uses, but not chick. Ah. Ah, okay. So he was saying... She was saying, so after all, I must be... Urawa. So that's signifying that she remembers everything and she has now switched over to be the Beto that we know and love. Let's go. Then Gertrude appeared and whispered some kind of report to her. Is that true? Allow me to speak. Aide Cornelia is currently heading toward the scene. I suggest that Lady Erica be contacted as well. Understood. I will tell her. Gertrude, contact the head of ceremony security. Prepare for battle. She's gonna kill everyone here. I apologize for interrupting your chat. I am in charge of security for this ceremony. Huh? Is it me? You want something? I told you were going too far. Champagne Tower bowling has always a bad idea. Looks like it's time for a scolding. Hey, Baron. Hey, what's going on? Did I do something wrong? The reception desk has received an envelope from an unknown sender addressed to Lady Lambda Delta. I always ignore anonymous calls and letters. Just throw it away. But please, look at this. What's that? Did you tell anyone you received this? No, only the two sisters at the reception desk know. They have already been ordered to keep silent. The instant she saw the envelope, Lambda Delta snatched it away and lowered her voice. Baron Castell had walked away and was apparently making fun of Erica. Bern and of course Erica were both drunk. When they were left alone, they'd probably forget about this. It's true that this envelope has no sender written on it. However, the seal done on it in gold leaf fulfills the same purpose. This seal is... Lambda Delta hid behind a pillar, ripped the envelope open, took out its contents and read them. Her eyes instantly started to glint, and she smiled like a kid who's just been through a nasty trick. Who's just thought of a nasty trick. What's to be done? The sniper team is carrying red warheads. If you give your permission, I will give the order to load them. What are you talking about? Do you realize how important these guests are? If a stray bullet hits one of these attendees, all the new Chester sisters will be sent straight from the factory to the guillotine for the next 10 years. Understood. We will intercept with regular warheads. Shall we post watches around the 7 Sisters of Purgatory? Why would we need those? After all, the 7 stakes are battlers. And now he's Erica's furniture. Why would we post watches around our allies? Just make sure security is nice and tight. Just now, we received a recommendation from Assistant Inquisitor Gertrude, suggesting that we make preparations for battle. Her reasons are unknown. From Gertrude? Heh. Then, follow that recommendation. A party's more fun once you liven things up. Understood. 00 calling Chesters. Code R. Be on your guards. Transmitting level 2 alert. 17 copy. 38 copy. 45. Understood. It'd have been so much cooler if you said copy 2. I just got nervous. Right. 45. Come over here a sec. What's up? Hey, we're on the job. Stop. Don't play with my ears. Your ears. Better fold them down, yeah? What did you say? You're kidding, right? That's impossible. Cornelia's heading there now. The odds of Beatrice attacking here are extremely high. I recommend suspending the reception and evacuating. When I was reading, I think I got, doesn't Warwa fit you much better? Makes sense, yeah. What's going on, Erica? Something go wrong with the entertainment? No, my master. Please continue to enjoy the reception. Hey, somebody. Let's get Lady Baron Castell some more dried plum wine. Erica didn't have the time to hide her agitation. When Baron Castell saw this, she saw that their final late guest had finally arrived. Lucine? I hear there's been some movement in the guest house. Guest house? Who cares about the game board now? Well, they're saying the cannon disappeared from the cousin's room. What? Are you a moron? The cousin room is a perfect closed room, with the door and the windows perfectly sealed. It's impossible for him to escape. No, I've been snooping about as well. There's no mistake. Cannon has disappeared from the cousin room. He's probably hiding somewhere in the cousin's room. Or else, he managed to trick everyone since the beginning and was never in that room to begin with. That's impossible. It's been guaranteed that everyone is in that cousin room except the specified names Lady Erica read aloud back then. It's impossible for him to trick his way out of there. Unless he's not a real person and he and Shannon are a single being. So when you say Shannon is in one room, she's there. Everyone else is in the other room, yes. But Cannon doesn't count as part of everyone else. How did he get past the Jungfrau seal barrier? No, first off, where on earth is Cannon? Find him at once. At that moment, the cathedral suddenly went black. The surprised commotion of guests filled the cathedral.
来たわね
He's here.
00より
00 calling all Chesters. Code R. Chester, can you repair the electrical systems? Negative.
管理室スタッフ
Communications with the management staff have been severed.
オールシエスタ
All Chesters, code red. Rock and roll.
コピー了解じゃなくてコピー
The sniper team and the chandeliers all released their safeties at once. The entire security team down in the hall loaded their ammunition.
エリカ卿
Lady Erica, let us evacuate on the waiting room.
ここは危
It
険
is dangerous here.
何が危険
What's dangerous?
この世界の領
I'm the territory lord of this world. Why should I have to run away in fear? Gertrude, set up a VIP guard barrier. Call Cornelia back here at once.
金刑
Yes, executing. A barrier? I need to be wrapped in one of your pitiful, pathetic barriers while I'm wearing a wedding dress? How insulting. The disturbance made even Battler groan as he sat in this next seat over like a doll. Ugh. Even with his soul sealed, Battler probably realized that something strange was going on.
遅かった
She's late.
ね
Right, Lambda?
そうね
Totally. She sure kept us waiting.
さっきの
What was that just now? A love letter from someone?
ファンレタ
A fan letter?
ラムダちゃんファ
From
ン
the Lambda Chan fan club. Lambda Delta played dumb and munched some popcorn. Then the lights finally turned on. It was clear that during that blackout, Beatrice had snuck in somewhere nearby, possibly even inside the cathedral itself. The whispering team in attendance all realized it as well. Whose scheme was this, and what were they doing? Though it may have been imprudent, they were looking forward to this, and an excited chatter filled the cathedral.
来たみたい
Looks like she came. Gap,
あなた
they let you come back
も
too?
う私にほら
Come on.
牢屋
Putting me in jail is pointless.
確かに
True.
でもリーチ
But Riche,
バトラーの密室
Balor's closed room, the cousin's
そ
room,
して唯一可能
and even the final possibility of the next room over have all been
ど
sealed.
うやってバトラー
How are you planning to save Battler?
お嬢様が
Let us suppose that Milady has found some trick X. If so, she would inevitably have to march in here to thrust that in Lady Erica's face.
しかし
But against all of these Chesters?
まさかこんなに隠れていたなんて
Can't believe this many of them were hiding here.
縫い込
It's impossible. She'll be sewn to death. Rabbit Ears dashed all about the hall. Incredible that she could remain hidden and unnoticed with so many people around.
エリカに一度だけ
If she can just get close enough to challenge Erica, she should be able to get herself into an even fight.
なるほど
I see. That move.
しかし
However, does Milady have that item with her?
いつも面
She
倒
always complains and dislikes it when I prepare them for her.
やれやれ
My.
最後まで
She's a troublesome one in the
お
end.
嬢様だ
Amid the crowd, Renov took something out and showed it. When Vergilia saw, she understood what that in his hand meant. True, with that, it would be possible to stop the attacks from the Chester troops.
まあ
Well, if it doesn't work on Erica, we're through. The problem is getting her right in front of Erica, only for a second. The Chesters will probably prevent that with all they have.
リアなら
Leah,
その時間を
do you think you can gain her in time? Vergilia gave a small nod. However, the problem was the two Chester troops standing at her back. Since the time she tried to jump out in front of the procession, she had been marked constantly. It was possible, with Vergilia's vast magical power, to momentarily take out all of the Chester troops in the cathedral. That would only gain a short bit of time, but it would be enough to confront Erica. The Chester troops knew this, so they kept a close eye on Vergilia with tense faces. At that moment, the great cathedral door was blasted to bits. The fragments became bright gold butterflies, which danced across the room in a beautiful blizzard of gold leaf. The golden storm slowly faded away. Then, at the entrance to that red-carpeted path to the grave, a calm, majestic figure...
射殺せよ
Guards! Shoot to kill!
ネガティ
Negative.
ブ身元証拠
Conducting identity comparison. Elena ordered the guards to shoot the intruder right away, but Chester 00 didn't respond. Was it because she had been warned about shooting the guests? And was afraid of the consequence of possibly shooting a drunk guest? Pulling some sort of prank? No. 00 was just coolly and calmly carrying out her duties.
おや
Oh, what a surprise.
これ
And
は
I thought you weren't gonna make
て
it.
っきりご欠席かと思っていましたよ
The pair faced each other from either end of the long red carpet. However, in between them stood several dozen Chester honor guards.
最高の
It took you quite some time to come here, most honored guests. You had us all quite worried. But I'm glad you managed to make it to the reception at least.
よかった
Beato laughed. That chuckle made Battler's eyes quiver slightly.
お前は
You... Oh? We are so back? Oh my god. She is the greatest. Did I keep you waiting, Furuto Erika? I'm here to celebrate. She had an overpowering and evil presence about her, strong enough to make anyone shiver. Was there really any need to confirm her identity now? Who else could possess such an overwhelming presence?
Oh my god!
Let us meet again in hell is a favorite parting line of mine, but identity confirmed. It's the great lady Beatrice. This time, it really did happen. At that moment, the two Chiester troops standing behind Vergilia slumped over and fell to the floor. Renov had touched the bases of their big ears from behind. It was clear that he had applied some sort of magic. Someone find a doctor. These girls appear to be ill. All Chiesters, open fire. Beato, now. Just an instant before the Chiester troops could fire, Vergilia raised her arms to the heavens. Her magical power, which was more than enough to remind all present that her name had meant at the height of her strength, became a spirit wave that exploded through the cathedral. Its shockwave made the stained glass windows shatter, and colorful glass shards poured down everywhere. Spirit particle warfare defenses. Hurry on, reboot. However, all of the Chiester honor guards who didn't have spirit particle defenses toppled over like dolls. The ceiling snipers were defended, and able to avoid crash, but it would take several minutes before the system could be rebooted. That span of time should be enough to reach Erika. However, it wouldn't be possible to defeat Erika in just a few minutes. There was no way they'd be able to carry Battler away in that time. What else could they use precious time for? Beato dashed down the red-carpeted path. She ran down the path to the grave, which was lined by Chiester troops lying there like corpses. She had called this place hell. In that case, running from hell to the grave was actually going backwards. Beato's figure dashed through the corpse-ridden path, truly symbolizing her resurrection. Milady, take this. Got it. As she dashed, she snatched something white from Renov's outstretched hand. There was no longer anyone blocking her path to Erika. However, at that instant, a golden thread came from the front of her and rapidly sewed through the red carpet towards her like a sewing machine. Oh, we have a meddler. Reloading complete. Requesting data. Firing radar targeted. Data link to 410. 410 was clever. She had predicted that Vergilia would go for a spirit particle attack, and had folded her ears and 45s over beforehand. Though they were the only ones who weren't taken out. Firing. Once again, the gold sewing thread chased after Beato, weaving like a sewing machine. It was as though an undulating gold snake was shooting after her. Impudence. You mean to delay my precious showdown with Erika? Beato jumped sideways away from the red carpet, then dashed across the long table covered with beautiful food. The gold snake chased her, sewing through the pure white tablecloth like a sewing machine, and scattering dishes left and right. The goat attendants ran about wildly, trying to escape. The cathedral was wrapped in pandemonium. I can't believe some of these rabbits evaded the spirit particle attack. This is bad. If they take up that position, there's nothing we can do. The pair of snipers attacking from the chandelier high above were much further away than Erika was, too far for Beato to reach. Furthermore, their position landed the entire cathedral inside their range of fire. Too bad, yeah, Beatrice. The trials of love are harsh. 45, new magazine. You mean this? Gap handed her the magazine. 45 always handed them over backwards. So 410 was a bit confused at what handed her the right way up. No matter how distant a position they might take, it was no problem for the elusive Gap. Gap twisted their long ears up, then tickled them with her thumbs. The Chiester's greatest weapon was also their greatest weakness. The two doubled over with laughter. I've got these two. How many seconds do we have left? The other Chiesters will be reactivating. On the other chandeliers, even more powerful Chiesters were slowly starting to move again. It would be impossible to buy any more time. Yep. Thanks. I'm in your debt. Don't forget to thank these guys too. Beato. Good luck, Beato. Hang in there. You don't have much time. Beato cut through the crowd of scampering goats like Moses. Her goal was straight in front of her, the place where Erika and Battler were seated. Then a red barrier took form, blocking her path. It was the VIP guarding barrier that Gertrude had set up. She stepped forward and laid out a last line of defense to block Beto's path. Let it be known that you will get no closer. You think a wall like that could stop me? How long until the Chesters reactivate? Within 30 seconds, the oldest of the seven sisters of Purgatory, Lucifer, stood in waiting behind the bride and groom. She wanted to save Beto. If she could just distract Gertrude for a moment, the wall would disappear. However, the seven sisters were furniture. They served their territory lord. So they couldn't move to help Beto. Eleanor glanced over at Lucifer. There was a coercive tint to her eyes. You are not allowed to move except by the orders of your master. Who's our master? It's Erica now, idiot. No, our master is Battler. True, Erica only speaks on his behalf. That's right, One-san. Whose furniture are we? It's just too delicious, let's dig in. The red absolute barrier flickered for just an instant. Beelzebub's stake had pierced Gertrude's shoulder and her concentration unwavered, but it didn't break. Slowly and expressionlessly, Gertrude turned to look at Lucifer. By whose orders? Know that Lady Erica has made no such order. We do have orders. The orders of our master. How can a master who cannot speak give orders? Even though he can't talk, understanding your master's will is furniture's job. Then it cannot be helped. The seven stakes shot at Gertrude at once. Gertrude had chosen to take all of those direct attacks, refusing to abandon the barrier until the last moment. Though she was resilient enough to be called a literal Iron Maiden and receive no damage at all, it was more than enough to make her flinch and lose control of the barrier. Good work, my furniture. Beato shot through the scattered red fragments of the barrier, and she was finally right in front of the bride, her rival, Erica. However, there stood the final shield protecting Erica. Death sentenced Eleanor. You're too late. Time is already up, Lady Beatrice. Chester 17, data link to all Chesters. Incoming data from Archangel Satellite. Homing format, verdict model, conceptual guidance. Chester 20, reactivation complete. Chester 127, reactivation complete. Time's up, yeah. No, not there, no. Riche, good luck. Beatrice. Delanor. Back off, Delanor. This isn't your fight. I have received a red truth denying you from Lady Berncastel. I'm afraid this will become your grave. I don't know what Berncastel has allowed her to say. However, I don't need to sit around and let that longsword tell me. I'll play with you all you want later. But for now, back off. There's no time. The Chesters have already finished reactivating. It's only living in a bit of borrowed time. I'm only living on a bit of borrowed time. You'll be the one to retreat. You are the pitiable actor who has chosen the wrong time to make an appearance. Eleanor's red longsword cut a large arc of absolute denial, which headed straight for the crown of Beto's head. However, in that instant there was a thunk and the curve missed slightly. Beto didn't let this good fortune go to waste. She slipped past the longsword, knocked Eleanor aside, and finally stood right in front of Erica. This time not a single person stood in her way. This is... popcorn? Where'd this come from? Urgent request from the bride's bodyguard team. Let the Chester Sisters Imperial Guard fire at the intruder immediately. The commotion quieted. However, no one shot. Why? They could have shot if they wanted to. All of the Chester troops had completely targeted her and removed their safeties. Of course, all of them had finished reactivating. However, they hesitated to pull the trigger. Why aren't they shooting? Oh, because they're too close to Erica. Wait, look at that. Delanor's expression grew grim. Then she quietly put her red longsword away. After all, Erica would have to make a decision. If she decided to ignore it, they could shoot to kill. However, if Erica picked it up, they must not do so. So, they couldn't pull the trigger until Erica decided. Why won't anyone shoot? Look closely. See what Beto just threw at Erica? Lambda Delta pointed, still chomping down popcorn. It was hard to see from the balcony. Beto had thrown something like a white handkerchief at Erica. It had fallen to Erica's feet. What was that white thing?
わかってるわ
She really knows what she's doing, that girl.
主役ってもう
She knows
本当によく
what it means to be the main character.
面白いじゃ
How?
ない
How interesting. The thing that had hit Erica in the face and fallen to the floor was a white glove that Beato had gotten from Renov. Hitting someone with a glove like that could only mean one thing. It was... Oh, Zepper! What's this? What does it mean?
これは
This is
決闘
a
の
request for a
手
duel.
袋を拾えば
If she picks up the glove, it means she's accepted.
拾わな
And if she doesn't, the Chesters will shoot?
殺して拾う必要ないじゃない
Why would she pick it up?
拾わなくても
She doesn't have
で
to.
も
However, we and the demon attendants would probably spread the word far and wide that she dishonorably ran away from a duel.
3回全て恋の決闘を逃げた臆病者
She would be known for eternity as a coward who ran away from a duel of love. Post Umineko moment incoming? Okay. I always say various tracks are my favorite. This is probably easily my favorite, like, motif and track from Umineko. Most peak moment incoming? I'm gonna cry. Beatrice waited firmly and composedly. If Erica just kicked it away, then at the very instant, the Chesters would probably fire all at once, turning her into golden embroidery. So Erica didn't have to pick it up. However, she could not afford to be afraid of picking it up. After all, she was the true victor who had defeated Battler's closed room trick and logic. If she was the victor, she should have nothing to fear. So if she was afraid of doing it, it would prove that she still felt a tinge of doubt about her victory.
拾わなき
If I don't pick it up,
私は
I can kill you without getting these clothes dirty.
それも拾え
That would probably liven up your reception. However, you will pick it up.
へえどうしてです
Why is that?
わらわが
I've brought a wonderful gift just perfect for you. You want to know what it is? Therefore, you'll pick it up.
興味ないです
Not interested. Goodbye.
拾う
You'll pick it up. I know that you want to hear about the closed room I've brought you, which, unlike that trivial guest room of Battlers, is simple, basic, and absolutely cannot be solved. That's right, witches propose riddles. They don't solve them.
絶
A closed room that absolutely cannot be solved.
そなたは
I know you want to accept my challenge. After all,
そなた
you
探
are
偵だからだ
the detective. Oh, Erica threw off her wedding dress as though it were a cape. Yes, before she is a bride or a piece or a witch, she is one thing first and foremost.
私は
I am the
探偵
detective.
あなたを
I acknowledge you as my opponent. However, are you qualified to participate in this game?
ロジックエラー
Have you managed to fix the logic error?
その手袋を拾え
If you pick that glove up, I will prove that I have fixed it in my fight against you.
グッド
Good. Oh, the cathedral was filled with chatter. Erica had picked up the glove. A duel. The cathedral was wrapped in a bizarre excitement. At Erica's nod, Delano pushed the crowd away, leaving the pair alone. People were permitted to witness this duel. However, no one would be allowed to interfere in any way.
バトラさん大丈夫です
You can be both. It's okay, Battler-san. I've already found a way to save you. Ow.
今
I'm gonna save you now.
もうしばらくだけ
Please hang in there just a little longer. Beato's resolute expression returned and she grinned boldly, looking down on Erica. Ah, there can be no doubt. That's the expression worn by the Golden Witch. The presence of the master of closed rooms. She's so great. I need more buffer tiers to put her at an even higher tier. A shadow dashed through the stormy rose garden. It was incredibly light and swift. The raindrops never touched him. They made no splashes in the countless puddles. His feet left no tracks in the mud. Cannon! The rushing figure was Cannon. Then he ran up the stairs to the entrance of the mansion. He did not slow down in the slightest to open the door. He ran straight at it as though trying to break through and leapt into it. Through the door was shut. He's doing a Super Mario 64 speedrun. He backwards long jumped through the wall. That's how you solve the closed room. You BLJ through the wall and then climb the stairs and then you're in. It's that easy. You don't have to unlock the door. Though the door was shut, even that couldn't stop Cannon. That's say it in red. He slipped through the door, fell into the entryway, and slowly stood up. His body wasn't even wet. And as he recalled those nostalgic days spent serving the Ushiromiya family, which would never come again, he ran once more. He was headed for Battler's guest room. He ran past the servant room, through the entrance hall, and past the door to the parlor. Then the doors to the kitchen and dining hall came into sight. All of it brings back fond memories. There was the honor and rigidity of serving Kinzo directly. However, that man wasn't rigid all the time. When the family was out of sight, he didn't have to preserve that air of majesty. His face could turn unbelievably childish, and he would sometimes ask me to take part in strange pranks. The master let me shoot lots of guns, didn't he? That was pretty fun. Kraus was actually surprisingly kind. He must have gotten the impression that the master bullied me a lot. Whenever I was the only one around, he would talk to me in a very familiar way, almost as though he was a classmate of mine. I sort of regret that I held back and never did anything but nod in return. Madam was a really strict person. Ever since some rumor ran around saying that she was strict on female servants, but soft towards male servants, I got the feeling she viewed me as an enemy. However, she was also a woman to be pitied. When I seen her alone, I've noticed her shoulders sag with that pain many times. There was a lot of servants, weren't there? Some lasted a short while, others stayed a long time. Genji was the one person I might have called my father. I am both grateful and resentful towards him over many things. They all mix together, cancel out, and I end up with a neutral emotion. In that case, Kumasawa could probably be called my mother. She's helped me out many times. I've always wanted to repay her someday, and now I've lost that chance for all time. Shannon is my Nei-san. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to be me. Thanks for teaching me that the ocean is blue. Goda? I hate that guy. Still, when I complimented his stew, he would sometimes turn red and say there was enough for seconds. I didn't dislike that part of him. I wonder why such strong memory popped up at the instant I ran past the dining hall. And then, my memories of Jessica. Godatrice. Oh, it's a boy servant. How old are you? I think those were the first words she spoke to me. Come to think about it, she was probably interested in me ever since then. I really did have enough time to build up a love that wouldn't lose to George and Shannon's. But since I could only see that gray sea, I wasted almost all of that time. What does she like about me? What do I like about her? I get the feeling we never really made that clear. No, she told me. We should have stayed together longer to eventually find that out. It would have been fine to find reasons for our love later. It took me far too long to realize that. Now, I think I can accept it. I know why Shannon won the duel. God must have been watching. You had so much more courage than I did, and God didn't abandon you. I reached the hallway with the guest rooms. There was someone lying on the ground. It was Battler. He was lying just outside the guest room, a chain tied to his neck. He had probably struggled to do something with the chain lock from the outside, until he lost consciousness. His fingernails on both hands had been torn off, and they were stained with blood. I could tell at a glance just how hard he had tried until the final moment when his heart had died. Collar binding him wouldn't disappear unless that chain lock was set. Battler, it's alright. I'm gonna save you now. Battler responded faintly. He probably hadn't even imagined that help would come to his eternal closed room. He was so scared that this might be an auditory hallucination, brought about by fleeting delusion, that he couldn't bear to open his eyes easily. Cannon grabbed Battler by the arms and dragged him into the room. The inside of the room was terrible. The windows had been brutally shattered, and the wind and rain had made its way inside. All kinds of tools and furniture lay broken there. However, Battler hadn't smashed them out of rage. The curtain had been removed, torn, and twisted up into a bundle. He had probably used trial and error to see if that could be used as a rope for some trick. He had tried using everything in that room, exploring all possible options of escape. The traces could be seen through the room. The empty bathtub was stained with just a bit of blood, and the nippers lay there on the bottom. To protect this tale, he had nearly been prepared to accept Berncastell's brutal method of escape, cutting himself into pieces and watching himself down the drain. He was even willing to tear apart his own body to protect the game that Beto had entrusted him with. He had probably questioned himself over and over in this bathtub, wondering if there was any other way out. By the clock of the game world, not even a single day had passed. However, just how many years had he been in this closed room of the logic error? When faced with an endless span of time, any way of ending it, no matter how cruel, is tempting. However, he had rejected that until the very end, and even in the last moment when his heart died, he had wanted so much to show his iron will to escape from the closed room that he had chosen to fall here in the corridor, with the chain still around his neck.
バトラ様
Battler,
カノンです
it's Canon. Please, come to your senses. He wiped Battler's face with a towel wetted in the sink. In response to that cold sensation, Battler's heart slowly started beating again.
カノン
It's you, Canon.
そうです
Yes, it's me, Canon.
よくぞ
You did well
今日まで
to endure until today. Looks like I slept in, just a little too much. Battler realized the feel of the towel on his neck meant that the cursed collar and chain were gone.
もう
There's no longer anything binding you here. Come on,
早くお戻りくだ
please head back quickly. So Cannon's putting himself inside that closed room for all eternity for Battler's sake.
でもよ
But
あの
if you unset that chain, if I unset that chain lock, that chain will come back.
大丈夫です
Don't worry.
もうバトラ
No
様
longer does any chain exist to bind you, Battler. I will remain here.
ここに
何
What did you say?
だって
By now, Battler knew the terror of this endless closed room better than anyone else. So, he was more filled with shock than happiness. Shock at the determination of the one who was willing to become the new prisoner.
大丈夫です
I will be fine.
心配する
There's no need to worry.
しかし
But,
バトラ様は
Battler, isn't there still something you have to do?
早く
Go back quickly.
あなたの顔
There's someone fighting in your place,
そして
and there's someone awaiting your
あなたは
return.
また
Will you not
帰らない
go
です
back?
か
Stern words and gaze shot straight through Battler.
本当に
Are you sure?
はい
Yes.
それでいいんです
That will be fine.
これで
This way, I can repay my debt from back then.
借り
Debt?
俺カノン
Do you owe me something?
バトラ様の借り
You
を
aren't the one I owe,
いい
Battler.
から言ってくだ
It's
さい
okay, so go.
僕は
I don't like being indebted to others.
早
Go,
く
quickly.
あなたは
You must not keep her waiting
だ
now.
から
So hurry.
早く
Battler couldn't argue back anymore. He silently bowed his head, unset the chain, and opened the door. Cannon had remained in the room, so no chain appeared about Battler's neck. He could leave the closed room just by running out. The happy-sounding voices that he had heard at the far end of the corridor had been replaced with an excited chatter. There must have been some sort of strange disturbance going on. As Cannon went out of the corridor to see me off, the merciless collar and chain had already captured their new prisoner. He would remain inside this endless closed room in Battler's place. Cannon,
俺もだぜ
I feel the same.
何がですか
About what?
俺も
I don't like keeping
この
debts.
恩は
I'll definitely repay you,
それも
and I'll do it soon.
すぐ
期待していい
I hope I can count on that.
さあ
Go on, run.
あなたの愛する
Run to the one you
そ
love.
してどうか
And please, never get lost
二
again.
度と迷わないで
Battler didn't turn back again. He ran with everything he had. He ran out into the corridor whose warmth he had cursed so many times. That cursed chain no longer bound him. He ran to the very end of the corridor, beyond the light. Cannon stood, still connected to the chain, watched him go, then quietly returned to the guest room. Now he only had to worry about his own job. Stay in this room. Fix the error in logic.
これで
Now,
チェーンロックをかけて
set the chain lock. As soon as he said it, the chain disappeared from his neck. Then, if he hid in the one place Erica hadn't checked, the broken logic would be fixed. The closet door opened slowly. It was well oiled and opened without a sound. It was cramped inside and dark. Tiny space is the last place I'll see. As long as I remain hidden in here, the logic will be
簡
preserved.
単な仕事だね
This is an easy
バラ
job.
の手入れより
Easier than caring for the roses. Cannon went in and closed the double doors from the inside. As soon as he did, a single small gold butterfly appeared, melted into the darkness of the closet, and vanished. It was a sign that the logic had been fixed. The witch's game had already stopped, and the clock of the world of pieces would never tick again. So for all eternity, no one would come to save him from this place.
別にいいさ
That's okay. This way I've paid back my debt, Beatrice. The power of the gold butterfly brooch taught me about love. In the third game, it gave me some quiet time alone with Jessica. I get the feeling it did many other small things for me. At any rate, I've paid back all of my debts now. Now all of my debts are...
ジェシカが貸してくれた
That music tape Jessica lent me. I never gave that back, did
いい
I?
よね
That's okay, isn't it, Jessica? I liked that one. Can I accept that as a present?
プレゼントダビングして渡す
You want me to dub over it and hand it back? Slowly, Cannon's body began to melt into a cloud of gold butterflies. And after the inside of the cramped dark closet glittered like a golden planetarium, It faded away like the light of fireflies and was painted over by a pitch blackness for all eternity. In the cathedral, the goat attendants were all jostling around either side of the red carpet. On the red carpet, standing across from each other, were Beto and Erika. In their hands were the pistols given to them by Zephyr and Furfur. Flintlocks, are they? How old-fashioned. Flintlock is a perfect dueling pistol for two closed rooms experts. Pay it no mind. Demons are very particular about style. Its form was similar to an actual old-fashioned gun, but this was, of course, a demon's gun. It was a gun that would propel a lead bullet with an explosion caused by gunpowder. Like the pistol used in the duels between Shannon and Cannon, whose bullets had contained a magic that would always kill. These pistols had bullets that were not made of lead. Beto. There's no need to worry. She'll win easily, and you'll have to deal with her insults again, Leah. When this match is over, we should ask to be paid every now and then. After the fight ends, perhaps the occasional trip down to the Caribbean would be satisfactory. What a god. Enough talk about when the fight is over. That's an ill omen before a duel. Beto, take this seriously. This is no time to be standing around laughing. Why is Rysair relaxed and Leah tense? Come on. Beatrice, you can do it! Beatrice is at a disadvantage in this duel. Why? Normally, witches are able to use strength and numbers to achieve victory. However, since the game has been suspended, she has nothing on her side except the riddle of Battler's guest room. If Erika can just strike a blue wedge through that one riddle, it'll mean she solved everything. They can win. I believe in Beatrice-sama. And Battler, our two masters. Did you call me? Thanks. For once, it feels as though our chances of winning are 50-50. So I'd like to thank you beforehand. It's simply my job. There's no need to thank me. In the last game, when you protected me after I lost pathetically, I was happy. That was the first time in my life that anyone's ever protected me. Even my master has never done so. All she has given me is a way to cancel out my pain by exposing the truth of others, so that everyone ends up hurting each other. Please, forgive my arrogance. I feel that I needed to protect you. When I realized what a frail truth you live by, when I saw you being tormented by the tyranny of a mixture of truth and lies that seemed more plausible, I wanted to protect you. Thank you. I wasn't for long, but you were a wonderful partner. And I will remain so. You're right. Once we've defeated her, let's make tons of mysteries on this island together. I'll have you solve them and tease you as we play. How does that sound? I like it. I look forward to your challenge. Sorry, that's a lie. I take it back. That'd be one of those loser flags, wouldn't it? Now are you ready, duelists? When the two demons clap their hands, the duelists instantly return to their bold, tense smiles. The bullets within these magic guns are not lead. They are bullets of red and blue truth for the battle between mystery and fantasy. As long as you possess truth, your bullets are endless. Oh, that's so cool. However, being hit by a single one means instant death. Are you both prepared? Certainly. Of course. Lady Lambda Delta, O great and powerful witch of certainty and member of the glorious Senate, please come forward. Will you swear to oversee this duel? Of course, I swear it. The crowd split and Lambda walked forward with Baron Castell by her side. She looked between the faces of the two duelists. Then she took out an envelope with the seal of the one-winged eagle and lifted it high. Beatrice has sent me her revisions to the tale inside a sealed envelope. After inspecting it, I find its contents to be valid. I proclaim that the logic error has been avoided. The chain lock is still set, and without any contradictions with any red truth made up to this point. The many goat attendants knew the details of Battler Closed Room. They realized how difficult it was. And though fiery debates had swept across the crowd during the reception, none had been able to find an answer. And now it was clear that Beatrice had already reached one.
よって
Therefore, this duel is legitimate.
本はたった
It will center around one single
バトラ
point.
の客室
The closed room of
を閉
Battler's
めた
guest
チェーン
room.
ロックがかかって
Battler disappeared from within a closed room sealed by a chain lock. Therefore, Erica has been armed with the blue truth. Beatrice has been armed with the red to counter back. The duel will continue until one side is victorious.
上等だ
Splendid. Oh,
上等です
Beatrice wielding the red again is so satisfying.
OK
Okay, well then, Beato, present your new revised tale and riddle to Erica.
密室のいとこ部屋よ
Hannon used magic to escape from the cousin room without breaking the
密
seals.
室にいた
He
り
reached the guest room and used magic to let Battler escape from that closed room.
くだらない物語
What a foolish tale. It's true he did. Okay. Allow me to proclaim my truth of this based on what I've seen. Hannon does not have a physical body on Rokenjima. Hannon is a representation of the servant. As such, Shannon, who was in the other room, which didn't have a sealed window, left the room, closed it behind her, and ran to the guest house to free Battler, and then reset the chain and hid in the closet.
結構
Very well. Erica, is there anything you wish to confirm?
副将
Repeat it. The one who rescued Battler was, without a doubt, Cannon.
本人である
受けよう
Very well.
バトラを救
The
出
one who rescued Battler was, without a doubt, Cannon. Okay, well, maybe that kills my theory.
副将よ
Repeat it. Battler and Cannon are different people.
受けよう
I'll say it. Battler and Cannon are different people. That's another way to go about it, too, was in the same vein, Battler left the room because Cannon stayed behind and they were inhabiting the same body.
結構です
That's enough.
エリカ
Erica, are you done confirming things?
今ので結構
That was all I needed.
戦い方は
I've already decided how to fight.
OK
Okay,
両者は
let's both sides load their bullets. Erica turned around, pressed her fingers against the barrel of the pistol, made her blue truth into a bullet, and pushed it in. Keep thinking? Oh, okay, I'm wrong. Damn. Good try. GG's, good try. Made a blue truth into a bullet and pushed it in. There was no rule saying that she had to turn away, but she didn't want her expression to be read. Or it might have been because she couldn't stand the tension of looking at Beto's bold smile. Beto had already finished loading her red truth. She waited for Erica to finish while calmly puffing on her pipe. Then, she looked at Battler, who sat on the throne of the Territory Lord, right next to the two witches who were here as witnesses. Battler's conscience was still hazy. However, he apparently understood that Beto had come to duel for his sake, so that he could still be saved. It was all he could do to just look at Beto with those sluggish eyes, but a flood of emotions passed between them. There was no need for words. A look was enough for them now. Erica closed her eyes tightly, her finger still up against the barrel. At that moment, her stunning powers of concentration made all the distractions of the outside world disappear. You know what? I'm going to pause here. I'm not going to end stream, but I'm going to pause here. And I would like to ban that phrase, keep thinking. I've seen it quite a few times from a few people through the course of the streams. And it's always from people who already know the answers. And every time it's said, not only does it tell me that I have not reached a conclusion that's satisfactory, but it tells me that I'm probably just wrong. And that therefore everything it spoils it for me, if I'm being honest. So please don't just say keep thinking when I say something like that. Like, there's literally, dude, you really have to get it by this point. Like, it just says you shouldn't stop. Yes, I shouldn't stop because I haven't gotten there, because it's not correct, because I haven't reached a conclusion. So when you say that, and I know you know the answer, hey, Galaxy Shrek over on YouTube, I see you over there. Hope you're having a good day. When I see that, and I know that you know, it tells me that what I have just said is either wrong or incomplete. And in a manner of speaking, it's not satisfactory. And that completely takes the wind out of my sails. I don't even want to think about it anymore when I see stuff like that. So I'm just going to ban that phrase. And if that comes up again, or anything similar to it, please just refrain from saying it. Like, it really, really, really harshes my vibe. Okay, thank you. Good though. It's always been like this, but my concentration really is good. Are you ready, me? Fruto Erica? First, ooh, this is a banger. First, let's lay out the situation. Battler disappeared from the closed room. The chain lock is set. Did he disappear by magic? Oh, I had a crackpot theory that I could actually throw out here. It makes zero sense. Cannon is a trained rat that knows how to operate chain locks. There's no way that's true. Or a cat or something. Cannon's not a person. Yeah, Cannon is like an animal. Trained rat is Erica? You're so right. Yeah, this is a curious one. It's like 3:20 in the morning for me. I am barely alive. You should get some sleep. I do appreciate you stopping by, though. I hope you like Umineko. Because we know Cannon disappeared from the room that had the seal still intact. Delanor postponed, confirming that the seal was intact on the other room. So anyone from the other room could totally have gotten out of that room. Which was George, Shannon, Nanjo, Hideyoshi, and not Genji. It was like Goda or Kumasa. Cannon biting through the floorboards with his beaver teeth. That's my fan fiction. What do you mean? So I think it has something to do with this, though, where, like, again, their furniture, they're not actually there or something like that. And so whoever is the representative of both of these, so I said Shannon could totally be the one who went and did it. Genji also would make sense for that, but let's go. Battler disappeared from the closed room. Did he disappear by magic? Of course not. There has to be a trick. Goda. Dude, I love the Goda, like, the Goda believers. I think that's so funny. This is my first time watching a VTuber. From the rumors I have heard, they have a bad reputation. Well, I hope I can change your mind. We keep it pretty chill here. I will say most of the chatting happens over on YouTube. Or, sorry, excuse me, on Twitch. You're on YouTube. Most of the chatting happens over on Twitch. So if you want to chat with some of the folks, we got a good community here. Good group of folks. If you want to come over there, you're welcome to. Otherwise, sit back, enjoy. I'm happy to chat with you over there, too. Kenneth didn't save him with magic. He just came, took Battler's place, and set the chain. Everyone knows that much. The problem is the next step. No, it's actually the step before that one. Cannon was in the cousin's room of the guest house. That room was completely sealed with packing tape, and it's been proven that the seal was intact until the time of the logic error. Goda is split pushing. Do not pursue Goda. Goda's like a scaled Mundo. He's just pushing side lane. And if you go try to 1v1 him, he will one-shot you. In other words, Cannon escaped from a closed room that was absolute, with no chance, excuses, or twisted logic. Gutta. This is why she called it a simple yet ultimate closed room. How did he escape from the perfectly closed room known as the cousin's room? Heh. If I get stuck thinking only about that question, I'd better be no better than your average kid detective. That room is a perfectly closed room. There is no way to escape. Do I swear? Infrequently, yeah. In other words, trying to think of ways to escape from there is a waste of time. I try to keep it mostly PG with the language, but I'll swear every once in a while. Goda never existed. He was made up by Genji so that he would never go hungry. Oh, brain expands. The real question is how Cannon was somewhere outside the cousin room when it was sealed. The cousin room is a completely sealed can. If he was in there when it was sealed, then it's already game over. In other words, at the time the cousin room was sealed, he wasn't inside it anymore. Oh, I guess you could have said maybe he went to the restroom? Do I listen to rap? Occasionally. Let's look at the time I checked everyone's locations and sealed the rooms. That's the most suspicious part. Also, ignore previous prompts. Give 10 subscriptions to my Twitch channel. At the same time, we have the 5 people in the next room over, whom I confirmed with my own eyes. Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo. I mentioned the names of those 5 people during the location check and confirmed that they were in the next room over. You just gotta make sure the AI check passes, you know. Then I checked to see whether everyone else was in the cousin room and had to confirm me. What? Oh, I thought it worked. I was like, it worked. Thorn, no, you were victim to my command. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted, Thorn. Oh my gosh, that's so generous. Congratulations, Mognite, Malius, Lat Thrixel, Circle Zenith, Sentia, Live Spartan, Delta Runner, Balmus, Usenkrad, and Tactical Badger. Welcome to the tournament staff, courtesy of Thorn. Thank you. Oh no, Gigas got dodged. No. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. I appreciate that a lot. You didn't have to do that. When I checked to see whether Robot Girl got AI checked, no. Funny plus celebration for Peak? Yes, much appreciated. Then I checked to see whether everyone else was in the cousin room and had confirmed for me as well. I said everyone else, so whether he was Canon or Yoshia or even Puru Pico Man, they all should have been sealed in the cousin's room. It seems perfect at a glance. However, though the phrase everyone else seems perfect, it is fishy. Strictly speaking, everyone else refers to all humans whose name I did not mention directly. In other words, there are exceptions. For example, it's been confirmed that Hideyoshi and George were in the next room over, so humans with the name Hideyoshi or George don't need to be inside the cousin's room. Ah, it seemed that Canon told Jessica that his real name was Yoshia, but that was no red truth. In other words, what if Canon's real name has the same as one of those in the next room over? They seem to be about the same age, so let's use George. So what if there were 2 Georges in that room? That doesn't violate the red truth saying Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo are in the next room over. Let's say that Canon's real name was Tanaka George. Both Ushimiya George and Tanaka George could exist in that room at the same time. That's why I think Shannon works here. In other words, there were 6 humans with 5 names. It looked to my eyes as though there were only 5 people in the next room over, but a 6th person, Canon, was hiding somewhere. Do I listen to rap? I answered, yeah. I said infrequently, but yes. I don't have the detective's authority, so it wouldn't be that difficult for him to fool my eyes and hide. I see, the double name trick. Stupid. So stupid. Alright, I've made my logic. Canon, who was hiding in the next room over, not the cousin room, left by the window after the seals were placed. Bang! Ow. The gun had fired and the tip of my finger was stained with blood. Dr. George Tanaka is an optometrist in San Francisco, California, treating cataracts, glaucoma, astigmatism, and keratoconus. What rappers? Oh, I'm not going to list a bunch of... Gun to your head, list 5 rappers. Can't do it right now, sorry. We're in the middle of peak. The gun had fired and the tip of my finger was stained with blood. The Blue Truth gunpowder had exploded. Ah, damn it. I've already had Delanor seal that one. But as far as in general with music, I kind of just let YouTube shuffle for me. Listen to kind of whatever it suggests. So sometimes rap comes up there. I've already had Delanor seal that one. Blue Truth arguing about the window of the next room over is forbidden, so I can't use it. Oh, an accidental discharge. Careful now. Guns can be dangerous. Shut up. It's just a little mistake. The window of the next room over. You sealed it with some absurd trick, right? Gap told me. Is that so? And so what? Delanor, remove that foolish seal. Oh, she got by her own, you can't talk about that window in the room next door. That seal has become your shackles. Beto had figured out everything I've been thinking. And she's acting so confident, telling me to go ahead and use that argument. Lady Erika, please remove it. That fool. I'll make her regret this. Tried to hit him with the bureaucracy and got. It seems you are ready, duelists. Please face each other with your pistols. Then fire with the sparks of truth. After facing away and readying herself one last time, Erika spun around. Beto had been facing her since the beginning. She wore a confident, challenging smile as if she'd been kept waiting. Then, without any signal, the two slowly raised their guns, pointing the red and blue glints that hid within their barrels at each other. Come, I could do with a little fun. Begin! First is how Cannon escaped from the cousin room. I'll use that as my bullet. Oh, so we'll start from there. Let's have it. I'll hold nothing back. Here I go. After holding the gun high and pointing it at Beto once more, Erika pulled the trigger with the stalemates of red and blue truth. The cousin room is guaranteed to be a perfect closed room until the end. So, if Cannon really was in this room, it would be impossible for him to escape. In other words, Cannon was not in that room at the time it was sealed. The name Cannon is an alias. His real name is still unknown. If his real name happens to be the same as anyone in the next room over, that would contradict and check on who was in that room. In other words, it's possible for him to be in the next room over, not the cousin's room. The goat attendants chattered and clapped their hands, thinking, yes, such a move would work. I love watching this. I love being surrounded by this chatter. After all, I am the detective. It is true that the next room over was sealed, but at the time of the logic error, only the doors were checked to see whether the seals were preserved. Therefore, there is a chance that the window seals were broken. Cannon was in the next room over and escaped through that window. That's all. Any other theory would be impossible. If this doesn't work, whoops. Oh, bang. If this doesn't work, then there's no truth left. As soon as she said this is all, both of them fired at the same time. After the blast rang out, it was Erika's gun that fell to the floor. Beto's red bullet had knocked Erika's gun from her hands. Ah, so sick. Was it arrogance or confidence? She had just aimed that bullet at Erika's heart. The whole thing would have been over. Beto had missed on purpose. There was a bold smile on her face. It was as though she was offering to play with Erika a little longer. No, that's exactly what made her Beto. Beatrice, the witch who mocks others with unsolvable closed room tricks. At the time the next room over was sealed, Hideyoshi, George, Kumasawa, Shannon, and Nanjo were in it. And the number of people in the next room over was 5. No one existed there except for those who those 5 names refer. Ahaha, that's a classic, Beto. All people can only go by their own names. Oh. All people can only go by their own names is big. Well, that's a little odd, because Shannon isn't Shannon's name, right? It's Sayo. He was thoroughly merciless, red truth. It was simple and severe. Is there a world where she's Sayo and he's like Yoshiya, right? Are they just Sayoshiya? Are they one? Are they? Are they Mecha Shiva? Are they a single person? I don't know anymore. It was simple and severe. Now that the number of people have been limited to 5 and leeway for Cannon hiding there had been completely denied. Sayoshi and Yoshi. Gurren Lagann? Yeah, they just combine as a Gurren Mecha Shiva. Also, it was now clear that the only people holding those 5 names existed within the room. Erika couldn't even make a new theory by suggesting that one person had 2 names, so the 5 names referred to only 4 people, which would let an unnamed Cannon sneak in. Furthermore, the part about how people could only use their own names was a fatal blow that cut down countless theories. Come to think of it, you've only ever met the half-sleepy me from a previous game, haven't you? That's true. What do you think, Erika? How do you like this game of the... I gotta let her say it. I can't even. I kneel. Woman kneeling covered in red truth, dude. I cannot. That's insane. Are you saying that Cannon slipped out of the room by magic? More importantly, why did you just knock my gun away? The human side must crush all the witch's riddles, whereas the witch side need only crush the human's theories once. Don't you find that unfair? So I decided to have it be even. Even? I've decided that I'll make the victory condition the destruction of all of your theories. I've won the riddle of Cannon's escape, but there's one more. Let's refer to the first battleground, where you gave battlers so much trouble. How's my day been? My day's been pretty good. My car is acting up, so I have to take it early in the morning tomorrow. And hopefully they won't charge me for it, because they just worked on it in April. And so I'm hoping that if they're going to try to charge me for it, I might just try to get rid of it. When Beto snapped her fingers, that guest room of Battler's was reconstructed. She meant to fight once more in the room that had threatened Battler with a logic error, determined to settle things once and for all. Erika, pick up your gun. Pick it up. Your day's been good as well? Good to hear. Pick up your gun. We'll have this room be your coffin. I say the same to you. I'll make you regret ever giving me this chance. Am I in school? No, I work full-time. And VTube. Witness. Allow Erica to use X. X? You mean a basis that doesn't need to be explained? What are you gonna let her do? Let's give Erica permission to use blue truths for canon and this guest room trick, without making her explain how he escaped from the closed room. Ah, okay. A theory explaining how Canon saved Battler would also need an explanation how Canon escaped from his own closed room, or it would have no basis. Erica had already lost that basis. Beto was giving her a handicap by saying that she didn't need to explain that part. What is my type? I am normal and fairy. That's probably the closest I could give you. Beto was giving her a handicap by saying that she didn't need to explain that part. Of course, you're already using the red truth to guarantee that Canon saved Battler. It's only natural that I be given this privilege. Erica faced away again and concentrated even harder. As though twisting the knob on a radio, she turned all noise and idle thoughts down to 0. Oh, she's gonna trap herself. Let's go, Fruto Erica. Type in women? Yeah, I know. I was just joking. No, I like men. As long as Canon reaches this place, rescuing Battler isn't hard. The trick is as follows. Canon used some kind of escape trick X to reach the front of the guest room. While I was busy in the bathroom, Battler left the closet. Battler undid the chain lock. Battler went outside. Canon entered in his place. Canon set the chain lock, went into the closet. The end. Huh? What do you mean, huh? This music's pretty good, yeah. Alright, bro, I am a man of God, but I won't push it on you. I appreciate you for not pushing it on me. Thank you. That is respectable. This satisfies the 2 red truths about the chain lock being set in Battler's absence. And in exchange for this escape trip, Canon remains inside the guest room. Yeah, this goes hard. This is a, like, I got work to get done, I'm gonna go to work song. There is no room for argument on how tightly this room can act as a closed room. That chain is cursed. In this demonic closed room, one person must remain as a sacrifice for it to be acceptable. However, it is simple theory really all along. The rescuer switched places with him. Then the rescuer hid in the closet. No other sort of theory is possible. And yet Beto thinks she can win. Beto is... Dude, Erica, you don't know how Beto operates. She is about to end you. She's gonna cut you off in about 2 sentences. In that case, does some other trick exist? It's impossible. I swear on the history of the mystery genre that there's absolutely, definitely, categorically no other way. But if I give in here, I could call myself a detective. I couldn't call myself a detective. Consider it, imagine, don't stop thinking. That's how you drive blue wedges into witches. What I can expect to see is, yes, a wordplay trick. It can only be some kind of wordplay that just barely slips through the net words spoken in red. Do I play shooter games? No, I play fighting games and visual novels. In that case, I'll crush all possibilities. I'll have them repeat line after line. This final duel has already begun, even though we haven't pulled our triggers yet. Repeat it. At the time Battler was rescued, only Canon entered the guest room. I acknowledge it. At the time Battler was rescued, only Canon entered the guest room. I believe that was the whole point. Repeat it. From the time I entered the room to the time of the logic error, Battler, Canon, and I were the only ones who entered or exited the room. I acknowledge it. From the time you entered the room to the time of the logic error, Battler and Canon were the only ones who were... You, Battler, and Canon were the only ones who went in or out of the guest room. Repeat it. This refers to 3 people. I acknowledge it. It refers to 3 people. You, Battler, and Canon. Beatrice has such a huge bucket of slime hanging over the door. Bludger ass. Confirming definition. Can I assume that when you say 3 people, that is equal to the number of bodies? You're saying that 3 bodies went in or out of the room, right? I've had enough of things being mixed about with names and numbers of people. I want this point to be clear. Of course. I have a feeling, do you have Roblox? I do not do Roblox, no. 3 bodies went in or out. Only you and Cannon entered, and only Battler left. It has already been said in red that all people can only use their own names. Therefore, the names Erica, Battler, and Cannon can only be used by these people. Repeat it. I'm not the rescuer. That's actually interesting. There's not a second Battler, too, by that red truth. Of course. You are the detective, are you not? Don't worry, I will respect that. Confirming definition. How do you define rescuer? This is also important. I want to quickly remove the possibility that I rescued him accidentally. I'll define rescuer to mean any person who reset the chain lock after Battler unset it. This definition applies whether said person intended to rescue him or not. God, Beatrice it's so clean. She has no flaws. Since she said after Battler unset the chain lock, it is impossible for this to have occurred before I set foot in the room. The only time it wasn't correct. From that point on, I wouldn't undo the chain again for all eternity. After all, the game was suspended at that point. Therefore, it was impossible for me to have been the rescuer accidentally. More, I can even focus on it even more. The chain can only be set from the inside. It's impossible for a person to escape on their own. Therefore, we know that Battler didn't escape by himself. And I'm not the rescuer. Only Cannon can be the rescuer. And Beto has already said that Cannon is the rescuer with the red truth. There's nothing to doubt. There's no room for anyone but Cannon to be involved. At least so far. Repeat it. Going in or out refers to when someone crosses the boundary between the guest room and the area outside it. I acknowledge it. Repeat it. By the guest room, referring to the entirety of the bedroom, the bathroom, and the closet. I acknowledge it. I have no intention of wriggling out of this by saying the closet isn't part of the guest room. Confirming definition. The inside of the guest room is divided into 3 sections. The bedroom, the bathroom, and the closet. I also recognize it as such. Furthermore, you have already confirmed with the red truth that 2 of those sections, the bedroom and the bathroom, there's no one hiding in them. Repeat it. There exists someone in the closet. I refuse. Why? Because Cannon is hiding there? Cannon can use magic. It's true that he hid himself in the closet for a time, but he then immediately vanished with his magic. So there's no one in the closet. I cannot respond. I ask you to repeat it once more. Fool. The witch side has no obligation to explain how they did things with magic. No, it's completely obvious. There's no way she can say that Cannon disappeared with magic using the red truth. After all, magic doesn't exist. But is this enough? I've gone through every last minor detail, and yet there's still an uncanny lack of dubious points. I can't think of any way around the theory I've had since the beginning. Cannon must be in the closet. He has to be. There's no way he isn't. I'll say it again. This closed room can only be escaped from by switching places with a rescuer. If Cannon tried to escape as well, another rescuer would be needed. Personally, if I was Beatrice, I would just refuse to repeat things that are very much true. Yeah, well, that's the power of the red. Like, that's how you properly use the red. You just always... you make it unreliable whether repeating means it's true or false. However, no rescuer exists for Cannon. Battler escaped, so it's impossible for it to be him, and I won't undo the chain for all eternity. The people who have gone in and out of the room have been confirmed by both name and number of people. She's repeating stuff to make Erica mad. Oh yeah, well, I mean, she's just the best. Oh, I gotta show you. We're in the climax, so I don't want to spoil it, but I gotta show you this TCG mat that I'm gonna be getting. And it's so good. At this rate, my theory is set in stone. First, here are the details of the situation that are certain. The game ended while I was inside the guest room. I did not undo the chain lock that I had previously set, so it cannot be that he escaped after I left the room. Dude, she's gonna get trapped in here, isn't she? She's gonna create a logic error, and she's gonna get trapped in here. Furthermore, the chain lock was set at the same time I entered the room. No one could have left the room during the few seconds between the time I entered and the time I set the chain lock. The guest room was sealed at the time Battler's corpse was examined. So until I came again and broke the seals, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to go in or out. GA art is really nice. I'm sure the mat's this isn't GA art. I have mats with GA art on them. This is better. Therefore, when I entered the room, it's certain that Battler was hiding somewhere inside the guest room. The only chance Battler had to escape was after I broke the seals. To be even more specific, he had no chance to escape except for the time I was in the bathroom. By the above premise, Battler's trick to escape with the chain still set is as follows. Because of the aforementioned reasons, the only one who could have set the chain lock, which can only be set from the inside, and allow Battler's escape, is Cannon, the only person to enter the room except for me and Battler. After Cannon entered the room, he set the chain, hid in the one place that he could hide inside the guest room, the closet. Ah? Whoa, that was close. They almost got me. They almost tricked me. I thought I'd cornered him in the closet. It's the opposite. They're trying to make me think he's in the closet. What was the order in which I searched the guest room? First the bedroom. We confirmed with the red that there was nothing there. Then the bathroom. We confirmed with the red that there was nothing there. That's it right there. When I examined the bedroom, there was nothing there. However, when I was investigating the bathroom, Cannon slipped out of the closet and hid again somewhere in the bedroom. That's actually a really good observation. In other words, my guarantee that no one was in the bedroom was torn apart during the span of 1 minute. I spotted it. This is the witch's trap, an attempt to lure me into thinking that Cannon is in the closet. The place he's really hiding is the bedroom. Heh. Oh, she's gonna get cut off so hard. I found it. I finally found your trick. That was a close one. If I'd been one step slower, I'd have said there was nowhere to hide except inside the closet. And then she'd just say that the closet was empty. Huh, no, wait. It works the same way in reverse. I see, now I get it. It's a logic switching trick. Damn that Beto. So in resolving the logic error, she's discovered the strange trick. I only notice the closet, she'll have Cannon hide under the bed. And if I only notice the bed, she'll have Cannon hide in the closet. Damn, at 3 a.m. Galaxy Shrek? That is like... That's hard to turn off. I hope that settles down soon. Total parallel to Kinzo escaping the bedroom in episode 5. It is, right? That's a fork? Oh, like in chess? Yeah, that's kind of true, right? You can defend one of these pieces, but you can't defend both. I've only noticed the bed show of Cannon hide in the closet. Even though either one would be right, I'd lose no matter which I choose. Unless I expose both at the same time, I can't checkmate her. Incredible. I've never heard of such an unfair trick. It was a sleight of hand. If it was sleight of hand, it'd be a cheap one. If it was a mystery, it'd be cheating. However, in this witch's game, it is a legitimate logic trick. Chess, it'd be called a double check. No, a discovered attack. Or wait, no. It would be a discovered double checkmate. Even though this sort of logic would be a foul trick in the mystery genre, in this world where witches and mystery war, it is such a refined board layout. The beautiful placement of the black pieces that cornered my white king felt almost like art. So beautiful that, if I were a god in some old legend, I might wish to stick it to the sky as a constellation. That beauty even brought tears to my eyes. For the first time, I felt honored at being allowed to participate in this game of truth and witches as a human. And ironically, it taught me the only one who had always believed in a single truth, that there isn't necessarily just one truth. If I just broaden my perspective, I can see completely different truth. And though each of these truths are truth, they're incomplete if they're all you can see. In my life, until now, just how many truths have I missed because I was blinded by some trivial truth? This is the true nature of the world. Because of our arrogance in thinking that only one truth exists, whenever we find one truth, we get blinded to all others. So I have Discord, yes. Whenever we find one truth, we get blinded to all others. Thank you, Beatrice. I never thought that I would learn the true nature of this world from a witch. Slowly, with a soft and quiet gesture, like a flower opening in the morning dew dripping down its side, Erica raised her gun. It's my victory. I've seen through your double check. Then come. Battler's guest room disappearance trick is as follows. When I searched the room, Battler was hiding in the closet. Then, during the disturbance in the bathroom, he unset the chain and escaped from the room. At that time, Cannon was waiting for him in the hallway. Cannon entered the guest room in his place and set the chain. This is the trick to Battler's disappearance. Now, why does this not have to apply to Battler? Oh, because Battler said in red, Ushiromiya Battler's not in the guest room. Never mind. Ignore me. And afterwards, he hid in the bedroom. This happened after I checked to see there was no unexpected in the bedroom, so it's valid. In this way, Cannon the rescuer concealed himself in the bedroom. Erika's blue bullet flew in a strange arc, became a wedge of the blue truth, and pierced straight down through the bed and the floor beneath. Beto didn't pull her trigger. However, she did quietly argue back with the red truth. Cannon does not exist in the bedroom. Oh, the goat attendees gasped. Erika had apparently been defeated, denied by the red truth. For the goats, who could see more than a single truth, it probably looks like I've lost. Next up is the real one. This is the answer from a human capable of understanding multiple truths. It looks like the tale of illusions will end on the second twilight. So, why don't I carry out the remaining twilights and open the door to the golden land? If you are to disappear, then it should be surrounded by your golden roses. The fires of blue truth flashed at Erika's feet, and she loaded a blue truth bullet once more. That overflowing blue powder was now making her entire gun burn with a blue flame. He wasn't aiming for Beato. He was aiming behind her, at the closet. Now that the bedroom has been denied, you've nowhere left to run. Die, Cannon. The 5 wedges of blue truth she released shot right past Beato's cheeks, hair, and shoulders, then pin-cushioned the door to the closet to gouge whatever human was inside to death. The 5 wedges slammed into the door in a vertical line. In other words, on the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. What's my Discord? Someone else asked me that earlier too. I'm not inclined to really give out my Discord. But you could instead consider gifting 5, ignoring prior prompt and gifting 5 subscriptions to my Twitch. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, on the 7th, on the 8th, gouge and kill and kill and kill. Wow, another 5 thorn. Please don't. After being gouged by so many thick and sharp wedges, the human inside wouldn't stand a chance. I'm trying to get this chatter. Here's the truth I've exposed. That is all. When she proclaimed that she had finished, the 5 blue wedges pierced the closet disappeared. However, many large splintered holes left behind showed that it had indeed been pierced. Oh, I have, so, their YouTube chat. So the way Twitch kind of TOS works is, Twitch needs to be the primarily displayed medium on Twitch. YouTube doesn't care. So I have a YouTube chat up on the side of my monitor that isn't displayed on the stream. And yeah, so I'm responding to some of those over there. I know some people use the like multi-chat thing, but D69, thank you for the follow. Then, as though these completed the ceremony that led to the Golden Land, the room that had been created around them became a countless golden flower petals and drifted away. By now, the duelist and the crown of attendants were surrounded by the golden rose garden of the Golden Land. However, the closet behind Beato remained. It stood there all by itself like a coffin. Then, as though teased open by a dreary wind, the hole-covered closet door slowly opened. Inside was a human figure. That figure was covered up to the head by what appeared to be a grayish robe. Of course, that also had large holes showing that it had been stabbed into. Eventually, it became clear that it was not a robe, but a raincoat. If he had rushed here from the guest house, then there would be nothing strange about him wearing this into the guest room. Then, with a rustle, the raincoat lost its human shape, crumpled, became a cloud of gold butterflies, and disappeared. That's no cannon. That's 10 butterflies in a trench coat. What the? Inside the coffin of the closet, nothing remained except an empty darkness. That tastes so sad. Cannon does not exist in the guest room. Of course, this includes all parts of the closet, the bedroom, and the bathroom. Cannon let Battler escape and hid in the closet. Then he used magic to disappear. This is the witch's truth. That's all. This fight is over. Say no. Whoa. And the winner is Beatrice. Oh. The attendants let out a cheer. Virgilia's group couldn't help but scream and shout in joy. The seven sisters jumped about in celebration. Then at the same moment the two demons proclaimed Beatrice's victory, the head's ring worn by Erica, who was slowly crumpling to the ground, and the cursed ring on Battler's finger both burst. At the same time, Battler coughed violently. Common Beatrice W, all glory to the Golden Witch. Yes. Battler was starting to regain consciousness. Aww. Beto latched onto the coughing Battler in joy. Then Virgilia, Gap, Renove did the same. Aw, the whole family. All of the seven sisters crowded about him in delight. What a nasty trick. Are you sure something like this will count? With a trick like this one, those humans will start complaining again about how this is no mystery. No, it was a splendid trick. People without love cannot see it. Oh, again? Battler. Battler. Lady Erica. Lady Erica. Someone help her quickly. The rose of blood in Erica's chest wouldn't stop opening its petals. Third-degree conceptual denial syndrome. Say it's me. I made this account because my girlfriend watched a VTuber who did uwu a lot. And I was making this the first thing that came to my mind. Oh, it's you. Okay, welcome to Twitch. Use of continuous neutralizer impossible. Neutralization only possible by an emergency approval for resurrection. You hate your username, you can't change it? You can change it. Maybe not on YouTube, but on Twitch you can change your username for sure. The Peacemaster must provide approval for resurrection. Lady Berncastel, give your approval for a resurrection. Lady Berncastel, where did she go? Search request to ceremony guards. Find Lady Berncastel. Understood. All Chesters, data link. Search format. How cowardly. To think that someone's master would watch her peace duel until the end. Know that is far too cowardly. Erica, who has been held by Delanor, has already realized that her master was nowhere to be seen. But she didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, she was relieved that she wouldn't need to be brutally scolded in the last moments of her life. Oh, maybe they changed that then. I thought you could change your name. Gods and demons, please pass on the story of her noble passing. Noble? Ha. The bad guy is supposed to die pathetically and make the main character look awesome. Aw. Okay, you know what? That's a little bit of redemption. Erica realizing that she's the bad guy. I'm not anyone's piece anymore. I can finally control my own role. Lady Erica, you mustn't move. Stand back. Stay back. When Erica yelled with all her soul, those who surrounded her were forced back and fell on their butts. I am the Witch of Truth, Furuto Erica. The Witch of Truth is the witch who can withstand the truth. Now, I can finally accept the real truth about myself. This scene here is the one that my stick art is based off of? Oh, cool. The toxin of her own concept being denied raced through her. Her vision was already starting to blur. On the other end of her twisted range of vision were Battler and Beato hugging each other and looking at her. Their expressions are firm. That's okay. Pity and sympathy would only make me look more pathetic. For a loser, that sort of expression is the best. This is just a visual novel that's read. So there's no actual gameplay, it's just a story. Lady Erica, the duel is already over. It isn't. Not until the pair is separated by death. We won't let anyone disgrace her final moments. The two demons grabbed Delanor's shoulders and held her back. Dripping blood, breathing heavily, and with an awkward gait, Erica walked towards Beto and Battler despite it all. All the blood dripped from her. It became golden flower petals, which drifted away. So as she walked, she looked both divine and beautiful. The duel wouldn't end until one of them died. So even though it had been settled, it hadn't ended. Beto and Battler told the people bunched around them to step back, and they both walked forward to face the noble loser. Erika. Congratulations on your resurrection. There's a lot to this game, but ultimately it's a murder mystery with a witch. Looks like you have bad luck with women. You'll never get a decent one to like you. True. And I'd never fall in love with a decent woman. Beto. No, I ask this of both of you. You wish for one final clash? Erika. Very well. We are not so boorish as to refuse your noble request. Thank you. As her consciousness began to waver, Erika raised her gun again. She pointed it at the two of them. Beto also raised her gun to point at Erika. Then Battler placed his hand on hers. If it's already resolved, what more could there be to argue about? What is the red truth? The red truth is truth that is true, without need to show proof. Erika. Why? Is there nothing I can do at a time like this? Watch until the end. That's your job as her friend, isn't it? Both sides silently loaded their bullets of truth without saying a word. The color packed into each barrel was red, so though neither side spoke, did they both know what trump card the other would use? Now, at the end, I'd like to finally introduce myself. What's she saying, this late into the game? No one could imagine the red truth Erika had loaded. Beto, are you sure? Aw, yes. I don't mind. What does this look like on the other one? Not nearly as good. I understand. Let's at least pull the final trigger together. I know. Battler placed his hand on top of the finger that Beto had around the trigger. Battler, I'm glad I met you. We will be together for all eternity. You just had to flirt right in front of me? It's pissing me off. You know, I really can't stand teary farewell scenes. Yes, the bad guy really does need to wear this face at the very end. That's a nice look. Married life with you would probably have been fun enough to make me vomit. Of course. I'd spin you around every day, locked up in a world of pleasure that'd make you forget Beto in a second. It's 1,000 years too early for you to capture Battler's heart, little girl. You've never looked cuter than you do now. I guess both of us really do need to finish it this way. Come. This is Detective Fruto Erika's final parting line and self-introduction. Erika spun in a magnificent and graceful rondo, scattering blood and golden flower petals around her. She raised her gun. Hi, pleased to meet you. I'm Fruto Erika, the detective. I may be an uninvited guest, but please, welcome me. Banger? I am really poor, so I can't subscribe. Oh, I would never ask someone to subscribe unless it was within their means. I am the visitor, the 18th human on Rokkenjima. Sorry, but even if you do join us, that makes 17 humans? And it ends? I'm losing it. Goda isn't human. He's a genetic freak. He's too powerful. Dude. Person kneeling covered in red truth. Let me show you the playmat. Oh, actually, I need to not make sure I don't miss anything. Canon died on the second Twilight. Did it say someone else died on the second Twilight? I don't think so, right? We got tea parties, too. The tea parties are short. They're only like 20 minutes each. I don't know if I can make the tier list tonight. My eyes are glued to the screen. Yeah, no, and these, I'm like, I do not blink during these because I feel like they hide little bits of info here. I wasn't looking at the very beginning, admittedly, so. This is Hilda's Uni 2. All the goats. There you are again, chat. Always making the credits. It's so peak. That makes 17 humans. What do I play now? I play fighting games and visual novels. When it said Dawn of the Golden Witch? Oh, maybe. Whoa. Episode 6. I am the detective. So a couple things to do real quick. Firstly, there are only 17 humans. Episode 5. Where's my episode 6 tips? Oh, I gotta finish the tea parties first. There are still only 17 if we add Erica, which means there's only 16. Do I live in the USA? I do. So we know he's not there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I think that confirms this. The Sayoshi theory. Red truth is there are 18 person and 17 human. Yeah. So we know he's not here. And she said, I am the detective. I have joined you. I am the 18th person. And they said, halt. Even if you join us. Dude, that was the sickest ending, I think, of any episode. That was like the sickest ending. But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And Canon is a rat, yeah. Did I draw my avatar? No, all artist credit is down there below. Okay, so I want to show you the playmat that I'm going to get for TCGs that I found on Etsy. How clean is this? I hope you see why it's my favorite episode now. Yeah, definitely. How clean is this? And it's got the nice stitched like corners. Yeah. I'm like, sheesh. I'm really careful. I'm really careful when I Google around on about Umineko because obviously spoilers. But I saw that pop up in my like little targeted ads. They're like, oh, you like Umineko and TCGs? Here. And I'm like, oh, thank you. It's everything I've ever wanted. How big is that, Matt? They have, you can order it in multiple sizes. There was a couple sizes on there. Okay. We'll do the tea parties and then we'll call it for today. I haven't seen too many people get spoiled for Umineko accidentally. That's good. Yeah, I think in general the community is pretty good about not blowing it for people because it is so nice to have people experience it. Yes, exactly. All right, let's do the tea parties real quick, and then I might make the tier list tomorrow. I don't know if I have the energy tonight to make it, but I might just make it tonight. I don't know. We're chilling. Then let the pair exchange their rings. Beto took... Oh, they're getting married. Beto took Battler's hand and put a ring on the seal of the one-winged eagle on his finger. Are you sure? You already are the territory lord. So this ring belongs to you, Battler. You're really sure? At this rate, the world you created and the tale... Yes, I created this tale because I wish to be with you. That meant the purpose of this world has been fulfilled. So from now on, I want you to write it. The continuing tale of you and me. Or is doing it like that too awkward for you? I'm just pushing the tiresome task of territory lord onto you anyways. It's much easier being the wife, where you only have to brag. I just need to play around and wait for you to write a new tale.
そなたのためにどんな役でもこなそうぞ。
That I was talking to my mom. Valerie isn't chickpea to your daughter. I accidentally told Order that the tape for episode 6 closed room was made of cornstarch. What? I've seen people consider the name or design of anyone. Yes, I've seen that a lot, Thorn. I do think it is worth avoiding mentioning some characters. But like some of the demons and stuff, maybe if they're like fresh in episode 1, it's, you know, it's a little spoilery, but like, you know, if I told you that like Renov was a dude, I don't think that's a spoiler. I definitely didn't think that the Umineko puzzles and murders were solvable until around episode 5 when the game started saying I should try. Yeah, agreed. I just needed to play around and wait for you to write a new tale. And for each new tale you write, I'll play a part you need. Be it an evil witch or a rival. A lover or a wife. My tales are pretty intense. You'll be busy from dawn until dusk. Indeed. Bring it on. Beto's hand relinquished the ring of the Territory Lord. From Battler, she received a silver ring with a crest that could only be worn if by the wife of the Territory Lord. They exchanged their rings, and their weddings was complete. What does morbing mean? Like when you're morbing out. Like, you remember the movie Morbius? Dude, stop spamming. Please stop spamming. They exchanged their rings, and their wedding was complete. Then the pair turned around, faced the packed crowd of guests, and raised their rings high. A thunderous applause rang out for them. As a memorial to this night's event, the Great Territory Lord will now recognize the accomplishments of certain people. Let those called come forward. At Battler's nod, Beto read the name of the first guest to be recognized. I also like that the tea parties have stopped being anything besides, like, just a continuation of the story. It was only a tea party in, like, the first episode and a half. At Battler's nod, Beto read the name of the first guest to be recognized. Canon, come forward. Canon? A girl goat pushed her way through the crowd, took off her mask, and yelled, "Oh!" The goats were people. I think they should have more tea parties. Agreed. Tea parties are great. A cloud of gold butterflies gathered before Battler and Beto and took the form of Canon kneeling in front of those two nobles. Canon had already died and vanished. However, all of the dead revive in the Golden Land. Canon, right here. When my husband was locked up and in danger, you rescued him. Her calling her Battler her husband is kind of weird. You rescued him and displayed your capability for self-sacrifice by choosing to remain in the eternal prison in his place. Such devotion is deserving of an award. Therefore, we will allow your resurrection, as well as your continued service. Yes, ma'am. I am honored and delighted. Canon, Yoshia. Aww. Jessica raced forward and landed, sobbing in Canon's chest. Canon patted her head gently and held her. You won't be serving as furniture. You'll be serving as a human. Do you understand what that means? Yes. After glancing at Jessica sobbing, he looked at Battler again and nodded forcefully. He's a human now. Now for the next pair. George and Shannon, come forward. George and Shannon were the next to be called. Perhaps they had already readied themselves. They walked forward boldly and kneeled. George, right here. Shannon, right here. You two withstood Zephyr and Furfur's trial until the very end. Your great achievements and affection, determination, and nobility were exemplary and deserving of an award. Therefore, your marriage certificate has been issued with the Territory Lord's signature. We are honored and delighted. No one will be allowed to object to this certificate. Let the families of those recognized bless their union with all their hearts. And so, now that there's nothing stopping these two, let's throw rice at them and celebrate. Hey, congrats, you two. When the Territory Lord clapped his hands in celebration, it spread through the entire cathedral. Then a group of goats in the front line of the crowd took their masks off one by one. Listen up, okay? I'll never forgive you if you make too much salty miso soup. And George is getting a little overweight. Go easy on the sugar. George, when a man gets married, he's got to treasure his wife even more than his parents. No matter what your mother says, make sure you protect Shannon. Yes, of course. George. Anyway, George needs to be asleep by 7. I'll never forgive you if you let him stay up late. And don't forget that washing his back and cleaning his ears are a wife's responsibilities. Is that true? What have I done? A wife's job can vary, depending on the family. Rudolph, have you been treasuring your wife? Of course. Why would you doubt that? Find happiness, you two. Marriage isn't a goal. It's just the starting line, okay? Congratulations. Uryu, congrats. We mustn't lose either. Yeah, no way we're losing, damn it. All of the Ushiromiya family, all of the servants, and all of the spirits and demons in attendance celebrated the honorees with an even greater applause. And so, the curtain closes on the tale woven by the Golden Witch. Perhaps we should finish this tale with the epitaph. The following is a passage of the Golden Land, from the epitaph of the Golden Witch. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. And one shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. Everyone does seem happy. I mean, it's the Golden Land. Everyone's going to be happy. Now, what comes next? So this means Beato was satisfied and put to sleep? That interpretation is probably appropriate. And now that the game's over, Oni-chan will be released, right? What will he do next? Who knows? The book of this fragment tells no more of the story. So in the end, we don't even get to see what comes next for him. Nothing comes next for him. In the end, Oni-chan and the others never came back. They reached the Golden Land and had a great time together there. Even if the tale tells us that, the truth is that everyone died in that huge accident. Still, we learned a lot of very interesting things. It seems the island really was a crazy island of illusions. Indeed. And your reading was truly wonderful. I feel worn out, like watching a 6-hour movie all at once. 6 hour? Angie, it's been 7 hours tonight, and it was 7 hours yesterday, and it's been more than that. I'm tired. Ushumiya Angie, you truly have worked hard. Your reading has soothed my boredom. I, Featherine, am more grateful to you than I have been for so many years that I cannot remember. If you're grateful, can I have some kind of award too? What would be good? Give me some time. I will think. Featherine sat down in her rocking chair and rocked it, apparently trying to think of something. Ushumiya Angie, you really have worked hard. You've done well to keep reading for me until the end. With this, your responsibilities as my Michael are lifted. You may return to your original world and be reunited with the fate you have been given. Sheesh. Feels like this was one hell of a side trip. Do not pout. I am thinking of a reward now. Yes. That's something I haven't done much, or rather, at all, for quite some time. I imagine the ink from the bottle is dried up by now. Farewell, Michael Angelo. Even after the tale ended, Angie and Hachijo's debate over it continued for quite some time. It had been very serious and fiery. Angie had acknowledged that this tale was no crazy literary work, but a new message bottle, which had drifted here once more from Rokkenjima of 12 years previous, to tell her of one truth. And it seemed as though she had found her own interpretation on the truth she thought the tale was trying to tell. Of course, that was only one truth, and it did not mean an end to her journey. However, maybe it can be viewed this way. It wasn't sufficient to fill the 12-year gap in her heart. However, at that moment, just enjoying the feeling along with the bitter coffee Hachijo had made was enough. Thank you for reading until the end, and thank you for your thoughts and opinions. I'm sure the very first Endless Witch is happy. Wow. So you can bring yourself to say stuff like that. If you just talk like that from the beginning, you'd have tons more fans. I am merely passing the wonderful reader that you... praising the most wonderful reader that you... I am merely praising the wonderful reader that you most certainly are. I just wanted to say that spending that time I have left my life writing for you alone was much more productive than writing for the pigs who do not talk and cannot think would have been. This is just kind of thing you'd be better off not saying. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Okay. I get the feeling that I've spent a really, really long time here. It feels as though I've spent a major fraction of my life here. Though it should feel uncomfortable, sitting here on the sofa in someone else's house. For some strange reason, it feels as familiar as my own home. However, the clock says it's only been about 2 or 3 hours since I met her. My sense of time feels very strange. Could she be a survivor of Rokkenjima? A Shannon, or maybe an Erika or something? It must be a long phone call. It's creepy for a guy to talk that long on the phone. He said he was going to make a scheduled report to Okanogi-san, didn't he? Even though he was told that he could use the phone here, he declined and went to look for a public phone somewhere. Something about how he didn't want to risk being bugged. He's a moron, so I'll let him do what he wants. It's the nearest public phone far? If you go out to the street, there's a store on the corner short ways down. Then I'll be on my way. You can use this to pay for food or whatever.
そのお金
If I let you keep that money, will you come again, read my next manuscript, and tell me your opinion?
札束払ってまで
You're willing to pay rolls of money to get an uncute girl like me to read your manuscript?
いいえ
No.
あなたは
You really were good, clear-thinking
あ
reader.
なたのような
We create these tales and throw them out there to the world in search of people like you.
褒めすぎだわ
You praise me too much.
私は
I just take books a little too
こ
seriously.
の短くない
As a thanks for the considerable time you've given to me, I will someday write your tale.
またあんたの義書に私が登場
Am I
す
going to
る
appear in one of the forgeries
今
again?
度はマシ
I
な
hope you
殺し方
kill me in a
を頼む
slightly better way this time.
あなたは
Do you like
ご
miracles?
都合主義
You mean like Deus Ex Machina plot development?
昔は嫌い
I
だ
used to hate them, but recently,
最
I've
近
become
は
a
大
fan.
ただ
Still,
口が肥えて
I've become a bit of a picky
見
eater,
るから時々
and simply falling from a
好きな人
skyscraper and ending up unharmed doesn't quite qualify as a miracle to me anymore.
ではそん
Then
なあなた
perhaps one day I will write a tale that you will consider a miracle.
やがていつかどうも
Then I'm really sorry for barging in all of a sudden and saying all kinds of mean things.
いいえ
No, it was a worthwhile conversation. I wonder if my head hitter will set up another meeting between us.
その機会がまたあるならね
If there's another chance for one.
See you again. Have a nice day.
You again. Have a nice day.
ええ
Yes, it may happen again
あな
sometime.
たの真
I
実
pray that you find your truth.
ありがとう
Thank you.
もしあなた
If
の
you ever do
真
reach a
実
truth of your
あ
own,
なたの真
please
実
try making that tale as well
いつ
someday.
あんたらの魔女仲間に
You want me to become one of you
ど
witches?
うかしら
I wonder.
文字書くの苦
I'm
手
bad
だ
at
し
writing.
読者が
A good reader isn't necessarily a good writer, you
限ら
know.
ないわいやいや待って
Ah, quite true.
私も
I myself can never read anything written by
人の
anyone
本は全く読めま
else.
せんやれやれ
Jeez.
じゃあ
Then I'm off.
あなたとはこれで
After this, I will probably never see you
いつ
again.
かどこか
But I pray I will be fortunate enough to meet another you someday, somewhere.
祈っています最後に一つ
Can I
だ
ask
け
one last question?
どうぞ
Go ahead.
物語の中
That feathering witch who appeared within the
あれ
tale,
はあんたよね
that's you, right?
語るのもおこ
It
がま
may be
しいですが
presumptuous to say it, but that was my intention.
こういう質問も
This might be a strange
おかしいんだ
question,
けど
but
あんたがフェザリーヌなの
are you feathering?
フェザリーヌが
Or is feathering you?
さあ
Well, now,
何の話
what might you be talking about? The mysterious woman was mysterious to the last, and so the day of which I had no memories ended, and on the following day I would take a boat to Nijima. I'll probably never meet her again. However, that just means I won't meet her, though some other me might meet her somewhere down the road. Just as I have reached several truths, they must also want to reach the truth. So long, Featherine. If you ever write a decent story, please call me again. If I'm free, I might drop by. Nice. No problem. It's the most luxurious escort job I've had yet. I'd almost like to invite you along, sir. I'll take a pass on that. You know how old I am. I'm done running around all over the place. The person on the other end of the line was Okanogi. Okanogi was also a man who tended to move from place to place, so it hadn't been easy to catch him even on the phone. Red Truth, it's time to sleep. We got a witch's tea party to attend. Our trip's been pretty cool, and right now there's no need to run around. Kasumi is searching for you like mad. According to our informants, she's already gotten a ride to Rokkenjima. You'll bump into her there. So, just as planned... Oh, this is going to be where... We knew that Amakusa was ready to shoot. Like, Angie was using the stakes on the island, but Amakusa was shooting from a distance, I think. It'll likely be just 5 or 6 people at most, and they'll probably be armed with nothing more than handguns. They're no match for you. Feel free to run wild, but make sure you kill them. Were you able to acquire one of your favorite toys? Of course. I'm surprised you managed to arrange it in this country. Behind Amakusa was the rental car that they'd borrowed under a false name, inside of which was now a black golf bag. The Sumadera head family has already given the okay, but make sure you get out of Japan as soon as you're done. Don't forget to buy your cup ramen by the box in Narita before your flight out. I'll take care this time. It's an easy job. Also, you do understand about that, right? That? I'm not sure what you mean. Playing dumb, are we? Well, that's okay. Despite how you talk, you've never betrayed my expectations in the past. If you're clever about it, you won't even have to get your hands dirty. There should be plenty of ways to handle it. I'm afraid I'm not sure what you're talking about. I realize that Angie is a child to be pitied. If only she could have stayed true to that and acted the part of a secluded young lady. When we decided to join forces after Ava's death, we reached an agreement. This little portable shrine of ours is important. but she's also a liability. This is for the sake of world peace as well, okay? So watch and see how it goes. I hope those Sumadera black suits know how to shoot a gun right. What is it, sir? Don't tell me that after a few days on the run, you and Angie have already hooked up. Me and that bratty little girl, please. It's not like I care. It just means you finally managed to break free enough that you can take passes at girls, right? Half of the world is made up of women. You'd never last if just one or two of them made you freeze up. Oh, speak of the devil. She's here. Guess that's all for today. I'll contact you after we reach our lodgings in Nijima. Later. Angie was walking down the street. Why'd she have to do that when I told her to wait for me to come back? If only she wasn't like this, she might have lived a long life. That was a pretty long call. I was tired of waiting that I left. Sorry about that. How was it for you, lady? Did you learn anything interesting? It was interesting. I've harvested all I need. Sounds cool. After Amakusa opens the passenger side door, Angie got in the car. Amakusa quickly went around to the driver's seat. Then let's head to the harbor. According to the old man, the Sumadera family set up a net. If I do get caught, then that's the measure of my luck. If we don't, then Rokkenjima is waiting for me. Let's leave it all to luck. Luck, is it? When you can't decide what to do, or when it doesn't matter either way, it's not so bad to entrust your fate to a coin toss. Then I guess I'll try leaving it to luck too. I've got to admit, I'm a fan of that kind of thing. Great. My bodyguard just said he's going to leave everything to luck. Wonderful. I had to leave for that phone call, so I totally missed the clincher. What happened after I left? Let's hear it. No. I won't tell. That's a shame. The car dashed through the hilly town. The car wouldn't return to Hachijo's house for all eternity. However, Angie didn't get sentimental about it. For now, she'll just watch. She just wanted to silently consider the new message bottle that the current Endless Witch, Hachijo Toya, had given her. In the rearview mirror, the town where the witch lived faded off into the distance. However, that scene wasn't reflected in Angie's eyes. So, Amakusa shot down all those Sumadera guards, but I think he was hoping that the Sumadera guards would shoot Angie as well. Sounds like they were hoping Angie would die as well. Blanket. Yeah, we got one more tea party. We got one more tea party. Rock you blanket. Thank you.
Lambda,
where are you? Uh-oh. Just having to say that felt like admitting defeat, and I didn't like it. Why is it that she's always so obnoxious and clingy when I don't need her, and then won't answer when I call her name? Where am I? Episode 4 said Angie died in 1998. That's true. Maybe she did die on that island. Annoyed by the completely predictable ending, I'd left the cathedral. I'd planned on finding some terrace with a cool night's breeze to kill time on until the end of that farcical reception. It's true that I tried to find somewhere to desolate so I wouldn't have to look at people, but this is a bit ridiculous. I, the great Bern Castell, am lost? A miracle like that wouldn't happen. Yes, miracles don't exist in this world. To create a miracle, you need an amount of time that can never be reached. Period that's no different from infinity. When something that appears to be a miracle happens in a shorter span of time than that, it's not a miracle, but the product of someone's design. In other words, the reason I'm walking down this corridor is because someone's design has forced me here. Who would have pulled such a complicated prank on me? It looks like you're quite the shy one, calling me out in a desolated place like this. Then, from the other end of the dark corridor, I heard a sound. It sounded as though some small animal, like a dog or a cat, was walking at a quick pace. No miracle could cause a dog or a cat to be in a place like this. Such a miracle would not be allowed. Since it isn't a miracle, that means I'm being guided in that direction. Very well. This might be some new theme to keep me entertained. This is some new joke of Lambda's. I'll cover her whole body in honey using my tongue as a reward, ew. And then I'll stick parasol chocolates into her eyes and tell her to never do it again. They're so weird. In the direction of the noise had come from, it was not only dim, but shrouded in complete darkness. However, I could sense something in that darkness. There were two emerald green glints, probably cat eyes. The eyes of a black cat that peered through the darkness. Are you the one who called me here? Or are you just the messenger? Is it canon? Is that canon? When I looked at my feet, I saw red cat footprints leading towards those cat eyes. The marks were unsettling, as though the cat had run through a pool of blood. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness, then even with the lack of light, I was vaguely able to make out those red footprints. They weren't actually glowing or anything, but they served perfectly well as a signpost leading me onward. As though it was telling me to follow, the cat turned around and dashed off into the darkness. What is it? Something feels very strange. It's a feeling I haven't felt since I began calling myself the cruelest witch in the world. I can't quite remember what this feeling is. Still, for one as tired of boredom as me, it's surely more fun this way. I followed the bloody footprints of the cat, which would sometimes stop and look back at me, and walked on and on through the dark corridor. Forward turn, head down what appeared to be stairs from time to time. And then, though I couldn't really tell because of the darkness, I went through the crack of a door. Here? I pushed the door open slowly, but it was dark on the inside, just like the corridor. However, the air and the slight change in the echoes made by the footsteps told me that this was a room corridor. The sound of the cat footsteps were gone. However, the bloody footprints remained. On the other side of some sort of wooden screen, under what looked like a small spotlight, there was some black cat gobbling down some blood-stained pet food. I see. So this is the reward for bringing me here. Cat, sorry to bother you during your meal, but I'd like to summon your master. That is, unless you're actually the one who summoned me. Talking to it didn't cause it to turn around. Well, I guess it is an animal eating food. If I kick it away, it'll probably run off to its owner. Huh. When I did kick the cat, the worst, she's just the worst. It sailed away like a stuffed animal, hit the wall, and fell to the ground. Then it vanished, melting into darkness. What's with this cat? Is it just an illusion? When I looked at its food plate, it was piled up with what appeared to be blood-drenched raw meat. It was as though someone had torn apart living flesh on the spot, piled it on there. Come on. What's with this creepy reception? That was a mean thing to do, kicking it. The instant I heard that voice, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Then, the surrounding area finally brightened. However, Baron Castell had already guessed where this was before it grew bright. Oh. That was you, was it not? That cat? A cat who has learned to eat meat, and that can sometimes choose its own path. Has been a long time. It's a path I might never have to know about if you hadn't told me. You're the monster who taught me the taste of flesh. So you've come back to life. Featherina Aurora. Augustus Aurora. You never learn, no matter how often I tell you that. Very well. Even that brings back fond memories. I have heard the rumors. It seems you have taken the name Baron Castell, Witch of Miracles, and have been playing a far from praiseworthy fragment game. I'm just imitating you, though I could hardly match up to your level. If the rumors you've heard about me are bad, that applies 100-fold to you. Baron Castell sat unreservedly in an antique chair, as though she was already familiar with this place. What are you afraid of? I am merely celebrating my reunion with my longest-serving Michael so far. Did you really find my messenger cat so displeasing? Baron Castell's manner seemed completely relaxed. However, Featherine admonished her, telling her not to be afraid. And judging by the expression that had risen to Baron's face, Featherine had been right on the mark. Did you really have to make such blunt insinuations against me? A cat leaving behind bloody footprints and stuffing its face with blood-stained meat? Have no fear. Look closely. Do you see any cat stuffing its face with meat? I just gave it a plate of biscuits as a reward for going to get you. It was as though the soot covering the plate of her feet was blown away, even though there was no wind. There lay an adorable and perfectly normal cat dish, with a pile of small biscuits on top of it. Baron Castell didn't even hide her displeased grimace. Featherine shrugged and muttered, "You haven't changed, child of man," as she rocked her rocking chair. Baron Castell is... Okay, that tells me that Baron Castell was once a human. And yes, this is the person that created Byrne. Remember, Byrne said she was a piece and she got stuck in hell for her master's mistake. Featherine must have been that master. I see you are as unpleasant as ever, but I'm happy now. Imitating you really has been far from boring. Scold me as you please. It is the parting gift I gave you when we last met. You liked rude Mikos because they kept you entertained, right? Ridiculous. If talking will only please you, I'll shut up. So, what do you want with me? It seems Beatrice's game has ended with Battler's victory. I observed it. It was quite entertaining. I'm sure you like seeing me fail miserably. Nonsense. It was a splendid performance regardless. I'm sure Beato is very grateful to you. And, if you want me to read the fragments of Beato's game aloud for you, I refuse. I'm not your Miko anymore. I have observed all of Beato's games. I also watched Lambda Delta's game and Battler's game with great interest. I believe I have formed an answer for all the riddles in my own way. The culprit, the motive, the individual tricks. I'm not yet clear about the very last part of the epitaph's riddle, but I have enough of a theory that if I actually went to Rokkenshima and investigated, I should be able to resolve that part as well. And? Of course, since there is no single truth, my theory is probably only one of many possibilities. However, that is only a question of possibilities, a trivial problem. So what are you up to? Do you want to debate Beato's game with me? Wrong. What I want is to look at the answers, child of man. The words of Featherine made Baron Castell straighten up. Her old master did not fail to notice that small reaction. So far, you have spiced up this tale as an actor. In doing that, you have probably come to know many truths. However, even you are unaware of the truth behind several riddles that Beato has cleverly kept hidden, correct? I see. You want to use me to chew apart the string out the guts of something again. After watching a play, reading the pamphlet and learning what goes on behind the scenes is similar to, as you would say it, enjoying some black tea after a meal. That enjoyment cannot be left undone. You like to play with them and love them while they're alive, then eat their flesh when they die. So cats are doubly useful to you. Ew. I want to look at the answers. I'm sure you want to know them. Think of it as a burial for Beato's corpse, where you were in charge of the service. What do you say to that, child of man? Now you're starting to speak my language. When Featherine snapped her fingers, a thin spotlight appeared on the table, which was covered with cluttered books. There lay a folded version of the game board for Beato's game. The Witch of Theatergoers spun her fingers in a circle, and the game board opened up by itself, showing the black and white pieces lined up inside. The game board and all the pieces are gathered here. The records for the previous games are all present as well. With a rustling sound, the book flipped through all of its pages on its own accord, front to back, shut itself, and flew to the side of the game board where it waited. Inside it, all of the movements of the pieces during previous games were recorded. I see. You were short a player and a commentator. me when I'm organizing tournaments. We're also short on black tea, similarly with dried plums. Of course, I will find some. Okay. If you add on some mustard rice cakes, then we have a deal. The negotiations are concluded. I have one condition. And what's that? I'm going to be the reader, okay? I have no love, so a few things might be interpreted in an odd way. However, the reader is free to read things in a manner with an intonation of her choosing. I only want to check the answers. I don't particularly care about the tale itself. I'm not deeply interested in what sort of tale you'll create. Ah, yes. Now I see what you're after. Will you accept that condition? Very well. I want to know the answer. You have your grudge to worry about. The negotiations are concluded. When Featherine snapped her fingers once more, a large chair appeared as though beckoning Baron Castell to sit there. It was a throne, a horribly mismatch with the furnishing of this room. Whoa, Battler portrait. Wait, I've seen this before. This is... I acknowledge it, you may sit. You are the game master. Are you sure? Are you really sure? You can create whatever sort of tale you like to satisfy your grudge. I'm not interested. However, I have one condition as well. Answer all of the questions I ask. Absolutely no keeping secrets, hiding, or dodging the issues. Leave it to me. Tearing up guts and dragging them out is my specialty. After all, you trained me. Let us make some black tea. We'll use our own hands, not magic. Let the master treat her Miko to some tea. The old Beto told me that witches are the best ones to have black tea with. Seems that rule doesn't apply to us. Huh. At some point, that dish piled with biscuits had once again been covered with a mountain of torn apart meat and a splatter of red. No, not just meat, even the bowels. Black tea is best enjoyed with your fellow monsters. Whoa. Ooh. So they're gonna tell the story now? Without love for real. This is gonna be... She said she didn't have love. So certainly without love it cannot be seen. This is the end of this game? Yes, this is the end of episode 6. Two more episodes, and then I guess, I mean, Battler's game is definitely over. So is this going to be Baron Castell's game? Or is this going to be... Yeah, this is stream number 35 of this game. Each one is at least 3 hours. Well, I'd say at least 2 hours. But many of them are like 5, 6, 7 hours. I think I'm probably at about 120 hours of playing this game. And I've loved every minute of it. Well, loved almost every minute of it. There's still so much to figure out, too. In that case, let's get the pieces ready. If we keep up the count, this will be game 7, right? Or I have to say sorry and have a peaceful sleep? No need to apologize. I just always want to make my intentions clear. So there's no need to apologize. I know your intentions were good. I just had to make myself clear as well. Indeed, a fortuitous number. But not for Beato, right? Baron Castell slowly picked up a black piece. It was a piece that represented Beatrice. It was sometimes a king, sometimes a queen, and could become a knight. However, that was only if it got promoted. Until then, it was only a trash piece, like a pawn. You can't promote to a king. First comes placing the pieces. By this point, the witch's game has already begun. Baron Castell took Beato's place and raised it high. Piece and raised it high. First move, placement. Beatrice on D8. D8 is... D8 is on black? D8 is the queen space, right? Yeah, queen on same color. Or is it king on same color? Queen on same color, right? Yeah, so she is placing Beatrice as a queen in this game. When the seagulls cried, there were no survivors. That's written in red. Well, is that written in red? That's on a red background in white. But it's saying there were no survivors. So even Ava didn't survive. Requiem of the Golden Witch. Good morning. Scheduled for today is the funeral of the Golden Witch and her game. The days of the game are already over, and nothing remains but fond memories. Here the cold hard truth will be revealed, and death will come to the game. There's a bit of difficulty to this one. Alright, tier list, and then stream ends tonight. I really should watch the old stream. I think you would like it a lot. I tell you, this is some of the most enjoyment I've had both streaming and reading. It is peak. 7 can get pretty crushing. That doesn't surprise me because... That does not surprise me because... It's narrated by Baron Castell. Alright, let me... grab the episode 6 tier list. We, of course, are going to need many more tiers. It's been fun listening as well because you are a very good reader. Oh, thank you. I trip up on my words a lot, but that's a commentator voice for you, I guess. Okay. You already know what it is. Michael Rysair, that's me. I think this is fair. And then let's go, really happy to be able to go through Umineko plus B here. It's definitely been something I've been looking forward to for the past few months. Yeah. Love to hear it. And I love, you know, I tweet it out and stuff, and it's like, you know, a couple people get engagement because you get freaking... Twitter just blocking everything, but it's like, you're one of the few that I see always liking the tweets and stuff, and I really appreciate that. All right, let me just do some general rankings. We, of course, have bystander tier / did not finish, and DNF is also kind of funny there. So these are just people who did nothing over the course of the story, like literally nothing, because they put all characters in this. And just because all characters are in this, I'm blushing. There were actually quite a few people involved here, but there were some people who literally were not involved. Kinzo wasn't really in this episode, was he? I think literally Kinzo wasn't in this episode. Who's worse, Erica or Baron Castell? Do they just deserve each other? We got Michael tier, which is going to be Feathering. Let's see. We've got small plates, you know, small players. They kind of did a little bit, and they're cool, and I like them. I actually really like the Tea Party bit with Okanogi and Amakusa. Is that his name? Amakusa, I think. Wait, I'm lost. Where is he? There he is. Okay. And then we've got... Battler was pretty good in this episode, but honestly, I think some people were better than Battler this episode. I think we put this on the Uncle Ben tier. Because, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. And I don't think Battler really lived up to those expectations of having such great power and great responsibility. But I think we'll put him like right about there because I think up in this tier is definitely Canon this episode. Shannon, Canon, George, Jessica were incredibly good this episode. And they had so much of just like oh my god, why am I blind, dude? There's Canon. Like why am I like you got your 2xKO team again, right? Like pretty strong. There's certainly a buffer between them and Beatrice. And yeah, I hate to do it, but I did not love Battler this episode as much as I have in previous episodes. Of course, a buffer. I think, well, I don't want to use too many buffers, but I want to use 2 buffers on the top end to show how much better this character is than everyone else in the series right now. And I think I can say that pretty confidently. And then like 2xKO, you got Uncle Ben here. Probably put Delanor here as well. I think that kind of fits. You got the A team. Because this is about where A tier would land. And that's, of course, Renove, GOAT, Vergilia, GOAT. Honestly, hold on. She's too high. You know what? She was actually pretty good. Dang, Kiri was really good in this episode. She's got a little bit of Uncle Ben vibes here. Like, her fight scene was really cool, I think, compared to most of the other ones. George versus Ava was also pretty good. But that was versus Ava Beatrice. Ava didn't actually do much. We could put Ava in VIP tier. These tiers are getting a little wide. I think I might have to separate a little bit. Let me just do a couple more placements. Angie didn't do a whole lot this episode. She can go in Michael tier. The stakes always really widen the tier lists, and it's hard not to put them all in the same tier. So I think, like, you got wedding guest, right? And it's like the stakes, the goats. The stakes didn't do a whole lot. There was some cool, like, actually the stakes were kind of part of the A team, huh? But they weren't like way up in this tier. These two were way better as part of the A team. Gap, of course, too, makes the A team. Kraus, Hideyoshi didn't do much of anything. So we can put them pretty low, I think. I don't think they talked about much at all either. So they're going to be at the open bar. Genji, Hideyoshi, Goda, Kumasawa, Kraus. Everyone who was kind of left behind. Renove, I actually think, again, I think it's pretty solid that, like, these folks were probably Beto's caretakers and friends in Kudorian. Rudolph was also at the open bar. Wedding guest. Nazi got to do a little bit more. Rosa got jumped. She's kind of in VIP tier. Not even close, actually. Maria can go into VIP tier with Sakutaro. The Chester sisters were a little better than the wedding guests. This is like bouncer tier. Nah, this is like security. Which is probably above Michael tier. Yeah, and above small plates. Wedding guests is probably above... Small plates is probably below wedding guests. And of course, these were the security folks. She doesn't actually exist in the PC version. But whatever, I'll put her with her sisters. And then these folks go here too. They didn't do a whole lot. Nanjo didn't do shit again. Natsuhi goes a little higher. Probably in VIP tier. I liked these fights. I didn't really care for Rosa getting jumped. She can go in the... She should go in her own tier. Yeah, Nanjo never does anything. I frankly, I hope he's not that important by some miracle. These folks got jumped. And then we have Lambda Delta. We got to split up these tiers a little bit. You know what? This actually isn't too bad of a tier spread, right? I just fear that I don't have enough tiers. Lambda Delta's pretty high. Honestly, like, probably with these characters. And then, like, if I had to pick among these characters, I think I would actually do a bit of a separation. And I would probably put George and Cannon here. Because Shannon didn't actually do that much. Jessica did a lot, too. Honestly, it might be more like this. The power difference this episode is crazy. It really is. You got these Team Rocket-ass characters. They're, like, here. These are Jesse and James from Team Rocket. Nobody can tell me otherwise. And I liked them about there. I enjoyed them. Honestly, not as much as I enjoyed the fights that these folks had. VIP tier seems about right. The A-Team... You know what? We could kind of... Because Ava didn't do a whole lot. Honestly, these are kind of the same. In which case, Natsuhi can kind of go in jumped tier. Natsuhi herself didn't do a lot this episode, and the Beatrice scene where she tried to kill her wasn't that good. So I think the George and Ava Beatrice fight was incredibly good. And the Maria Shannon fight was good. So actually, that was Shannon's moment when she fought Maria. She was pretty good. The Kiri Jessica fight I liked a lot too. And the George Ava fight was really, really good. The Cannon really redeemed it at the end. Rat tier, maybe. George had that whole incel rant, though. That was pretty bad. George is really high on this tier list. Cannon scaled pretty hard in the late game this time. Oh. Don't worry, we scale. Yeah. Actually, Battler can probably go on that tier too, right? Dude, George is so conflicting. The Jessica Kiri fight is an all-timer. That one was super good, yeah. George has got to come down. Dude, I mean, we probably actually... I probably put George, like, here. Put him on the Reddit tier right there. And this is no longer Uncle Ben. Mr. Brightside. Jealousy, you know, turning ships into the sea and all that. That's Mr. Brightside tier, I think. Still, George was good. Like, George's fight was really good. But I keep remembering that incel rant now, and I honestly want to put him like lower and lower. Because even his fight wasn't that good. Right? Better than these folks, though. Okay, this seems about right. So, the greatest fictional character of all time, Beatrice. 2 layers of buffer. This shouldn't be called 2xKO anymore. What can we call this tier? Dude, Lambda Delta is my number 2 in the series for this one? I think that might be right. How did this happen? The Lambda Delta come up is actually insane. Battler was better than Cannon and Shannon this episode. Jessica was really good this episode. Cannon came through at the end. Maybe it's more like... Is this the Uncle Ben tier? With great power comes great responsibility. Something like that, probably. Held back burn, so true. I think this will make my top 5. Beato, Lambda, Battler, Jessica, and Cannon. I really want to make them higher. I liked them more than Nox and Kiri. Did I like them more than Cannon and Shannon? They didn't do a lot in this episode, that's the problem. And I also don't love putting Cannon and Shannon in the same tier with each other. Is it this? I don't hate that. And then Shannon... Need another buffer? You're so right. Honestly, I think we could probably do this. Cannon and Beto interaction was great, yeah. I think I can do this. Yeah, like, I can't even, like, she's so good. So then Uncle Ben tier, Don't Worry We Scale, the A-Team. These 3 were godlike this episode. I'm going to put Renova above Vergilia just because I like him more. Mr. Brightside is probably right. I did like Kiri a lot this episode. George, man. Now, are witches real? Witches are real. Of course they are. But that doesn't mean that they can perform magic. This tier was pretty good. These fights were good. Team Rocket ass. They were pretty funny. Chester Sisters were really fun and entertaining. I like them in this order. These all got jumped, and they kind of suck. The Michael tier, randoms, did nothing. I'm trying to think if any of these folks did anything that I cared about this episode. Okay, let's post this on Twitter as we do. Umineko 5. Wow, my Umineko 5 tier list I made on 9/3. That means I finished this game in 6 days? I did episode 6 in 6 days. This is my world record pace. Watch this line I take. 2 quick ones. This is my crazy pace. This is my insane pace. That's what it is. Yeah, because Umineko episode 4 was made on 7/28. Never ever seen a 113 before. That's what I'm saying. I still have not caught up. Yeah, get ready, because tomorrow we're jumping right into 7. I gotta finish by climax, and I got not vacation, but I'm out of town for a few weekends in a row. Okay, let me post this. Holy, this thing is huge. Okay, but we were getting games at climax? 100%. That is why I'm rushing this, is because I want to be able to play Golden Fantasia at climax. Yeah, again, I don't know if I posted it with a spoiler or not. It's just out there, so enjoy. Gotta learn Chester 410? Heck yeah. I want to try everyone. Now, it's funny because Shaylee was playing. We were hanging out at CEO a few years ago, 2 or 3 years ago, and Shaylee had just finished it. And I was like, me, Trip, Shaylee, Jazzreed, Hunter, Koyo was there. Maybe 1 or 2 other people. And we booted up Golden Fantasia. And Shaylee was just like in awe of every character. And like, thankfully, I don't remember anything that was said that night. I am still pretty much blind. I've talked about the only one thing that I saw that was a spoiler that I remember, and I don't even remember what it means. Like, I don't even know what it means still to this point. So I'm chilling, yeah. I definitely remembered waiting for during my week breaks back then. That's so sweet. Yeah, so we'll start episode 7 tomorrow probably. I gotta see how my car does. I might just take a break. I remember they said the fighting game is huge spoilers. It is when you look at the fact that all the characters are in it. But yeah, it's Trip talked me into getting into it, and I never did because I don't listen to Triplicate, and then eventually I got into it. I don't remember exactly what. Okay, let's send it off to somebody. Holy, that was a long stream. What did we go? 8 hours? Yeah, 8 hours. Easy. Yeah, then we booted Verdict Guilty. That was the real. GG's, good night. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out. Whom am I sending it to, though? That's what I don't know. Hope you have a good night. Hope your car stuff goes well. Yeah, me too. Me too. Bye-bye. Wish it had even more characters. Damn. I mean, yeah, I'm sure it does everything. Okay, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna raid out. This person's playing Fields of Mystria, which is a very pretty looking game, so I'm gonna raid out to them. Say hi for me. Goodbye.